is the TikTok. I'm focusing more tonight on is the TikTok. I'm focusing more tonight on Facebook, also TikTok. So I want you to join me. I want you to join me on either one you have, TikTok, Facebook, or whatever connection that you have. Sometimes a bit cumbersome to get this stuff done. And of course, anyone out there that can help, you're welcome to do so. Just be patient whilst I get back there to get back to the life. As you know, I was elected a leader of the largest diaspora here in America, and I am here to shed light on that. I want you to share the life, to share it with everyone as I do my final setting up here, to bring you updated news and views, educate you on what's going on in Guyana regarding these issues, what we'd like to see done, and also any sort of recommendations that can come from you. You can put it in the box there. I will see it, and I'll be happy to transmit it to folks to let them know what is the feeling out there, what people want, and what we're looking forward to get done in Guyana. And that is what this video and this live is about. So that there now is TikTok set up there. A lot of people are joining, and I ask you to share the live, to join, send it to other folks, be part of this broadcast. And let me get now to Facebook. A lot of folks on my Facebook have said I've neglected them, I have not put them on, and they're not getting to join, and they have questions, they have interviews, and I will now get to this live and let you guys know. Let me get now to this particular one here. The one with not TikTok, but with Facebook. And I will get to that. Join the live, share the live, let it go around, let it go to other folks. Yes. So I'm gonna get now. I hope you share the live. How many people we have? Give stars, give likes. I'm making the effort. I've canceled a lot of my appointments, a lot of my stuff to be here. I want you all to give me the love, give me some stars, give me some likes, share the link, send it to other people. Appreciate the work I do. I don't get paid for this. I am your leader. I have not received any money. I don't even get contributions from people to run for office, to run to empower you. So I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from, that I'm giving this of my own free will. I'm giving this after, to make sure that everyone here is represented so we can have a voice and a face. Don't think this puts money in my pocket. It does not. But I'm doing this because God has blessed us in many ways. One of the ways He's blessed me as a lawyer and as an advocate is to come up and talk on your behalf, okay? So just let's add a description. The description we're talking about is getting more for the 2%. Getting more oil revenues with President Trump's help. And I'll tell you how that can be done. Because I don't see any movement from Guyana, and I hope that they will get movement very soon, because this is how you can tackle this problem here. And also with President Trump's help, and also we talk about the MV Barima. That is a common topic all over Liberty Avenue, all in the diasporas, all over the world. Why is this boat still at the bottom of the sea? Okay, so people are concerned about that. People are upset about it. People want to have a better life. They want to make sure that we can have a better situation here, and we can get more for our revenue, which we're not getting at the moment. So this is all about that. I'm going live so that friends can see this. I'm going to go live in addition to being on Facebook. So let me hit the go live here button. So I can hit the go live for you guys, and you can see that it takes a little time to set up this stuff. Of course, if I ask someone to volunteer, they would want to come and and be paid for it. We don't have time for that. They didn't have money to pay when you run for office to empower them. They don't even go out and vote. That's a sickness that we have, which we call a foot and mouth disease. But let's get to the process now. We're going on live on Facebook. Share the link. That's all you can do. You don't have to pay to share the link. You don't have to pay to join the live. And keep your comments, very encouraging, very professional. There's too many people who come on board here, and all they can do is talk balderdash. We don't want no balderdash here. We want them to have a say, but have an educated say, have proper say. Don't talk for talking's sake. You know what I mean? Just be part of what we're doing and understand. And if you have another view, let us agree to disagree in a very respectful manner. So right now, last night, as I was telling you, we had a meeting here in the diaspora, and many people are concerned about what's going on in Guyana. They want to make sure join the live, share the link, make sure everybody is connected. And that way you can make sure that this is this can be shared, and this can be filtered out to you folks, so you can form an opinion. I want to make this very clear. I did not speak here on behalf of any party. I don't belong to any party in Guyana at the moment. I am an elected leader and community advocate for decades, the first person to be elected district leader, and now judicial delegate and community leader and advocate in this community here, the largest diaspora outside of Guyana. And it is from that position that I've been entrusted with responsibilities and the power to speak on behalf of the voiceless, as I've done as a leader for over 3-4 decades. So when I speak, it's because I reflect the views of those who are afraid to speak, those who are afraid of retribution, those who are afraid of discrimination, those who are afraid of retaliation. So I am their voice. And I speak on behalf of what they say and behalf of what they want me to say. because I'm a representative. I'm the voice for the voiceless, the voice for the powerless, the people's leader, as it stays at the back there. That is what this is about. So let's get down now to the nitty-gritty of what we're saying here about, the first part about how we get more than the 2% as is rounded up. Let me say we rounded up at 2%. There's been a lot of dissatisfaction. There's a lot of complaints. And the issue is, how do we get that? So send some stars, send some love, send some hearts. That's the least you can do. You have to pay, okay? So we can come on a Sunday evening, take from my own private time, and come and help you to understand and where we can go with this, how we can stand tonight. And this is what we're doing here. We're doing this because the important thing right now is to make sure that this resolution gets to President Trump. We have sent a resolution to President Trump using the channels here, the Commerce and the Transportation Department, also the Commerce, the Cabinet, the Department of State, to hope that word gets to President Trump, who is right now condemned. He has condemned the oil companies, and he's condemned them to the extent that he's saying that you are very greedy. ExxonMobil and also people there. Chevron, ExxonMobil, and there's another one called, I can't remember the name, but it's a CCNO or something like that. Well, anyway, all the oil companies that are milking Guyana and getting all the exhausting Guyana's resources. Because oil is not forever. Oil is not like fish, where they can spawn and, you can get more fish and a fishing cycle, and it's regularly replenished. Oil is not that. Oil finishes it, and when it's finished, that's it. There's no more oil. There's no more potential for growth in Guyana. We have to live with what we have. That is what we're going to be, and that is how we'll be circumscribed to what we have. So the issue here, brothers and sisters, is to try to make sure as much as we can to get oil. So give me the like, spread the live, and make sure you join my group, so that way you can get immediate notification of when we come on and when we're coming on, so that way you can get you can be involved in our discussions, you can get notifications, you can join the live, and you can join the link, and you can give the hearts. Thank you very much for keeping the hearts coming. And so far we already have over 1,200 hearts. That's good. And we're looking now to have over 10,000 listeners like last night. I'm hoping to build a platform here, because a lot of these things, although I've been given some time on, and I still continue to appear on Guyana 592 News and compliments of Leon Susaran, but because there's time limitations on those media, we have to get into a wider and broader and deeper discussion involving you, where you can come on and ask questions like that. And this is where somebody said, oh, you like to run to the Anglos for them, and then they kick you. No, we don't run to no Anglos. That's wrong. What we're trying to do now, the Anglos are running to us in Guyana. And how you have to treat them is to make sure that you get your fair share. And 2% is not your fair share. So what you do, you talk to the biggest Anglo. Who's the biggest Anglo? President Trump. How do you do that? Because right now he's at war with the oil companies. You are lucky, or President Ali, we have a precipitate moment now to contact President Trump, president to president. Small president, I imagine, to the world's, the leader of the free world. But at the same time, he has the audience. He has the standing, and he has the duty. There's something called governmental malpractice. And many people called me and told me, if you don't do something when you're the government. Because remember, this oil belongs to all of us. Like I said, I speak on behalf of all Guyanese. Whether you're APNU, WIN, PBP, or whatever, well, WPA, whatever you may be. Oil is something that's collectively earned by everyone. It does not belong to any particular party. It does not belong to any individual. How many of you think that President Irfan Ali owns all the oil in Guyana? Raise your hands. Send me a star if that's the case. Blow it up with a star, let me see. Good. I'm not getting any stars for that answer, because that's right. No one person owns the oil in Guyana. It's owned collectively by you, me, all of us together. Okay? That is how the oil and the resources are owned in the country. All right? That is how it is owned, and that is how it is also how it's regulated, and how we should have a say in how that money is coming out, and how that has to be done, and how that has to be distributed, how the profits, how the dividends, and all these things have to be distributed. So don't let get ourselves mixed up here. We're dealing with national and natural resources owned collectively by Guyana. And that is why when you're president, and even when you're opposition leader, whatever capacity you guys hold in Guyana, part of the parliament, come together and pass a resolution. Come together like tomorrow and pass a simple resolution. We pass a resolution that we will speak to President Trump or ask him to ask Chevron and ExxonMobil and these other oil companies to give us more than the 2%. Right now, President Trump used these words, and he said that they are very greedy. He told the oil companies to their faces that they are very greedy and that the royalty of 2% is not enough, and that we should get more oil because we're facing poverty, high living costs, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to essential public services. Plus, we also got a big ship at the bottom of the ocean, so we need money to bring it up. Before we start wrangling, well, who's going to get his contract to bring up this Barima and who's going to get his cutback and kickback, I don't understand why every time there's a contract, a kickback or allocation and allegations of corruption follows each and every contract in Guyana. This is a contract to bring up the dead, and yet people are finding the time to haggle and to get involved as to who's going to get his contract, who's going to pay who how much, and who's going to get this. What utter nonsense and cannibalism is going on there? That you have to quarrel over dead people's bodies, Guyanese, your brothers and sisters, lying at the bottom of the ocean, being eaten by piranha, being eaten by sharks, and what you are doing is quarreling with each other. Well, I want the contract, I'm going to give you 10%, or you give me 10%, and or it's going to be for 10 million or 8 million, but no, I want 15 million. You got to stop that, because the eyes are on you, and all these other contracts need to be brought to the table and find out how these things, and let it be public knowledge, because it's the people's money. It's not one individual's money. It's not one party's money. It's money that belongs to all the people, APNU, PNC, WIN, and everybody put together with the people, preferably with the masses of the people. There are over 800,000 people in Guyana, and don't forget, those that live overseas are equally entitled. Those that live in the diaspora that send barrels to you, those that live in the diaspora that fight for you, those that also call the State Department and fight with Mike Pompeo, the former U.S. Secretary of State, during Trump won presidency, to make sure that Venezuela does not decimate or annex Guyana. Remember that. Put that to the back of your minds, that we are the people who have the standing here. Albert Baldeo contacts the congressman. He contacts the senators. He contacts the government of America as a citizen of America, as a Guyanese American citizen having standing to do so, as a constituent living in America. That's the difference. So when you say give up your citizenship and renounce your citizenship and come here and run for office, all of that is nonsense, because that is not something that you should be having. You should allow each and every Guyanese that has paved his way, paid his way, and sacrificed to become somebody in this country, and you should welcome him with open arms. You should welcome him to hold any seat from top to bottom. They can run for president, he can run for prime minister, he can run for parliament, he can be a representative of the people, he can sit in the village council. They must not be having to renounce their citizenship like what happened to Minister Carl Greenwich, a technocrat, a man very qualified. He had to renounce his United Kingdom citizenship. So you're very backward at this moment, Guyana. You need to step forward and step forward fast to the changes that need to be done, necessitated, okay? And Dio Moti is saying corruption is one of the biggest problems in Guyana, and I that's not the first person who's telling me that. So now we have to get a contract, and we have to ask Exxon. As a matter of fact, Exxon has been particularly silent on this. The government has been very silent on this. They should tell the people why, and why isn't Exxon bringing up the ship, the MV Barima? Because Exxon is not a fly-by-night company. Exxon is a megalometric, or whatever the term is. These are one of the biggest countries in the world. Billions of dollars they deal with. This is not no small company. This is a very, very big, humongous monstrosity of wealth, technology, equipment, and expertise. They are very, very big in the world. They own more wealth than Guyana and the Caribbean combined. Much more. Check it out and find out how much wealth ExxonMobil and Chevron has. What is their net worth? and how much staff they have, how much employees, if they're traded, and how they stand in the list of the world's most profitable companies. And you will see that you're dealing like how we are Guyanese, they are like tigers and we are little mice. In their country, I'm not asking you to be rough to them or to be discourteous to them. You're kindly asking for a favor. Can you bring my boat up? And that has to come from the cabinet. The same cabinet that signs off and give them all these tax concessions and give them all these great rights in Guyana, all these concessions and so forth. Ask them. President Ali should ask them, can you lift my boat up for me? That's all I'm asking you. In addition to that, we also have to get the fact of President Trump. This is above his portfolio now. He has to go to Trump. He has to go to the leader of the free world and say, President Trump, I'm kindly ask you to ask Exxon or to give us more money, to give Guyana more than 2%. Help them out. Give them something more, because right now Exxon has made a big declaration. Their declaration has been that we have recovered all of our investment money. Now, what does that mean? It means now that they are going for pure profit. We have made and recouped and recovered all of our investment money. So, with that said, we now have to go for broke. We're making share profit now. So they don't no longer have the burden of costs. They no longer have the burden of having to pay something for this. They're clear and free. All they have to do now is to be reasonable, to understand they're in another man's country, that Guyana is not part of Exxon, Guyana is not part of America, Guyana is not part of the Commonwealth in the sense that it's a territory of America like Guam or Hawaii or Puerto Rico or one of those places. Guyana is an independent sovereign country. And it is from that process, it is from that independence that we negotiate. We negotiate from that perspective. When we negotiate from that perspective, we have to be treated equally. We have equal bargaining powers. But if you sit down there as a minister and the prime minister and the president and you don't understand what your role is, then the people won't get anything. What is going to happen? He's going to say no or he's going to say yes. Very unlikely he will say no. You know why? Because he's at war with the oil companies. So you have to be precipitate. You have to be strategic. When is going to be a time when you're going to find the president of the free world, President Trump, at odds, quarreling and condemning his oil company? You won't find that in a future again. You certainly won't find it when it's elections, when they contribute to campaigns and so forth. But you have it now. You only have a small window. President Ali and the government of Guyana have a very small window in which to ask and engage the President of the United States, to ask ExxonMobil and Chevron and the other companies to say that we are having problems, we are not getting our fair share. We have entertained your companies and rolled out the red carpet for them, and now it is only right that we get more. And that is why we have to get more. Okay? So I think that's number one task, and I keep harping on this because by next week I'll stop talking about it. Meaning that you can't be talking to people and they don't listen and they just are caught up in their own endeavors and enterprises, and you don't have time to take instructions from people who understand the system. When I went to Harvard University to do my postgraduate studies in mid-level career in public administration and public management, these are things that teach us how to be strategic, how you can negotiate, how you can bargain. And Harvard is not a fly-by-night school. It's one of the best institutions in the world. The Kennedy School of Government is one of the most prestigious organizations. We pay thousands of dollars there to do our courses. So that education don't come cheap. It's not something you can pick up a book and read. You have to go and do the classes. You have to listen to the professors. You have to do the assignments, and you have to lift your knowledge. So when you get knowledge like that, nobody in the government has gone to Kennedy School of Government like I have and gotten this knowledge and techniques in administration, in leadership, and in government. And added to that is my experience in international law, which I majored in as a lawyer. That is my experience in international law. The law of the sea, maritime law, and all these laws that are coming together to discuss this issue with you, and to call upon the President of Guyana to simply take the phone and call. the President of the United States. Ask for a meeting with him as to whether he's going to tell these oil companies. There's no harm in doing that. There's nothing to lose. You have the world to gain. You have everything to do for your people. And it's also will be governmental malpractice. You know, like when you go to a doctor and you end up dead, or you end up with more problems than you had, and he was clearly negligent, or a lawyer, or a contractor, or somebody do the wrong thing, then you have causes against them. You have actions that can result in tremendous damages, and sometimes that can result in a case where they have to pay a lot of money, called punitive and or exemplary damages. These are things that you're subjected to. So in a situation like this, whenever Exxon and Mobil go on and get the oil, you think they're going to worry about Guyana again? Do you think that Exxon and Mobil, after their contracts and their stay in Guyana is exhausted and they've gotten their billions out of the economy, do you think that you'll be able to reach them again? You will not be able to, because they will move on. It's a corporate like company. There's layers of people, we had a client years ago when I was doing immigration law. He had somebody tell you that if you cooperate, we're going to get a lot of help for you. We're going to get you work permit. We're going to get you this. We're going to get you a social. We can do that and so forth. And he gave him a card. And it was a valid card from the FBI, Department of Homeland Security. It was a proper special agent, who, by the way, is authorized to lie to you, but you can't lie to them or you can go to jail for that. And he gave him this card. And he says, man, I have a big contact. I got a big friend. I got make big connection, man. I can get anything I want. I can get citizenship. So I asked him, what did you do for them? What did you do in this case? He said, well, I'm screed on everybody. Who bring me, how much I pay, blah, blah, blah. Then people get locked up. And I was able to expose this and blah, blah, blah. He did what he had to do, and he was hoping to get something in return. His problem, however, when I told him to call the number and see if the number is still working, the message came up, this number is no longer in service. You have reached a number that is no longer in service. He wanted to drop dead in shock. But they used him to get information and simply didn't carry out the promise to give him a work permit or to give him a social, which he may have been entitled to. We had to go and file it. He was a victim of trafficking and got it for him. But I'm just showing you how Exxon and ExxonMobil and all these fancy oil companies, Chevron and so on, when they are finished in Guyana, they're out of here. And don't think you can chase them and bring them back. You can go to any court you want, in the National Court of Justice or European, wherever you want to go. You have no jurisdiction. You got to put your tail between your legs and you got to take what you get. So now is the time, before the oil is done, for you to use your remedies. To ask and it shall be given. Ask and it shall be given. So share the live on YouTube. Also, make sure other people join. Also with Facebook, and also with TikTok. Share the live, send the heart, send the love, so we can continue to exhaust ourselves on a Sunday afternoon and miss my favorite pastimes, in order to shed light on issues as your elected official here, your elected voice that speaks on your behalf. And I always ask you to go and vote, and many of you don't go out and vote. You want the curry, you want payment for vote. We can't pay you to vote. That's illegal. We cannot pay you to vote. It must be built into you to become American citizens in America, and that for you to go out and vote. That must be your civic duty. Each poll site is like 4 or 5 blocks, and you must go and vote. People must not have to enslave you and beat you like what happened to slaves, for you to have a change of heart and to recognize that this is a great country, but it can only be as great as you make it and as great as you want it to be, and that how you can therefore make sure that you count here. Don't live as a second-class citizen or as an orphan child in America. That's the worst thing you can do, because there are layers of control here and there are layers of people here. The caste system is alive and well in America, and we are not to the top caste. Immigrants are not, and you need to put that right by getting involved, voting. Look, you have a mayor who's of immigrant descent, Mayor Mamdani. God bless him. He rose to that position. You need to follow up and build on that so there can be an equal playing field. We live in a place where there's Howard Beach and Glendale and many other places, Ozone Park, where many people, unfortunately, are bigots and racists. It's getting better now because we fought that system, but the reality is that is how people think. That people coming here are coming to challenge them, to take what they have. and hence they will not tolerate it. They will consider you to be a racist. So join the live, join on TikTok, join on Facebook, join on YouTube. Make sure you share the live. Make sure you give me a like. Make sure you send the hearts. I'm not seeing the hearts. I'm not seeing the hearts. I need to see some hearts coming through on TikTok. Some likes and some hearts coming through on TikTok, so we can continue to have this discussion. We have to be able to be in a way to help each other out. And thank you very much, Zarida Aziz. That's a lot of hearts. That's very nice. And other folks, this is a two-way street. We empower you, we give you information, and you give us hearts, or you join our group, or you share the link. It doesn't cost you anything. I don't get paid by you. I pay myself. I have always done this. I've never got any money from politics. All it gave me is headache and trouble and put me in a lot of problems. But I've still rose against those problems, and I've always put you first, and I've always come and helped to lift you up and fight for you. So this is one fight that concerns us, because Nadir Prasad, thank you very much, and Angie, the important thing in all of this here is that we have to continue to fight for our rights, and we're fighting for the people in Guyana. Now when we fight and get more than 2% of the oil, which we want like 5%, when you get 5%, I'm hoping that Guyana will also take care of all these brothers and sisters outside. All Guyanese who are punishing, all Guyanese who are in need of assistance. Okay? Because they are Guyanese by virtue of the navel string bearing Guyana. Their navel string is in Guyana, their loyalty is there, and trust me, Guyanese in Guyana, they love their country still. They will go on, if they can vote for you guys over there, they will vote for them over their own over here fighting for them. If a politician coming from Guyana, they're going to run and glorify him as if he can do anything for them. Whereas Albert Baldeo, who's been fighting for them, has faced the guns and the bombs and still stood up and fight. They won't bother with he. They're going to go for the politician coming from Guyana who can do nothing for them, who they say is pilfering all the resources and can't give them anything. So we got to change that, and we got to have better, as I say, you got to get better topside. You got to get better love for America. You have to develop this country more, and you have to go out and vote. Make yourself citizens. Get your family involved. And you can nothing say you can't love Guyana, but you got to continue to fight the right fight. And that right fight is where the issues that we can help our brothers and sisters. Instead of we got to send barrel there, instead of we got to send this or send money there, it is better for us to fight to get the oil, because that will cover a more ground. That will even be much more than this cash grant. The cash grant is a joke compared to the 5% oil money. And let me repeat it. The cash grant or grants is a joke compared to if we can get 5% of the oil money. Just like how if we say the $10 million to pull up the vessel, and we'll get somebody to do it, whether it's Asruddin Mohammed or whosoever do it. And like I tell you, I am not holding a brief for Asruddin. I don't belong to Win Party. I'm not holding a brief for the PPP, because I don't belong to them. I belong when it was Jagan Party, and that was when I was a very young person in Better Hope. And I don't belong to the PNC or APNU or WPA. I recognize and respect all these people. But if you have to jam them a little bit and you have to push them and let them understand, because let me tell you, these are not guys who went to Oxford and Yale, college, university or Harvard like me, or to higher institutions of learning or further education. But all due respect to all of you who are ministers and ambassadors and so forth, I can analyze from time you open your mouth. What is your level of education? How far you went in school? How much accreditation you deserve, educationally and academically? And I can know well what's going on in your life. Whether you're capable, whether you think it's anybody can make that assessment. Like people that make the assessment of me when they hear me speak, they would say what they think. You're a learned man, you're a teacher, you're blah blah blah. You're a person who can educate and that sort of level of intelligence and experience. Because remember, my experience is grounded in Queen's College, which I went. I went to Queen's College, a top sex school in the Caribbean. The best go there. KK Rossi 31. I thank you for all the hearts. And from there we got education, went to the University of West Indies, and I turned down Oxford because of my grades and because of the fact that you couldn't go to the British University and then come back and practice law. So that is how I ended up going to the University of West Indies. But when I went there, you had the Guyana Scholars, Trinidad Scholars, Jamaica Scholars. It was very, very competitive. Because anybody who went to the University of the West Indies will tell you it's not no pushover school. It's one of the most dynamic institutions of learning and respect the education of people from the University of the West Indies because it is world class. And then you come here and do other studies at the other schools. Like you can go to Columbia, you can go to MIT, you can go to Harvard, you can do these courses, postgraduate courses. You say where you learn and you're a much more matured student. So that's a position. You got some Reggie Prasad is saying your fees is very high for poor people to come to your office. That's nonsense. Reggie Prasad is one of those people, God knows if you name Reggie, but he would say, oh, your fees are very high for people to come to the office. I'm retired now, sir. I don't even charge fees. I've always had a free consultation. So you are living in the land of the crabs. Last night we talked about crabs pulling each other down. This is what Reggie Prasad, who just posted something there. I don't want to waste time with these they said, cockamania cockroaches. They will pull each other down. You see how my hands are? They're like crabs in the barrel. Let's be honest. Put it straight in Reggie's face. This is what you people are. You badmouth each other. You destroy each other. You've done nothing. You're bloodsuckers in the community. You can never point to anything you've done. You've never helped people. You are perennial thieves and perennial living off people, conning people. Don't work hard. Never had any kind of proper job. Never went to any proper school. Don't care about anybody, but just fleecing people. Many people come to America and that's what they do. And they dare to now point their fingers and telling you about how you charge fees. He's listening to me and getting all his free advice. And he's telling me, oh, I charge fees to come in, which I've never done. I've always had free consultations, help all of them. And that is the thanks you get for stuff for them. A lot of them, many immigration people I've helped, immigrants, they got their green cards and their citizenship, and they still turn back and curse you. It is a blight. It is a sickness that we have called foot and mouth disease. We have, in the Guyanese community especially, foot and mouth disease because they talk and they talk wrong. They always don't know people's story more than their own. We have some sick Guyanese here and in Guyana. And that is why we can never look up. We can never progress. We're always in the doldrums. We're always being kept back by our own selves from springing forward, from becoming world class. And that is a sickness that we have in Guyana and in Guyanese mentality. So what you got to do is to leapfrog over it, like we have done. But my father always told me, look up, look forward, don't look back. Always go forward. And I've done that all my life. So that even when you get kicked down or you're down, you get up and you rise again. And they must sit down and stand in awe. And even when they come and throw their insults at you, you have to be gentle with them. Because some of these people really do have a problem. And that is why, like Reggie Prasad, they have a problem with the crabs of Guyana. The problem is that when you buy a crab, bucket or basin to put the Guyana crab in, you don't have to buy the cover. You do not buy the cover for Guyanese buck crabs. You know why? They will never come up because they can always pull each other down. They pull each other down, scramble onto the legs, and pull them down so hard that they never get that. They never get to the top, never get out of that to freedom. So we don't want to have a crab dance here with Exxon. We need to have diplomatic channels. We have to have presidential liaison. We need to resort to the leader of the free world, President Trump. We can only do so much from America here. The proper request has to come from the president of Guyana. He has to make the call to President Trump to help us get our fair share, or better than the 2%, which is an exploitative amount of the oil revenues, to put us in a much better situation than we are in. Other than that, we will continue to be exploited. And you don't got to be a rocket science for you to know that you're being exploited. It is what it is. It is what it is. That look how much money they're making, billions. Look how many tax concessions they get. And look what they're giving us. It's just not done. And it's not done in other countries. Admittedly, we had some, perhaps that's the right word to use, people who signed the contract, that same terminology, crabinology, who signed the contract. These are the worst people of Guyana. So when we asked about if you charge consultation fees, they should go to that man. Whosoever did that signing of the contract in which government? How can you sign a contract? How can you do that to the Guyanese people? But they won't do that. They would look to go and get some kind of small piece from bribe or something like that. This is the mentality of them. They don't look how to solve the problems. They look how to make the problem more technical, how to stir the pot, how to aggravate the situation. That is why a lot of these people just pass through this life. They have nothing to say, nothing to contribute. They would not have achieved anything in life, you know? And that's a problem. You look at them, we still try to encourage them. So spread the word, spread the life, give the hearts, be part of YouTube, be part of TikTok, and be part of Facebook as we keep going. Now, last night when I taken my pause, we talked about the resolution that we had. We talked about the 2%, and we also talked about the MV Barima. And just to bring you back up to date, we had made a resolution here that the MV Barima tragedy resulted in catastrophic loss of life, profound grief, and serious unanswered questions concerning the vessel's seaworthiness, maintenance, inspection, staffing, safety equipment, insurance. Remember, Edgel came out, the minister, and said there's no insurance here for this vessel. That's malpractice. Operational decisions and governmental oversight. There was no oversight, and hence that is why the government is presumptively liable for damages to all those who suffered their lives, the pain, the suffering, and things like that in this particular situation. They are liable because they didn't cure the problems there, and they didn't follow up what they had to do as a government. They didn't do their due diligence, and they let the people down. And then you have another insult to injury when you think of the militia. Militia was being held for parties. That was a vessel that was supposed to replace this MV Barima, and you got that vessel sailing and having parties on it, and people wearing their best, some fancy white clothes, cocktail party. It's so sickening. It is so distressing to think that that is what was being done on the backs of these people who died. It is unforgivable for us to understand that you have not yet brought those bodies up on sharks and piranha or eating them out. That you got probably the evidence to show who overloaded the vessel, who is liable, who must pay for these crimes, and who must pay for these acts of negligence and or crimes. Who are liable here? Who must be the people who have to make sure that they can now pay compensation, or in their capacity as government employees pay for these people? Because these are Guyanese people. These are not people, even then you would owe a duty. Because if you run a ferry and you're charging tickets and you're carrying people out, even if they're not paying people, you owe a duty of care and responsibility, a duty of a basic standard of safety. And there was no safety here, there was no anchor, there was no transponder, there was no way of running this boat in a way that it was professionally done. This, and it has a lot to do with the fact perhaps that these people were also from another place. I mean, it has nothing to do with that. So let me tell you this. Let us continue to look at that, the seaworthiness, the maintenance and everything else. And public officials and agencies entrusted with maritime transportation and public safety must be fully accountable for their decisions, omissions, and responsibilities. Whereas accountability must extend to every responsible official, including Ministers Juan Edgel and Deodat Indar. Well, unavoidably, their name must come up because they're the relevant ministers. It is their ministries. They must account because it is under their portfolio. You just can't have the glorification of being a minister and then you don't want the responsibility. It doesn't work that way. Just like in America, if you're the Minister of Defense and war happens, then the Minister of Defense is answerable to the President of the United States. So the President in America here are fired people and agencies and agency heads because that is his prerogative. He is the head of state. He can hire and fire. It's the buck stops at his desk. He's going to be the one who's going to lose the next election. He's the one who's going to be impeached. He's the one who's going to be criticized in the press. And the same thing happens for Guyana. So if I was president of Guyana and I had these situations, I will send the ministers who are responsible for this on leave. The least I will do is send them on leave. They cannot be there when an investigation is going on. It's a conflict of interest. It doesn't work that way. Let's say if, for example, the DPP hits somebody down and they die. The PPP has to be sent on leave or extricated from that investigation. And I'm just saying this as a kind of by way of comparison, because she cannot be in the same office whilst an investigation concerning her personal liability and criminal liability is being investigated or trashed out. So this is how it works. This is how the rules of civilized society works. If you are compromised, if you are attached, if you have a connection or a nexus, you have to step aside. And step aside willingly. But the president can't step aside because he was elected president. So he has to now ask the ministers to go on leave until such time as you are cleared. Over here in America, let's say a police officer gets into trouble by shooting somebody, or there's an investigation that he was reckless, or that he was indiscriminate, or he didn't use sound professional judgment and discharge his firearm and wounded or killed somebody. He has to hand in his gun, handing his badge. He's given a desk appearance, a desk assignment, sorry. He's out of the station. He cannot compromise the investigation. He cannot be there. It's the same thing that happens here. It doesn't, somebody said, Mark, the president doesn't have the balls to do that. It has nothing to do with balls. Balls deal with cricket and football. This is the law. This is ethics. This is how the law works. This has nothing to do with balls. You don't have to have balls to do this. Okay? You just have to follow the law and the ethics. The rules are that if you are implicated in a drowning of killed over 100 people, by virtue of that, you have to step aside and let the investigation go on. So we can't be talking here like somebody said on the live that the president don't have the balls to do that. It has nothing to do with balls. It has to do with your duty and your solemn oath that you have taken to be the head of the state and of the presidency and of the people of Guyana. And when you work there, you don't work as Mr. So-and-so. You work there as a servant of the people. You work there as a steward of the people. You work there as somebody who has to take charge of the government. You understand? And that is why that is sacrosanct, and that is very, very important for that to be listened to, and that for that to be made sure. So join the live, join me on Facebook, join me on TikTok, join me on YouTube. Send me some stars. Let me know that you appreciate what I'm saying. If you don't even appreciate it, at least you're glad somebody's saying it. I'm a voice for the people. The views I'm giving is because they've asked me. A lot of them are afraid that they are going to be recriminated against. They're going to be discriminated. They're going to be retaliated against. So as the elected district leader, that's when you elect leaders. You have to elect people who have the track record of standing up, fighting up, and even those going to jail for what they believe in. You have to elect people who have the backbone. And many people that have told me about the backbone, they don't mention balls too much, but they talk that you have the backbone. And it's a backbone that is necessary here. And it's a conviction that is necessary in Guyana. You can't have the whole cabinet whisper and hide and so on. Some of you got to come out and call for them to be excused from office. They cannot continue to be in office. They cannot continue to be there. And even so, even in Parliament, perhaps they may not be able to discharge their duties because Parliament of necessity may have to sit on this matter. And if Parliament is going to sit on matters pertaining to the sinking of this vessel, then of necessity, they by implication and by conflict of interest standards and by the Roberts Rule and by all rules and ethics have to be recused from this parliamentary procedures where their name will be called, where their ministries will be implicated, and where they have to have a say. So that is what is necessary. That is what is demanded, and that is what has to be done. And I thank you for saying you like my candid discussion, because many of you are afraid to speak, and you want others to speak for you. And how much can one man do? I've been on this thing day after day, getting thousands of viewers, but many of you are not doing that also, of going out and calling and talking and asking for justice in this case. You prefer to leave the body in the ocean 9 miles out to rot and die like fishes in the sea, dead fish, eaten by piranha, eaten by sharks, having no dignity even in death, not respecting Guyanese who have died in such a terrible instance, children, women, and you turning your backs on them and saying, well, you know what, like one individual from the Guyana consulate was running around here saying it was a small incident. We've had a small incident. Over 100 people died, and we had a small incident. That is so disgusting that he should immediately be fired. And these are individuals who've had a sad history of choking people and running at them and fighting them and all kinds of nonsense. I don't know what kind of people they bring to represent Guyana at the highest level here of diplomacy. Because right now, the president must find his ambassador or someone who's capable enough to go and represent Guyana at the presidential office before the cabinet and make that demand for the 2% oil to be raised to 5%, and at the same time to ask Exxon to lift the boat. So the 10 million you're going to save, the 10 million what you don't want to pay for, I think it was Ashrudin who said he can lift the boat. Take these Guyanese by ancestry, he's supposed to have made millions from Guyana. Let him sign that he's going to ask for no money, he's going to do a waiver, and he's not going to use it for political gain. If the Guyanese come up and said, I'm going to save you $10 million and I was president, I would take him up on it. I'm not holding a brief for Ashrudin. I am not asking for any kind of help from him or anybody else. I'm not against the PPP or PNC. I'm independent. I was elected not within Guyana jurisdiction. I was elected here in the United States for the largest diaspora to be the leader. So it's that capacity I speak, apart from my professional job as an attorney, as a retired attorney, and all these things in that situation there. So my issue here is that the situation here is a situation where people have to honor the law, and people have to make sure they stand up for the law and stand up for what is right. And in doing that, what has to be done is that there must be independent representation there. So coming back to Ashrudin, if Asmo, as they call him, I was at a meeting and people are calling him Asmo. Apparently his star has risen so much due to the negligence of others that they're facilitating his rise. I'm a political consultant. I've dealt with a lot of campaigns. I myself have been a candidate many times, so I understand what this business. The more you pull down your opponent, the more he's going to rise. And I'm seeing that happening before my eyes, where people are, for example, the offer he made, I would take him up on it and said, well, you're going to sign this paper, Asmo, you're going to lift this vessel, brother, and you're not going to ask for no money. You're going to sign that you don't want any money or in-kind benefit here or any kind of concessions on your charges or what have you. But he's a Guyanese like all of us, and he's made money there as a businessman. So however light you want to look at it, if he put $10 million there to lift the ship, I would let him lift it. I would let him lift it. Because you know why? That $10 million I would give to to the over 100 families. And remember, if 100 people die, you got more than 100 people. You're going to have mothers, children, sisters, daughters, in-laws, and so on. Like the grandmother was 7 children, or how much she lost? 7 children. What a sad story, yeah? 7 babies, grandchildren, and children. These are all people you got to pay for the education. You got to pay for the clothes. You got to pay for the medical. You got to pay for every single thing that you do for life for over 50, 60 years of their lifetime. So when you calculating how much money is due to these folks, it's not the money where you give them in Madia. That's a pittance. That's like a percentage out of the year. Point something you've given them. A fraction. Less than 1%. You're going to be paying big, Guyana government, because it's 3 years they can bring that action. And lawyers are snapping at the bait to go down there. I practice law in Guyana. I've been a magistrate there, I've been a lawyer, I've been a senior counsel. You know how many people have been calling me to go and represent them? You got 3 years in which to make that. They're not going to file a case 3 years. You want to see what's going on in Guyana. We want to see how the government is going to. It's early days yet. But at the same time, we're asking people not to sign any kind of papers waiving their rights. Do not sign any papers waiving your rights or giving your rights to the government or anybody else. And you try to get letters from the court saying you are the representative of the folks that died. The names are published. There are over 70 names. I have them here in my papers in my file. They're all many of them are Amerindian names, 80%. So these folks who have survivors must then apply for letters of authorization and letters to represent them. Okay? They have to represent them. And in representing them, then it becomes part of the parcel of what they have to look for and what kind of money they have to look for. And that is how things are done. That is how the law works. And that is how you position yourself. You don't wait till the 3 years come or the lawsuit is going to go to the statute of limitations. It's going to become invalid after that. And you don't file as a representative. Most of these people will need a representative, all of them. If there's a surviving husband, that will be the representative of the wife. By virtue of the marriage certificate, and Guyana recognizes common law marriages. So even if they were not legally married, like the lady who had the canteen, I forgot her name now, and her husband, she most likely would have the standing to appear on behalf of her husband to sue the Guyana government, the Transport and Harbors Department, MARAD, the Attorney General, and the government of Guyana, who would sue through the Attorney General. Not personal actions against any of these gentlemen, but it will be actions in their representative capacity as people of the government. That is how they have to structure the case. The government of Guyana is sued through the Attorney General, is sued through MARAD, Transport and Harbors Department, and the particular ministries. If you find a minister is personally liable, that he had gave instructions to put a extremely heavy load onto that ship, and you can prove that beyond the on the balance of probabilities, you may want to consider whether you should drag people into those lawsuits also. Because as long as you have cogent ties and a reason to sue, a nexus that can withstand scrutiny and is valid in law, then you'll be able to drag that person to the lawsuit. And when you claim against 6 people, it is better you claim against 6 people than claim against 3 people. Because your chances of success, your chances of compensation, your chances of being made whole are much more than you would if it was just one person. So that is why we've been talking to folks. There are lawyers in Guyana communicating. We had a very prominent lawyer here recently over the weekend. We spoke with him and so forth. And he talked about what's going on there, and about the commission, how people must go and testify, how people must go and say what is going on. But I reminded them also is that if you're going to testify for a commission, you can't go and say hearsay or them say. You can only testify of what you saw. You can only testify on what you know. I see Indira Balaram is saying I lose a lot of money from that boat. I lose a lot of money from that boat. Indira Balaram, I think she's just being facetious. Because here's the thing. You can stay in New York and say, you know what, I had some gold jewelry, I had a Rolex watch on the boat. You won't get nothing for that. That will be, you might even get some sanctions for bringing a false claim. Because the claims must be viable. If you say that you find these rollers and these, I forgot there was some other thing folks are talking about, some big heavy duty equipment owned by somebody that traces on ownership, that traces to some high functionary saying put this on the boat, and you can show that and the boat comes up with that, then you can tie some other people to sue them, because you're bringing them right into the domain of what they are and their responsibility and liability. This is not Dutch or French, I'm telling you. This is the law. How people have liability, how you incur liability. In America, somebody slip and fall on the sidewalk, they're coming after you, the homeowner, and they may sue the city too. And a lawyer will tell them sue the city and sue the homeowner. Let's sue two people instead of one, because our chances are much better against 2 people. So unfortunately, I am not the one who's thinking that way only. The lawyers, anybody who went to law school and had this thing will have that training. They'll be looking at that kind of lawsuit. You got over 100 people die. Do you think we'll just go away like this? Do you think we can just go and tell people we have all these, this is what we're going to do for you? This is the cash grants you're going to get. People are going to take that, but they're going to still ask for justice here. And that is why you got to put this matter and give it the urgency it requires. Pure governmental principles. Or be malpractice if you try, you're going to detour here and you're going to steer this here. You're going to pull the wool over people's eyes. You're going to dig out the eye. You're going to come to some kind of way where you're trying to divert their attention to something else. Divert them to say we're going to give you money, a lot of money coming if you behave yourself. And 2, you're going to get money from us, or we're going to give you fire extinguisher, we're going to get fire hydrant in all these villages, and we're going to build these villages. You see, people are not stupid. And the problem is that you got to address this issue. Give them what you say you're going to do. I'm not saying you're not in good faith. You may very well be acting in good faith. But you have to understand that you have an issue in front of you, on top of you, that no matter how you twist and turn, it is there in front of you. It's the elephant in the room. It's the albatross around your neck. It is the situation that you have to solve. It's the salvation you have to grant. You can't run from it. So come on, folks. I'm not seeing the stars. I'm not seeing the likes. I'm not seeing the sharing. I'm just talking and getting tired and hungry. I'm not seeing you giving me the stars. I'm not sharing you giving me the likes. You're not sharing. I got other people involved. I got to come back tomorrow and repeat all this thing. And I'll be on TikTok. I'll be on YouTube. And I'll be on Facebook. But coming back to what we were saying. Thank you very much, Devil's Kid and Pocket Davey. I got a lot of good cooperation there from the TikTok folks. You know, over 7,000 people have looked so far, and last night we had like 14,000. But coming back to that part, that is a major issue. If Asmo, I guess he got a name from Azruddin Mohammed Asmo. I guess his father named him after Azruddin. Mohammed Azruddin was a cricketer that I love to see bat, and I'm a cricketer myself. Mohammed Azruddin was one of the finest batsmen that came from India. He made test hundreds in his first 3 tests. At the first 3 tests, he made century. And Azruddin was very famous. I went to board. I was a member of the club then, because only white folks used to be there. When I became a young lawyer, 23, they had to admit me to always one of the first brown people to go into the GCC club as a member. I'm just showing you how colonial things still affect Guyana. Probably today there's still vestiges and part and parcels of those color consciousness, apartheid institutions that Cherry Jagan broke down for us. But coming back to Azruddin, Mohammed Azruddin made 300s in his first 3 tests. Thank you very much, Nadira. Give me some more stars. Light up the things with stars and stripes and also with different things so we can know that people are looking. And Azruddin is one of the finest batsmen to come from India. He had a scandal, that's why they pulled him down, But when it comes to bare cricket and ability, he had the best wrists in the business. He used to play through mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg with equal facility, And as a cricketer, let me give you my bat. You see my bat here? He had the wrists like Kanhai. These guys could roll their wrists. They rolled it through backward through square leg, fine leg, through square leg, through mid-wicket, through mid-on. Azruddin could have played that shot from outside off stump. He was that gifted and he had beautiful eyesight. So, yeah, he probably was named after him because what age he has. Azruddin came to Guyana in 1970, around 1970 something, 79 or so on. So around that time he might have been born. His father gave him that name, I guess. You may can remember Azruddin, Mohammed Azruddin, the great Indian batsman. So whatever it is, I would tell him, bring up the boat and you don't get nothing. Because you say you're going to bring it up, you don't want nothing else. Fine, you're a son of Guyana. You made money in Guyana, you're a businessman. You're very wealthy, you're one of the richest people. Sure, bring up the ship. He's a Guyanese, and if he wants to do it, do it. Why waste $10 million giving it to somebody else? Why have that wrangling where somebody come and say, me want 20%, this minister can get it, and that body can get it, and this other one can get so much amount of money? Why are you going to have the apportionment of this money? You're bringing back the same nasty thing that people talk about in Guyana, where certain set of people control contracts, control this and control that. People are talking here, of which I'm the leader in the diaspora, they don't like what's going on. Because they want all the contracts and all the land to be brought out and find out who owns what, how it is owned, and cover the 83,000 square miles. And they're not illegal or out of the place to ask that. It's called public accountability. It's called public audits. It's forensic audits. It happens all over the world. Are you saying that because you're a minister, nobody can ask you, well, can I have a declaration of what you own before you became a minister? It's required by law. And this must be a website that set up all these things. You need 2 websites. Somebody take notes from the government here. Because I'm going to say this once, I'm going to say it again. You need 2 websites. The first website, and I'm not going to say governments, I mean whosoever coming into government after this. Because this is how the world works. This is government 101. This is politics 101. This is from the studies we do at Harvard University and studies wherever. So this is not French I'm talking. This is not something different. This is fair common sense and fair knowledge. You have to have public disclosure. And in that public disclosure, you have every public official, minister, permanent secretary, commissioner of this, commissioner of that, that all heads must declare their assets under oath. So if it is not true, then you get charged of perjury. And in those assets, you delineate what you have. You have to delineate for the past 10 years. In 1916, I owned a bicycle. In 1917, I became a minister, and I owned 2 bicycles. In 1918, I owned land, 15 acres. In 1919, I owned a Mercedes-Benz. In 1920, I owned another 60 acres of land. In 1921, I owned 500 heads of black belly sheep, which I understand is very expensive. In 1922, I owned 5 chocolate factories, or so much land or whatever, or minibus or however it is. It is assets. We respect that. But you have to delineate it, because that then gives somebody the ability, called a forensic audit, to go into that. And by the virtue of net gain versus your present gain, old gain and present gain, you have to prove whether your minister's salary can allow you to own 5 chocolate factories, 105 acres of land, 500 heads of black belly sheep or whatever you call them, 50 trawlers. How does the math comport with that? And whether you win any lotto or lottery, you come to America, perhaps you went to Vegas and you won $10 million US. But you got to prove, like I had a politician, he could have proved it. He did win. But not 10 million. He won some money and his assets went up and they didn't sanction him. He won some money in lotto. But you had to prove it, because they call the lotto people, they send people down there, they send people to check, and they come up with the evidence. So don't think, and the person who's telling me that jokingly, that how she win lotto, or she had something for the boat and she lose your Rolex watch or what. I know it's joking on American, but it's a serious thing. We got a joke one side. You have to be able to prove what you have lost, either by receipt, and just like you got to prove who were on that boat. Now, when the bodies come up, unfortunately, they will be in an unidentifiable state. And some people said, well, we got DNA, and all well and good. Providing you have DNA, you run the DNA test. But there'll be a large amount, and this is my problem. Because of procrastination, there will be a large amount of people who cannot be identified by DNA or other scientific means. So now you got to depend on who saw them, who they call, who they text. For example, you had Royal Frank. A man named Royal Frank came out and said, you know what? This boat attacking water, they will allow more people to come on. Well, he said the captain. But you got to go forward and see who tell the captain, you don't worry about that. You continue to carry me roller, or you carry this contraband, or you carry this, or you carry that. If that comes out, you got to nail the other players, high or low. Be ye so high or low, no one is above the law. Just like in God's grace, we are all equal. We're all subject to the majesty of God. We're all children of God. Just like them people were drawn to, they are children of God, equal to all of us. All of us will have that option, whether we're going to pass the test to make God's kingdom, or whether we're going to fail and fail miserably, or or succeed bountifully. All of us are hoping for salvation at the end of our lives. Oh, definitely. So when it comes to identifying these people and proving who died, that will be very ticklish and very troublesome. And the only reason that it's being done, look, I spoke to a gentleman who came up here 2 nights ago. They were dealing with these big ships. He said that Barima, that's like a canoe compared to the ships they were using, and the big waves, how the waves went, and they sailed from Argentina to Europe. Argentina, to Europe. They're going into the oceans where you got tidal wave and you got earthquakes, and the worst. This is no a Nancy baby story. This is serious business. And he says that when those boats go down, they come back within a very quick, they bring them out. They bring them very quickly to shore. They bring them very quickly to the shore. And they're able to look at them right there and then. They're able to look at them and assess them right away. And cure them and patch them or whatever you. So how come in Guyana we have the MV Barima, which is comparatively smaller, and we can get help from other people other countries nearby, or the Caribbean, or CARICOM, or wherever. And even if you got people in Guyana willing to lift the boat, as I just told you, to bring the boat up, to let us know what happened. Because it is the truth that you're looking for, and the truth shall set you free. It is the truth that you're looking for. So anytime you continue to say, don't bring up the boat, let me make a memorial to the sea, that came, I think, from the Prime Minister's mouth, these are all wrong statements. You cannot be trying to whitewash this thing. You got to think before you talk. You cannot be coming up with solutions and things like that that's going to put you in trouble, or make you look small, or make you look like you're a criminal trying to hide evidence. You have to make sure that you are doing the right thing where people's lives are concerned. You understand, if this was just a cargo and wood and so forth that perished, you might say, well, leave it there. Leave it there, just wood and cargo and sand and or sugar or salt or rice or whatever. Because sugar would have done dissolve. Them fishes would have been eating sweet and drinking sweet water. The issue is you had lives there, over 100 lives. And whether you say, well, those are Amerindian lives, and they call the B word. I will never be so disrespectful to Amerindian people that call them that word, the B word. Them no matter, them a this and them a that. That is the worst case of racism, and it's against humanity for you to refer to people like that. The worst case of bigotry and putting people down. And it's not something that can be tolerated. It is something that has to be observed, and it's something that has to be respected, and you have to make sure that we can then go to these people. There is no other way that this can go on, and we have to continue to fight and continue to do the right thing. So I want you to send the stars, join my YouTube, join my link, join my TikTok, and join my Facebook. And let me close off here, and then I'll bring in some people. I see Colleen Chattigoon is watching, so I'm going to bring her on as soon as I finish here, Colleen. So just please stay on the line. I'll bring you on in the video in Facebook. I see you're watching. I see Loretta, my cousin Mathura. How are you doing, Loretta? So now it's resolved that we got to get the government to provide full transparency, the fair share of the wealth. And this thing is now we got to get this commission of inquiry, got to include Guyanese. The commission of inquiry must also include Guyanese, because we got a lot of maritime exports. Millington is one of them, and the captain who drove this Barima for 10 years, and who said it was a walking dead. It was something waiting to happen. It was a tragedy waiting to happen. He is very good evidence, Daniel. He has to be called before the commission. The first exhibit is a ship coming up from the sea. The second exhibit is a Captain Daniel who said for 10 years this boat was going on like that. And the third one is the evidence of those eyewitnesses who saw what happened. Then you got a man in Royal Frank who said that this boat is very, very low. And that diminishes the defense of a tidal wave outside there, or some sea monster coming up and capsize the boat. Because you have very pertinent theories which can explain why the overloading. Who overloaded the boat? Who falsely commissioned it? Who said it was fit? Those are all problems that you're going to have to trash out to this commission of inquiry. And if you bring 5 people that don't know Guyana's waters, what about all those captains, the people, the 2 names I called, the people who've been in Guyana's waters? These people know about these conditions much more. The Amerindian folks, they are of much more help than all these experts and fancy folks you're going to bring. And I have no disrespect for them, but they probably never traveled in a pontoon or in a river. I have done so as a magistrate when I was going into the interior. I've traveled in small boats, speedboats, ferries, pontoons, tractor, canoe, and all these kinds of things, because I had to go to Monkey Mountain, Madia, Moruca, Bartica, Lethem, Anai. I don't think we ever went to Port Kaituma, but those are some of the places we went. And some Monkey Mountain and so on. The plane nearly come down, and I thank God we didn't crash. But I'm showing you what can happen in a case like this, and what requires the highest level, because you can't treat people because they live in the interior, or because they are Amerindian people, or because they are poor people, or because they are poor citizens. you're going to treat them like if their lives are worth nothing. That is not what an independent country must do. That is against United Nations standards. That's against basic human decency. And that is why we need to step up. Because this incident happened like 2 weeks ago, okay? This incident has happened a long time now. And we have done nothing. We have done nothing to bring up that ship. We don't even know where we're going. Are we going back to business as usual tomorrow? And we need to chew and walk at the same time. When you're making a call to President Trump to get more than 2%, you gotta get another minister on your cabinet. Bring them in and put them to work. Put each of them with a phone and notebook. And let them start working. Reshuffle some of them. Send home some of them. Fire some of them. Put some of them in other ministries. You know? Put them to go and clean up the compound. Then come back. This is what minister work is. Minister work don't make you a prince or some kind of lord that you're above work. You're the guys who have the power. You milk the money. You got it all the sweet of the country. So the damn well you got to work for it. Yes, I put you to work. And if you can't do the work, well, you fire them, Mr. President. You have the capacity to hire and fire. Unless there's other reasons why, you know. You got to be careful with that. I'm not going to go down that road and talk about other things I don't have evidence of. But people have been mumbling. Oh, yes, Guyanese do mumble and talk a lot. And they put on a little profit too. I know. God just the same way they talk about me, they talk about you, they talk about everybody else. But we got to draw the line where responsibility is and where realism is. Where reality and duty meet the road. So give me the likes on TikTok, share the live, join the group, Facebook, YouTube, so that we can have people talking about these things and we can get them. An insurance company, and yes, somebody that's very good of Andrew Correa did make a good point. How you get insurance for an 87-year-old vessel? And he's right. Nobody can insure an 89-year vessel. So why you keep pushing the vessel 89 years? Like when the minister came out and said, oh, we didn't get insurance for the vessel. And you're right, but we expect that. How you going to get insurance for a scrap heap? Insurance companies are not foolish. You ever hear them insure a man who's 90 years old, 20 years, got heart disease, and got all these problems that accompany when they reach 50? They don't insure you because the risk is too great. Even when a premium you're going to pay, they're not going to insure you because you're not eligible for insurance. It doesn't make good business sense. And that is why an 87-year-old boat is just like an 87-year-old human being. Nobody's going to give it insurance, and you should have known that. But the problem that you'll have to answer, the problem is going to bring us down as a nation. The problem that people are going to scowl at us. The problem that we cannot answer. The issue that is so unforgivable. How are you going to pay $12 million on a loan agreement from India, and you can't put the militia to run with the ferry, but yet you had time to hold party on it with the high-class people with champagne and wine and song and women and so on. That is the unforgivable part of this whole story. That is one of the most troubling aspects that cannot be understood and cannot be forgiven. Why in God's name for 3 years you gonna say a wharf to finish and you spend how much $1 billion for somebody to build a wharf? Somebody build a wharf there, I have it in my documents, I spoke about it the other day, some company, and then he hired another company, and then they scrapped that and put another thing and redid the wharf. How is that making sense? How is that with a country that's trying to be like Dubai and be the best country in the world and the world's fastest growing economy? It's continuing to make those mistakes. How can it be that is not a crime in itself? That you're going to have a $12 million US ship, properly equipped, modern ship, militia, and you're going to bring that ship to Guyana. 3 years pass. You can't build a wharf yet. Or so you say. But if you want, you can come and buy tickets. Or if you hire up, you'll get invitations to go with us. Are we going to have our special parties on the seas? Are we going to have an exclusive crowd, probably of diplomatic personnel and the higher-ups? Are we going to do our own cocktails and, our own deals there? You know, when I was in Guyana as a lawyer, I had a friend who used to carry the American ambassador into the Abari Creek for sheep and duck curry. And he used to get a whole set of benefits and visas for people to travel. And I used to say, wow, look at that, eh? It don't be done at the embassy. It's done in the Abari or Baika Creek. That's transactions. And he used to cook up and carry it out and wine and dine and pocket line. And then they would come back to Guyana and everything done. Nobody say a word. I wasn't there. I didn't need to be there. As a lawyer, I would fight my cases. I didn't need duck curry and sheep curry and wine and dine people. I would come on the law. You might lose some, but you might win some. But you might win most of them if you research the law properly. And the problem is that has continued. That has continued to be Guyana's motivating factor. That is why the country is in such problems. We got to go past that now. We got to be proud. We got to have institutions. You got to raise the salaries of the public servants. You got to somehow go past this take a bribe culture. Move away from it. And then you get more benefits in the legal way. So all those things happen, which leads people to think, you know, when Dio Cannon was charged for murder, a Guyanese, his defense was that I went out to sea. I was so far out that I wasn't in Guyana's jurisdiction waters. He wrote that argument till he lost on it. But it was an argument that took him quite far. Almost got him acquitted. Or it was a very sound argument by Sir Lionel, I think it was Sir Lionel Lapu. I can't remember. It was a long case when I was a prosecutor. We used to cite that case. Could it be that other ships that's supposed to replace the MV Barima served that purpose? I'm just asking. And it's a legitimate question that can be handled before the Commission of Inquiry. If you want, I can ask the question there. It's a legitimate question. Could it be, Mr. Commissioners, or is there evidence that the militia was used as a vessel to put any transactions beyond the reach of Guyana law and Guyana's jurisdiction? And can we have witnesses come forward and testify as to what transactions were done relative to the 12-mile requirement? Don't play with people who know the law, I'm telling you. Don't let me have to fly them to come before that commission. Because I've taken on bigger battles than those. Diwali, holiday at City Hall, redistricting, lockup, jail. I've taken on bigger issues and still rose triumphantly. So I'm keeping an eye on that, and everybody wants me to go. And many others want to go also. Because they want to ask legitimate questions and to shed light on other areas. And this is only one issue I'm telling you, I just thought of a bit. Was the militia used as a vehicle to put transactions beyond the reach of the jurisdiction of the Guyana courts? Legitimate question. Very simple. Perhaps someone is taking notes in Guyana, some young lawyer who may want to make his name. Perhaps people are making these questions to say, okay, let's ask these questions of the commission. Is the declaration of Royal Frank, who died, presumed dead because you couldn't find his body, but Royal Frank said, you know what, me and there one dead body here, this boat are taking water, this water come up, and they get more goods load on the boat. So what would I do? I would subpoena the minister, our ministers. I would ask for them to be subpoenaed before the commission. Come and testify. Mr. Minister, did you give any instructions, sir, to have the boat loaded with the, we call it the roll-on? We call them roll, that thing where you roll cricket pitch, man. For rollers to be put on the ship. Sir, what would you say if witnesses attest to the fact that you were the one who gave the orders that additional luggage, equipment, assets, which turned out to be XYZ, because when the thing float up, all the evidence is supposed to come with it to load that boat? Sir, did you countermand the harbor master or the captain and told him that he has to take these or this boat will not leave? Did you use your instruments as the minister of that particular portfolio to hold back that ship and tell him it cannot leave until your personal items or items dedicated to you to build whatever is being built there, sir? Tell us what you're building. We have pictures and so on. To go on that ship, on that ferry. Sir, why did you yourself go on the ship? When last you went to that location, did you go there by helicopter or plane or speedboat? Why is it that you avoid traveling on that ship when your personal items and your items to your project were overloading that ship? You've got to ask a necessary question, Devil's Kid. Because these are the questions that we need to get answers to, Lil Boss, Kelroy, and all you folks lighting up the stream with your stars and your... Oh, you like law. You guys love that part, eh? You love to see how lawyers bring out the case, eh? Well, that is what is happening in this case. And this is how we... And I know you guys love movies, and I've been in courtrooms for over 50 years, arguing on top and bottom in Guyana here, to the highest courts over here and in Guyana, successfully, and the Caribbean, yes. And I've also been to the lowest levels. I've even gone through and been arrested, so I know all. And a lawyer told me this, Rex McKay. He said if you go through all the angles of the legal profession, as defense counsel, as lawyers, defendants, you are so unique, and judges and so on. You will, because you complete the circle. The complete the circle meant that there's nothing that people could throw at you that you don't already know about. And that makes you a lawyer with unequaled skill and experience. So let's get back to the questions. In addition to you, Mr. Minister, were there other ministers who had interests in the goods and luggage that was put onto that boat? And if so, can you specify who? You think the minister is going to say, I take the fifth because I don't want to incriminate myself? No minister will do that. It's just like Fauci that took the fifth and now they put him in hot water. And then he had immunity. No immunity is going to be granted here. Perhaps the immunity should be granted to the three scapegoats who were charged, because they can now come and testify. If you tell them, listen, we're not going to charge you, but we want you to tell the truth as to who did what with that ship. Who overloaded the ship? Who certified the ferry? Who passed it? Who recertified it? Who said it was fit for purpose? Who said it was fit to sail? We want to hear from that person. Call their names. Are we going to let you go? That is how the feds and the government work. They get the smaller fishes to bring in the bigger fishes. And the more bigger the fish, the better for them. If they can prosecute somebody high up, they give that to them, the immunity, and get them to testify. But they must tell the truth. You can't just get immunity and you're lying on people and trying to implicate them because you want to go free. Like a lady was telling me how she had a watchman boat, or she had certain things that she'd live all the way in Queens, which you know that she couldn't have nothing on that ship. The only way she could prove she had something on that ship if it had something ingrained with her name and a stamp, and had to come up with where the ship is being lifted. So you subpoena them. This commission of inquiry has subpoena power. A man may say, listen, I'm the minister, I don't testify in court. The bike chauffeur does that, and my secretary and Ms. Rasul going to be the one to... No such thing. You subpoena all the people you feel are involved. That's what lawyers have to do. You subpoena from top to bottom. There may be certain restrictions on you that certain people you may not be able to subpoena. Perhaps the president, he may be above that process. I'm not so sure. But I know that the president cannot be charged for murder. I'm giving the president some free advice here. They cannot be charged for any crime until and after he leaves office. Just like President Trump, you have presidential immunity. And so be it, because the president doesn't carry out his duties. So this subpoena attends to those from the ministerial level. And if as president, I will not have the minister hanging around me. Oh no, sir. You are dead weight. and you're beginning to smell, and you're smelling up this whole place, and I'm parting ways with you, I am sending you on leave. As President of Guyana, I hereby instruct you to take leave, Mr. So-and-so, signed, so-and-so, President of Guyana. Thank you very much for your service. Why would that be done? Because he's bringing down the whole country. He's looking bad, he has no defense, he's yapping too much, he's threatening people, like the thing with my Paul, the non-parliamentarian, he said, I'm going to deal with you at the right time, and you're going to run for cover. A second incident where he threatened people that he can make them run for cover. How can that be that a minister is allowed to do that? A president should say, listen, you already messed up the MV Barima. You already go and spout and talk nonsense about how the place, this ship that got insurance and hiding up on people and making them look small and brutalizing them. And now you come in and threatening a member of parliament about how you're going to make you run for cover. And you expect me as president to sit down and keep you here as my minister. When you are across, I have to let you go, but I'll make one condition with you. I will not fire you permanently until the Commission of Inquiry brings in its findings. And mind you, if they give you a pass, I am not giving you a pass, because I'm going to read that report, I'm going to do my own investigations, and if I find that you are not fit to be a minister, then you will be fired. As a matter of fact, you should be fired now, and then you groom somebody else to take the job. But the person who takes the job must got qualifications. They must have expertise in maritime and air travel. They must be fully qualified, preferably if they have experience, and if they can be of good use for that purpose of transportation. You can't just give every time Dick and Harry and put in square pegs in wrong holes. Remember what Cherry Jagan said? Cherry Jagan said you can't get Cadillac economy, or no, you can't live Cadillac lifestyle with donkey cart economy. Cherry Jagan, the father of the nation, said that. Look him in the back there. Martin Luther King and all these, Nelson Mandela, Barack Obama, all these great people that inspire anybody like me to become better. Give me the stars. Give me the stars and the likes, please. YouTube, TikTok, join my group on Facebook. Get on board. Let us trash this thing out. I will fire him or I will send him away. You cannot be in the ministry because this ministry is on investigation. There are statements against you. Your name is being called. You are a potential criminal defendant in this case. There's investigation swirling around you. There's a possibility that you will be taken out in handcuffs and you'll be charged. Hence, I don't want you to be in my ministry. And I want you to go on leave. I'll send him on leave, at the least. If I think too hard and there's other stuff, because I'm in New York and I think there's other stuff there, then I will fire him. I only mentioned the 2 incidents. If you got more than 2 incidents, gotta go. Gotta go out. Bring in somebody who knows. This is a chance to clean house. This is a chance to shuffle a cabinet. This is a chance to get rid of trash. Take the trash out. That's how they do it in America. You can't get people sitting over people's lives, commanding air and river transport, and 100 people dying, and you don't care or you don't know, or your best answer is get the hell out of my face. That's not accountability, sir. That cannot pass muster in any part of the world. Where even in a third world developing country, you can't get away with that. And look at the time. Look how long this thing passed and you can't get that boat up. And you're all still quarreling over who's in charge of the lifting. Who's in charge of the lifting. Who's going to get a $10 million and who's going to do the procurement. Which ministry. And you had this incident that happened such a long time ago. Oh, look the man's name here. Port Kaituma Wharf, International Import and Supplies, owned by Parmeshwar Jagmohan, won the Port Kaituma selling contract through public tender on December 30th, 2022. Physical work started and he had a deadline of April 17, 2024. Deadline of April 2024. He didn't answer that. Had somebody else come in, redo the contract. You know what that triggers? That triggers all the contracts. Peter pay for Paul. I told you about the 2 websites. The 2 websites have put out who owned what in Guyana and who had they owned before. under the Integrity Act. When we run for office in America, we have to disclose what we have, when we have it, how much it's worth. And they would look at it, whether you took money in office, whether you had certain bribes given to you or whatever. They can look at it and reach a reasonable conclusion, mathematical possibility, or using the science of unjust enrichment. It can happen. So you have that, but you also have, more importantly, the contracts. All of the contracts have been awarded in the 83,000 square miles. Who got what? Even to the 12-mile exclusive economic zone, international law. Who's got trailers, and who's got this, and who's got fishing grounds, and who's got licenses to do this and that and so on. You got to bring everybody on in the portfolio. Even Exxon, you got to see that they're working in where they have to be, and they're not being greedy, and they're getting away with because when they are doing for oil, we don't know where they're going. You got to get an exact position. You got to people look at them, and you got to make sure that if a concession was given to ExxonMobil and Chevron and whosoever, and local people in China and people from all over the world, that they must be in the place that was allocated to them, and they're not doing what they're not supposed to do. Because when I was a prosecutor, there was a lot of illegal fishing, where people will go outside the licensed area allocated to them, and do their own thing. Steal the prawns and the fish. And we prosecuted a lot of those cases. I was a top prosecutor in those cases. And many ships were forfeited. Many ships were taken by the government of Guyana for its own use, because they breached Guyana's maritime and international law and came into our waters and barefacedly violated our laws. And the consequence of that is that your ship can be forfeited. Your ship can be forfeited by the home country. And that is exactly what happened to them. They lost the ship. The crew members were jailed. They're allowed to leave. And when I did cases as a prosecutor, we did extradition cases too. I did a lot of them. But none where we're sending the people to another country. We never cede jurisdiction to any other country. We don't take our citizens, however the charge may be, and then send them to another country. We always maintain jurisdiction. You know why? Because jurisdiction belongs to us as a sovereign territory, as a country with rights, as a country that's proud of its dimensions and its geography, territorial sovereignty, and integrity is most fundamental to a country's independence. And since we got independence and we also got Republican status, that belongs to us and no one else. We're not going to cede 1 inch, like how Dave Martin said, not a blade of grass. Dave Martin knew what he was talking about. Dave Martin is talking when he said not one karas, not one rice grain, not one kiskadi, not one karas, and so on. He knows what he's talking about. Dave Martin is referring to the fact that whatever we have here, not one Lukanani, I guess, and so forth. But I don't think the word Lukanani is in Dave's song, but I'm putting it in. He talked about the one rice grain though. Right, so I was right. I got to play back the song, very great song. And a national anthem. He knew what he was talking about, that if you have 83,000 square miles, that is your sacred land. And you have integrity of it, you have control of it, you have exclusive dominion. That is why we have that war with Venezuela. When I say war, quote unquote, when they want to annex us. Because our claim is founded on the right that we have full and sovereign and exclusive ownership of Guyana's borders and its land and its 83,000 square miles, and that is the situation there. I see a man named Mr. Milkshake. How much money Sanction Man pay you? Well, I've never met Mr. Muhammad, and he's never paid me anything. But I'm speaking from my heart what I feel. And I don't think Sanction Man is, you call him Sanction Man, his name is Muhammad Azruddin. Mr. Azruddin has not paid me anything to say anything. It's coming from what I have up here. What I've gathered as the youngest prosecutor, magistrate, and lawyer in Guyana at the age of 21. That I became the youngest magistrate, senior state counsel, and political advisor at the age of 24. That I made history based on my brilliance, and I went to Queen's College, the top secondary school in those days in the entire Caribbean. and refused Cambridge and Oxford University to go to University of the West Indies because I wanted to do law to avoid being as ignorant as some of you. That I could lead, that I could be elected, that I could be a voice for those, that I could be a leader. And then I became a lawyer here, and I was also elected by the people. So sanction man, or what kind of man don't have to pay me? I am beyond payment in my own personal life. So you put that in your pipe and you smoke it. Smoke it, brother. You're not talking to an ordinary human being. You're talking to a man who has made history in more than one country. A man who has broken barriers and ceilings on his own right, when nobody else could ever look up and think about it. A man who put you on the map, who gave you the face of in this country, that people now have to respect. A man who made Little Guyana possible because of the exposure. A man who put folks like us with the 3 jobs in New York City to be on the map. Yes, that is me. Nobody have to pay me. I don't need nobody money. And I studied maritime laws, yes, because my major in my Bachelor of Laws degree was in international law. And by virtue of international law, I did maritime law, international law, law of nations, private international law, private conflict of laws, law of organizations. So anything like that, I did all of those. And then I still did and became a lawyer in criminal law, defending people, prosecuting them. So I don't come cheap, brother. And I've earned what I've gotten. And what I've been through in life, you probably can't even shine the bottom of my shoe. And I say this in all humility and honesty to you, where you throw those remarks. I don't know where you come from. I don't know what place you crawled out from, which cockroach you come out from. Look, somebody standing writing that this man should be the president of Guyana. That's the right man, the apostle. He knows. He's a good man. And he may not even be an Indian like you. Because he doesn't see race. Or he doesn't see to pull down his own mati. What you call the sickness that a lot of us have. A lot of our own people. I don't tell you about the crab and the barrel. You don't got to cover them. Because it says buck Indian crab in there. Indian buck crab. You wear it, brother. That's what they say. Indian buck crab. They specify the crab because they're going to pull each other down. Pull out their leg. Pull out this and get to the top. And if they go in and get everything, then all of them are thief. All of them start thief. And you know, if one squeal, all the rest are going to squeal. And perhaps a lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying that people are scared to talk. Or people are holding on to their jobs because of their potential to rock the boat, capsize the boat. No pun intended. We're not talking about the ferry now. We're not talking about MV Barima. That's why you got to get smart people who can use the language at the commission and anywhere else in this case. That could it be that with the rocking that caused the sinking of MV Barima is the same fear of the rocking that is causing this commission not to get to the truth or not being able to penetrate the walls of secrecy. There's no privilege. If you're a lawyer and let's say somebody tell you something and they speak to you in your capacity as a lawyer, you can't repeat it. That's called attorney-client privilege. If a doctor has a patient, let's say he got AIDS and you come asking for AIDS, he don't have to repeat that or he must not repeat it because that's his oath. The professional oath and the privilege that attaches to your communication with a doctor or with a lawyer. The lawyer or the doctor cannot repeat it because the client or the patient holds the privilege. So let's say somebody come and tell me, you know what? As your client, I killed X, Y, and Z. Or let's put it more pertinent. As your client, I was the one who caused them heavyweight to sink the boat. And there's possible manslaughter charges or whatever criminal charges are being contemplated. I, being a lawyer, will not be able to disclose that. If asked, what conversation you had with so-and-so pursuant to legal advice, pursuant to his legal consultations with you, I am bound by the ethics of the profession not to disclose what he told you. You got to prove your case otherwise. So I'm wondering, if I was in that position, then you you created attorney-client privilege with all the lawyers in Guyana, with a lot of lawyers. That's a lot of them you got to talk to and bind. You got to pay out a lot of retainers to prevent any of them from speaking. That way, you will still not be able to say, well, I'm not going to testify, because a subpoena is going to bring you before the panel. Now, if I'm a doctor and you come around and asking me, well, do you think this person, did this person ever tell you that they have AIDS or any bad diseases? And I'm the doctor and I'm treating them, or they came asking me my opinion on that, or they came to me pursuant to the doctor-patient privilege, then I invoke my secrecy. I don't have to say anything about that. Thank you very much, dear. I don't know the name of the person, but it says, sorry, you're very good looking. Oh, wow. That's a great compliment. Thank you very much. PPP government on alive, 1,400 African people on a Jagdio and Gadraj. Wow. You know, that's something I can repeat, because that was not a consultation in the attorney-client privilege. You see, I'm just using that as an example. That was not pursuant to legal advice. That was pursuant to free speech. So there's a difference in all of these things. And you're going to see a lot of fireworks, especially if somebody like me go down there and start to hold a brief for somebody and start to get involved. There's a person licensed to practice law in Guyana. I practiced law for 10 years in Guyana. 8 years. Top prosecutor, defense lawyer, land law, all kind. I had a great career. I didn't need to work after that. But what I had to do then when I came here, I had to learn the American law too to become a lawyer here. And this is a place very unforgiving. This is a case that really demands a lot from you and can be very harsh and unforgiving. But you got to rise. You got to get the might and the strength of God. You got to be a strong person to rise in this country. And when you rise, you have to be able to help other people. You have to look at situations like what's happening in Guyana, analyze it, run it through your system, and then come back and talk and say, bring up the boat. And that's what we're asking for. We're asking for the boat to be brought up. The boat, the vessel, must be brought up. And it must be brought up as quickly as possible. I was trying to go through my notes because it's high point. And this contract that we talk about, you know, if these people are taking money, it's called fraudulent misappropriation. That is charge number 3. If you got people taking money, guided taxpayers' money, or from money from the oil, and they say we need 90% of the money, and they put 90% of the work, and the work is not proper, you have to claw back the money. The Attorney General has to get back the money. He has to sue them, seize their assets. Because they're robbing the people of Guyana. It's called fraudulent misappropriation. We charge a lot of people for that when I was a prosecutor. Fraudulent conversion of public funds. Fraudulent misappropriation. They call it grand larceny in Guyana. Grand larceny. So, you know, they got a camera at Sokram there say, mind your own damn business, you're the United States. How foolish, how silly. When they want barrel, when they want money, when they want advice, they ask us in the United States. When time come now for help them liberate or alleviate their level of knowledge, they curse you. That's what I tell you, Sokram, that's one of the Indian crabs. Look at the name Sokram. Call them out when you see them. Because these are parasites. They're intellectual nobodies. But yet they love to wash them out. And the moment they see you looking like them, they would want to wash them out more and you paint with a broad brush. Never mind they'll never give you nothing. Never mind they'll ever give you a palauri. Never mind you got to spend your own money in your campaigns to empower people like those. Never mind they don't even go out and vote. Assuming that they're not, didn't come from the banana boat and hiding in some garage or something and then spouting off behind the computer. I'm here to say these things to put people down, but here's the thing. You got a lot of crap dogs amongst us. A lot of people with low mentalities. And you all know that as Guyanese, and that's what we call them. And you know that you got to fish them out and you got to overcome them. Or treat them to stop doing those things and be better. Come here and debate me. Come here and say something better, you know. Contribute to the discussion. You know. So there's over 100 people that died there. And the problem with that is that we have to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible. No pun intended. We have to get the bottom of this thing. Pardon the pun, the bottom of the river and bring it up. And it's not far down because the gentleman who's here told me that they got to all over the place to Europe. And then the boat is lifted up. Boat that weighed 50 times the weight of that MV Barima. They lifted up, they repaired, they examined, they see where it went wrong. And even when it was leaking in the hull, they patched it and they put it out back at sea. So how we can say that boat is not salvageable? How can we say that? Who are we talking to? When the world is one now, you know? How can we expect to get away with statements like that? Leave it there and let it be a monument to others. So there you have it on that part. Let me bring in Colleen. I don't know if she's on if she's still available. Oh, they can't join the broadcast at this time. I imagine it's because it's like 11:30. Somebody's asking me some nonsense here, milkshake. No. PPP will remain in power for the next 50 years. Wow. Well, I don't know. Democracy, you know, the President of the United States, all the great presidents, Lincoln, Reagan, Kennedy, Clinton, all of them, all they had was 8 years the most. 8 years in America. How are we going to have people in church 50 years or how much kind of years you're talking about? That's not a republic. That's not a democracy. That's a monarchy. That's like Queen Elizabeth and them, you know, they're 20, 50 years, 80 years, what kind of years. Those are for kings and queens. That is not for democracy. I don't believe in that. We have some politicians here. And I ran against them. The father named Adabo, the father named Weprin, the father named Hevesi. They've been in business since generations. And some of them I took out and defeated them because people like change. And this community has been changing. So a lot of you don't understand what I've been doing here. I've been changing the strategy here. And I've been changing your life. And I will make it possible for your children to get a better life. I've never been compensated for things like this. But to whom much is given, much is expected. And as a scholar of Queen's College, as a son of Guyana, as a person who God has blessed, and I thank Him for that, I put my neck on the line there for people, for ungrateful people sometimes. And fought the good fight. Fought in the arena for them. Some of them don't have any thanks. Some of them never give you any money to run. You ask them for campaign contribution to run like there's some they could, you know, the worst thing they can hear about. And yet they're spending money on a rum shop and, on liquor, on wine and song. But dance Loti Lal whole night. Whole night they could dance Loti Lal and the songs, you know, wine up and so on. And drink liquor. Have a great time. Spend thousands at the bar. But you ask them for $20 to help get a better life for the children. And they got a lot of children and so on, a lot of, let's say, homes and assets. They won't come out and give. But even worse so, they won't even go and vote. And when they're done, they're going to say, well, they get this first person come to you, Mr. Baldeo, how can you help me? Mr. Baldeo, how can we get some help on this? And like somebody said, Rose, keep it up, your reward comes from God. Exactly, that's what I believe in. You prepare yourself for the next life. You prepare yourself to help mankind. You must never regret, oh man, I was a Queen's College scholar. I was a brilliant guy. You know, I never pushed the limits. I never pushed the envelope. I never tried to be great. No, you must not think like that. You must be decisive. You must know who you are. You must accept who you are. You must love your fellow beings. And though I'm calling and fighting with some of you and telling you what I think of some, about 2%, I am actually the only one who has carried the banner for over 4 decades in fighting. And fighting against all these monarchs that are here, whose parents were rich or are rich or a congressman or got a big name. I'm the one who stood up and fight. I'm the one who broke down the ceilings. I'm the one who let people know that Guyanese Americans are great people. That they ought to be respected. That they must be given their due. I'm the only one that has done that here. Others have tried, and sometimes some have been standing in my way and made it harder. So now I'm going to try to bring some people in, and I always get better people because sometimes I try to bring in some people here, but sometimes on Facebook, and I'm not so sure about the Facebook. Dio Moti, I don't know if he could come in. Radha Singh, Kar Pereira, Shankar Bisram, Leon Susaran. Bring him on video. I don't know if Leon, that is stuck there, it's left there, but I tried to bring him in and it didn't come in. Squeeze right, left to reveal comments and reactions. Let me come back again. Let me see on TikTok. Invitation sent to Rose. I want come up, Mr. Milkshake. Oh, nah. I think some comment you made there. Some people milkshake and what kind of shake. They hide their names. That's the first hint you got that that's a troublesome person. They come for make trouble. They come for attack you and you can't attack them because they got name, they got face. And the name Milkshake. It could be birch, anything like that. Malarkey, as President Biden said, malarkey, that is the feces of a bird. The name malarkey, or the name this or the name that. And you don't know who they are. And they can come and tell you anything. So, you need people like who can really shed light. I've had some experience with some very, very great and wonderful people on this. I always try to get both sides. If there's anybody want to give a point of view of the government, please share in the messages on TikTok. If you have anybody that want to speak on behalf of the Guyana government. And this is not I'm speaking on government or I'm speaking on APNU or I'm speaking on Mohammed or what. I'm speaking as Albert Baldeo. That's me. I'm a leader elected in my own right here in America. You guys might not realize it. But nobody ever gave me anything. I had to break barriers on my own. Cherry Jagan Party, PVP, or Bornham Party, PNC didn't make me who I am. Or the Gar Party that make me like Mansour Nadir and everybody else who hold on to party and get something in Guyana. I built from the ground up. From nothing I've built. And made Guyanese to be little Guyana. So understand my historical position and my perspective. For over 3 decades I did that. I couldn't use the name of Cherry Jagan. I couldn't use the name of Forbes Burnham. I couldn't use the name of Peter DeGar. These are unknown folks in America here in that sense of helping you to get the power. And I couldn't use the name Kennedy because Kennedy is an American name. There's no relations. Kennedys are white. The Obamas are black. Martin Luther King is black. Right behind me there. I couldn't use, what I'm trying to tell you, I couldn't use any oyster to get to where I became as a leader to be elected across the board by people for over 3 decades. I had to work hard. I had to build from the ground. I had to develop my own people. And that is what I had to do. So don't think I'm compromised or I'm here. Who pay you? Like somebody said, how much Muhammad to pay me and how much this body. What position the government going to give you if you're going to be for them. It's not about that. It's about justice and development in Guyana, getting more for the 2% for the oil, and getting more, and getting that ship, and bring closure, and justice, and peace, and a dignified burial, and closure, and compensation, good enough for those people worthy of a human being. The over 100 people that died in this tragedy, that didn't have to die, if people were not greedy, and overloading the boat, and all those things. So that is what I am about. That is what this is about. Because Milkshake asks a very stupid question. Baldeo, you ever sleep with Leon? Now, Mr. Milkshake, that's why I can't put you on. You're asking some nonsensical and troublesome questions. Leon built his own platform. Leon interviews me from time to time. Can't you respect decent big people going about their business in their own way? He comes, he interviews me because he respects my knowledge. And I respect what he has done for the Guyanese, for his platform and all of that. And the information he gives. And Milkshake, you want to come on the live with me, and yet you're asking me if I ever sleep with Leon. But I'm a happily married man with kids. And you're provoking a discussion. And I just brought this up because I wanted to show that some of these places have some So it's not monitored, and some people want to come on your live. And how can you bring them on when they're already showing the mental asininity? The mental asininity. You know what's asininity? The donkey. Just like how malarkey is the feces of a bird. Sometimes when people insult you, that's why it's good to have an education. You don't even know that they insult you. Because they disguise it in such language that Biden will tell people, you're speaking malarkey. The man went to him and said, wow, you know what the president tell me? That I'm speaking malarkey? He gave me a great compliment. No. He says you're speaking bird shite. The feces of a bird, President Biden calls malarkey. So when he tells you you're speaking malarkey, he's telling you you're a fool. You're an utter idiot. But now you don't understand what the man is telling you. And sometimes it's good to let people know that, So, all like milkshake, shake out all the brains. And how you can come on my show? Well, not my show, but this is not a place for perverse folks or people like that. This is a place for serious people having serious discussions. So, it's like Putin and Russia, but I don't know if you can go so far. So, we have to be able to do better than that. Now, some people want to question me. I didn't overload no boat. I don't run the ferry. I'm not a minister of the government. Why are you asking me questions? I got questions to ask. And I'll ask them on your behalf at the Commission of Inquiry. So why is it you want to ask me questions? Does that make sense? Not that I'm afraid of nonsensical, foolish, stupid questions. But I'm in New York. And therefore, you have to direct your questions, if you have the malarkey to do so, or the testicular fortitude. You must have the testicular fortitude to do so. And ask the relevant authorities in Guyana. Or hold your feast, So let me now accept one of the brothers who has been shedding a lot of light. The apostle here. And that is one of the reasons why sometimes we need religious leaders who can shed light. Apostle, Reverend, you there?
Good night, my friend. Good night. Good night.
Good night. Let's not let me bring you in because I've hit some rough waters like in the Barima, I have some sharks in the water. They want to attack me.
No, they don't have the testicular strength and fortitude. They are totally blackboards. Don't even worry with those blackboards with chalk.
Yes.
That's who they are, blackboard with chalk. They have no substance. We will wipe them out like we use cloth.
Yes, the problem with them too is that they want to ask me questions. I am not Minister Edghill. I am not President Ali.
No.
They're asking me questions. I don't know. Do I look like these people, Pastor?
No. Listen. When they look at you, it's jealousy. They see a noble man, a man who can dress and talk the talk and walk the walk. Unlike Jack Donally, like I continue to say, do not hold a candle to you. So they need to run fear and scare, because a man like Azudin, who is a fine, good-looking young man who's well schooled, like he went to the same school that you went to. You two are fine and good-looking yourself, and so when two stars meet, it's going to be a lot of lightning. So you're a lightning already to these people. So we won't lose sleep over them. We won't lose sleep. But going forward, I would like to see greater levels of compliance to the Constitution, because they continue to feel that they can run amok of this brother's constitutional right, the freedom of association to move 83,000 square miles, which is illegal. Then today I learned, I don't know if you will have learned this, but there's a fighting in the CCJ where Mr. Sanders, well, I've always suspected Sanders as a lobdog for the PPP. I've always suspected him as a persona non grata. I've always suspected him as one as shy of any legal competence, a man who is corrupted in his mind. And so I heard through the grapevine today by media operatives in Guyana via TikTok that said that there are lawyers on the CCJ that are saying that the ruling by Stanford or whatever is his name, the president or chairman that he is, on his ruling with Azadin, they did not like it because they felt that he could have done more to give a fairer judgment which relieve Azadin from the pressure of the PPP. But there's information that people saw the chairman of CCJ meeting with Attorney General Alianandalal in behind closed doors, and they were in discussions as how to go about dealing with Azrin. Why would the chairman or the president of the CCJ be meeting with the Attorney General? This is an act of flagrant foul, which they are cooking up things against Azrin, not getting to the facts or the fact that PPP, as I read, Azrin was not charged individually. This on the Google inserts I saw, it said Mr. Muhammad was found culpable operating with ministers of the PPP. Is not a self-made charge against him, but is an inclusive charge which involves him and ministers of government. So let the public be known that Mr. Muhammad did not act alone. He acted in concert with. Let it be known. And in law, that is called complicity in criminality and fraud and criminal behavior. Let the chips fall away with me.
Well, that point you made is a good one. Those are two very good, solid points, and I agree with both of them. The part with being seen with somebody who appears before you, even if it's after the judgment or before or whatever, and I've seen those photographs. Yes, I did see them today on Guardian 592. Guardian 592, I met the editor. I've met with a lot of other influential folks here. I see what they're saying. I see where they're coming from. Remember, these are people I got to listen to because they're legitimate people. They bring the facts to you. I'm a leader in the community here. I just can't tell them, oh, you're PPP or PNC or Azudin or whatever. If they present evidence to you, you got to act on it. That is what any congressman or anybody else will do. And they brought that evidence out that you talked about, and it did shock me. As a matter of fact, I saw one photograph shaking hands, and one photograph said he was staying in the Marriott, and yet there was some woman that accompanied him. It's a very, very sensational report.
Yeah.
But you're right. The issue is this: if you are in judgment of somebody, you cannot be seen with them. You cannot. And I actually told a judge that he was busy coming here, and he was having a drink with somebody else. It was the Attorney General, do not sing. And he had this law. There was a law book contract that said the government at that time. I think there was a Jagdo government that given them a law book contract to two lawyers here, right? Totaram and Trevor Lupton. And I told Mr. Singh, I said, you're the Attorney General, you should not be seen with them because it will give the appearance that you are giving them contracts and that you are compromising yourself on whatever kickback issues. And he said, you know what, Albert, you're right. He get up and he left and he didn't come back. I say you did the right thing. You must not be seen as Attorney General, as counsel of your eminence. And there you can party with people as a conflict of interest situation. And these people got $1 million, somebody $1 million contract for print law books, which were never done. Apparently it was a shady deal, and the deal never went through because it seemed to be one of these deals that wasn't genuine. And the thing was never done, and Joey Jagan came and wrote about it. and bust up the whole thing. And when Do Nothing came here, he was hanging out with two individuals who were supposed to have benefited from this deal. So I told the parents of it is that like, if you were compromised or you took a bribe, them a kickback.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be seen with these two individuals, although they are lawyers in their own right.
Yeah.
And he left Totaram and he left and he go away. The law book contract, if you check it out, there's a big scandal
Yes,
about
yes,
it.
I remember that law book, yeah.
So the same thing now with this situation here. Unfortunately, that judge, he's a judge. He's not a politician, can meet with people and move around like all that. And I tell a lot of judges that you can't be seen doing this, you can't be. That's why I never took back judgeship. Because you got to be like Caesar's wife. You got to be above board.
Yes, yes,
Allegations going to be made with you, or pictures going to be taken. In this day and age when people tape you and take pictures of you and these things, you got to be careful as a judge how you move around
yes,
and how you
yes.
react. So
Agree.
they have to understand this. And if he gave a compromised judgment there, but there's another part I saw Justice Jamadar and Justice, an African judge, I can't remember his name right now, but a bright judge from what he
Yeah.
said. They came out and gave statements that they were pressured to, that they have experienced pressure from Judge Anderson
Yes,
to give their decisions.
yes,
And that's a serious allegation that here's a chief judge pressuring these other judges who's supposed to be independent as to what decisions to give and where to who to in favor to rule with. And judge can't do that.
I believe he's on the case. He's also on the take. My suspicion, that man is on the take, and he's on the taking from the PPP to give decisions in the favor of PPP against those who they find to be enemies, like Mr. Mohammed. Because you had a man named Mr. Gupta. He was this. I think he was involved in embroiling drug trafficking, and he got he was summoned on extradition to the United States. He fought his extradition in the courts of Guyana, won the extradition proceedings, and he is still a resident of Guyana. So, Azudin, how far is Azudin from him? So why is the government pushing against Azudin and not pushing against Gonpat? Because Gonpat is not a politician, he's a drug lord, which the PPP is known to be in bed with drug cartels. And so, because Mr. Mohammed posed a greater threat politically to trouble the masses of the voting masses of people of the PPP support base, they want to get rid of him at all costs. Because Jagdiol can never look nothing like Azudin, as though as the brains as Azudin, and as the following as Azudin. Neither Ali, none of the two of these people, neither Ashton Singh, neither the Attorney General, none of them owe a candidate to this young man. So it's jealousy and political witch hunt we've seen it in Guyana against Azudin Mohammed. This is what it is. And this is petty politics. This is not a democracy. This is a totalitarian of a dictatorship. And we must nip this
There's something a
dictatorship.
bigger issue here involved. If the judge's decision, and I'm not saying this that because I have evidence, but from what you were saying and from what is being written, if
Yeah.
those judges were compromised to give a decision disfavorable to Azudin, it's not petty anymore. It's a major blunder.
Yes, it's a deep legal concern. I agree that
It
it is.
goes to the heart
It is
of the
yeah.
judicial system and
Yes,
whether the CCJ. That's what somebody asked earlier if the CCJ is a credible institution. And now I'm putting the facts why they asked that question is because they must have
Yes.
read about this.
Yes.
And now I see where they're coming from. That gives enough ground to say, well, for people to be involved and said, is this how the highest court is going to dispense with justice?
Yes.
Being seen with litigants and in such familiarity. And I'm not saying that anything happened. I'm not saying I don't have the evidence to say, well, who bribed who or who did what. But I'm saying the very appearance of being with them. Like I told Mr. Do Not Sing Senior Counsel when he was here. He's dead now, God bless his soul. I said, you're a senior counsel, you're the Attorney General, you're a man of standing, Do Not. How can you be seen with the same man who was awarded this contract that never got off the ground to print law books, Mr. Totaram? How can you be seen with him? Because that story's hot, and the fact that you guys are drinking together will lead one to reasonably believe that you were part and parcel of this Lawbrook fiasco, because it was, well, apparently it was some sort of thing that it wasn't really genuine, the law books. It was a
Yeah.
big scandal. And no law books were ever printed, but a lot of money was excellent. Joey Jagan exposed it. And it was in the press, all over the press over here. So, people know about it. So, in accordance with that, and why would the chief judge travel to Guyana to do
Yes.
what?
Well, I think I heard that he said that he wants to ask the PPP government to move CCG to Guyana. That is one conditions to the meeting I was told. He wants to move the CCJ to Guyana. Yeah, that is very laughable.
Is there any
You
particular
right to laugh.
reason that he wants to go to Guyana, the land of milk and honey, the oil, and the land
I
of,
want to think so.
minerals? You see, that is why you have to have somebody that made a commission of inquiry, and let's say the judge sit on that inquiry. You ask them, is there any particular reason why this commission is being held here or in these lovely salubrious surroundings? And what is the motive for it? Why was it being held like a Supanam or closer to the... imagine the sweat and the tears of those people that died. They must go there and feel the sweat and smell how the place is. How these people died in these conditions, not in the air-conditioned Georgetown office. Let them be part and parcel of the battlefield where the dead bodies are, right by the sea
Yeah.
there, holding commission.
Yeah, exactly.
You understand? So they're going to know, well, dead bodies are there floating up, go to the scene. They must carry them to the scene, let them see the hands and the legs and the piranha, the bodies. That's the only way you can make a decision. Good judges do that. They go to the scene. Well, somebody died. They look at the turn. Let's say they had this turn, this road. They go and see how the turn, what they're talking about. Okay, this man fell from this building. Let me see the building. Okay, this is the building. All right. So you get a very good idea how you can dispense justice in a vacuum. And you don't have the result. And why would you want to move from Trinidad where you're getting heat and come to Guyana where there's milk and honey?
Comrade Baldeo, I want to ask you a question. Do you think, based on the black market trade of our dollar and our wealth, gold and other precious minerals, that Jagdeo alludes to, but the blindness of the Guyanese people does not cause them to open their eyes to see that Jagdeo is telling them in their face, slapping in the face, kicking them in the face, and telling them plain and straight that he is in the underworld financial system, because that is what the dark index represents. Is there any way that, because I don't know if you can recall the young man that has the hangar at Tumeri. His name is, he has a gas station on the East Bank. When he was, I think it was it's not Travel Jet. Well, I think it was Mr. Singh, I think is his name. Dio Singh, I think is his name. That has the jet that was having a hangar at Tumeri that was flying Ramatar to Panama in doing money laundering, because he was taken in by the Federal Bureau of Investigations for money laundering, flying his private jet from Tumeri to Panama to offload money in bulks in his underworld transactions. Do you think we can develop a system that we can trace where Jagdeo and Ashton Singh and others have the offshore money and crypto coins? Do you think that's a possibility that we can look into their nefarious behavior?
Well, let's put it this way. Science is so advanced now, and the principle of tracing. And I'm not referring to these gentlemen alone. I'm referring to anybody that can be investigated. Any sort of holdings and coins can be traced. Yes, any assets. There are companies over here that trace every single asset. And in our legal practice, in our cases and so on, we've had to use them to find out where people hide their money, to find out what they did so you can trace it, so you can get judgment. Because sometimes you go after somebody, you sue them, and you end up with nothing. It doesn't make sense that you can't enforce a judgment. And in the modern world, people hold things under different titles: trust names, nominee names, numbered accounts, different things, gold that you can't trace. I mean, on paper. But there are people, I have quite a few people I know who are very versed in that sort of thing. And if they do that, and sometimes they do this in certain governments who, like I did it in the Marcos case, and I did it in several other cases where they can go and trace where their money is located in whatever part of the world, and they can bring them to answer. And then they can use a theory saying, well, like I don't know if you were there earlier where you discussed, like, if you own X amount, how did your assets go so high? How did you own all these things and you were only a minister for 5 years? And then I look at the minister's salary and how much it is, or whatever portfolio that person is, permanent secretary or whatever, and how come your assets gone up to so high? And they can actually bring charges based on that. So more and more the world is moving to a fiscal situation where it's now global. Guyana has brought people in there with money laundering and all these things. It's only a matter of time before these same forces turn back and
Yeah,
investigate the same very people who brought them in.
I agree. I agree.
So
Well,
yes, the answer to that is yes to anybody.
thank you so much.
So that's
There's two
that prevents
gentlemen.
this.
There's two gentlemen on your panel I want to talk to you. One is Mr. Kiki Rossi, which we normally be on in social media. The other representative of a political party run by, I don't know if you can remember Mr. What's his name? He used to be First Federation Building years ago. Oh my God, my God, my God. Oh my God. But his brother is what's his name? I'm seeing someone trying to introduce both of them. Subadar is his name. He's from Maikoni. He's in
Oh,
Canada, and the other one is Kiki
I think
Rossi.
I know his father. Is his father what is his father the name?
Safri Hussein is his brother.
Zafir. Zafir son?
Safri Hussein brother. Yes, they want
Brother.
to speak with you. Yeah, they want to speak with
Oh,
you.
I
So in
know of
case they,
him. I know
I
the
think they're
father
in the
well.
queue. Yeah,
Oh, they're in the queue? I know what name
yeah,
he
they're in the
is.
queue. So I will go down and I will come back up when they finish because
But
they're
what's his
calling
name
on you.
again?
Subadar and KK Rossi.
And A.K. Rossi.
Yeah, KK. Yeah, KK Rossi. KK Rossi. Pastor KK Rossi and Subadar. So I will go.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for them here. If there's 97 new messages, oh, Honorable Super, Subador, and KK Rossi. Oh, I see. Follow back. And then let me see if he can come on. Wait, I just discovered some folks here to talk about. Um, After you have. Let me get the Subador. Subador, I'm trying to get you. And I also, if you can get somebody from whichever party to join, I'll be happy for that. Pastor KK Rossi and Subadar. So let me see if I can invite you. And I would invite anybody from any party, doesn't matter what. General stuff here, we're talking stuff that we can all talk about. Um, it doesn't matter. As long as we're respectful to each other, you're welcome to come on the show. I don't have a problem with that. I believe in free speech. I'm an American. I'm trained in American law too. And hence, we don't make this a partisan thing. But just that I don't get many people from the government, and I would urge them to come on. But I'm asking Rossi and Subadar. So Rossi and Subadar, if you guys can come on, just send me an invitation, and I can have you come on. We're already requesting, sir. So let me see. How do I answer that now? If you request, I hit follow back, and then I can put calls. That's, I don't know who that is though. That's oh, let's see. Withdraw. God did it. Um,
Good night.
Good night. How are you?
I'm good. They up on the work.
And how you doing, brother? I'm trying to see whether I got the right person. What's your name, please?
Repeat?
Oh, you're Guyanese?
No, me a Jamaican.
Oh, we talking about the Guyanese stuff there. So I think I hit you by mistake.
Yeah, yeah, Jamaican this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
All right. So big up to the Jamaica, man.
that is it. That is it. One Jamaica, one love.
One love for the Caribbean. You know me from Guyana.
Okay. Big up, man. Big up.
Big up to all the Caribbean people, man. Bob Marley and Lawrence Road, all the great people of Jamaica, you know.
All of them.
They make us
Legend.
very proud, brother. Legend, yes.
Yeah,
Chris
legend here call
Gale,
out.
Chris Gale and all them brothers that make us happy, brother.
That
Very
is it.
proud of them, you know. So you come out then, you hear? And I look forward, brother. One love.
Alright. Big up yourself.
Big up 250 I.
Yeah, man, just send two gift when time you come off our live.
Send what?
Send two gift when you come off our live.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, man. That is it, man. I saw you. I spread. I love where I deal with.
Yes. KK Rossi. Okay, let's see.
Boss lady, what you doing?
Best study how we can bring this other brother on.
Ah,
If we get back milkshake, then I can bring
yeah, man. Share the live, man, and tap up the screen, man. They say I run too much.
where's the live there you talk about?
My life.
No, at the top of the screen. A little shaky, you know.
The girl, them alright, you know. She'll start school September.
Oh, I know what. We got a good connection with you.
That is it.
No, that will go on there.
Yeah.
But I go on to Soho Chick.
Who that?
Soho Chick.
Ah,
The name by itself, Soho Chick, didn't sound like, you know, somebody that would want on.
okay.
So disconnect, brother. You disconnect.
You disconnect. Are you for disconnect?
Huh?
Hold on, hold on.
Yeah, you disconnect from me.
try to disconnect you. No, put this thing here and then just know how to disconnect people.
All right, good. Thank you, brother. Let me see who else now here. So somebody send the thing here I'm supposed to bring on here. Look for the digits, Mr. Baldeo. KK Rossi. Let me see. KK Rossi, the apostle says. But I'm looking for KK Rossi now. So Nurse Sugrim says, Albert, we need someone like you to help us in Guyana. Yeah, but see, I'm also here in America here. We need a lot of representation too, you know. But we have to find time, yes, at the right time, I guess, when the commission starts. We are keeping monitoring. This world is connected a lot now. We are monitoring what's going on in Guyana, good or bad. And, you know, I'm trying to get Subadar. Because I've read some stuff written by him in the newspaper. He seems to be a very bright young man. But I'm not coming across his life. We are already requesting Sir AJ Graviton. Invites to co-host Romeo Budu. Pastor. And Pastor KK Rossi. So if I reply to translate, pin the comment mark viewer. Okay. Got it. Mute the comment settings. Can allow. No. Mute. If I'm not getting you guys, Honorable Super Subadar, send your request for me to bring you in, because I follow back AJ Graviton, also Subadar, but I didn't see them coming yet. And red digit of the 2-person icon. Okay. The 2-person icon. Free thinker. Pastor, I don't see how I can get them on. I dropped the Jamaican brother, and I'm trying to bring in Subadar or the other person we talk about. One new message. Let me see if it's in there. Macuba joined. Yeah, Rose, you're right. If they can, 2 persons that want to be on the panel, please request. Thank you, Rose. So if you all can request, it'll be easier for me. In the meantime, send as much likes and share the link. Pamela Smith joined. Godfrey Cornelius. Rose, I've not seen them doing a request. You can welcome your viewers to join my fan club, and they can send a heart me if they like my live. So send me a heart, send me hearts. In the meantime, we try to figure out how we're going to bring these people on. Let me see, there's a new message. Alicia, thank you for representing Guyanese. My pleasure, Alicia Usman. It's my duty as an elected community leader here for years, 3-4 decades, and as a judicial delegate. Please tap up the screen. Sent a heart, thank you very much. Another heart again, I appreciate that. The only thing is that how do I get these people on? That Pastor talked about. Pastor, I know you're on there. Can you ask them to just send me some link or so I can bring them on? Thank you very much, Rose, for sending me the rose. Rose as in your name, eh? Oh no, that's here. Be Carolyn sending a rose. Can the two people that want to be in the panel please request Mr. Body just go to the dumb? Like the live. Let's go to the dumb. Mr. Milkshake, hold on. We try to get somebody else and I'll bring you on. I know you were speaking on behalf of the other party, and I want the other party to be there also to have a balanced conversation. You know, I don't want one person to be there. Click on the blue. On the blue and pick up now, you will see. Okay. See.
Finally, he figured it out. Yeah.
There you go, brother. How you doing? You're the right guy. You're the one, the apostle was said was going to deliver the kingdom of God.
I'm not sure about the kingdom of God, but I was trying to
deliver
get my
justice.
Yes,
Deliver
yes.
justice. So let me see if we can get the other person. The other person is one name. They got to.
I was trying to pass. So you click on the two. Yes, you click on the
What do
two
you think?
person
Bring on
icon.
Milkshake and you, because I believe that Milkshake, we're going to take you off if you engage in any kind of bad behavior. We just want professional,
Lloyd
mature
Paul,
discussions,
that's his name.
okay?
Milkshake is Lloyd. Lloyd, big up yourself.
You know
So
him, right?
Pastor, yes, I know him. I know him as Lloyd, but he probably has another account named Milkshake. I'm
Oh, look,
looking
he's
for
coming on
Pastor
too. So let me
KK.
talk with the two of them. The two of
Hold
you.
on. Where's
Now,
Pastor KK? Pastor KK was requested with me. He should be the
oh,
pink.
he's there?
Yes, he should be. Hold on, let me look for him. I
Blessed
didn't get
forever.
Honorable Superdar of the leader of the NIP, and Pastor KK should be here. Pastor KK. Oh, Pastor KK Ross, he's right there.
On the same two-person thing?
Yes, hold on.
wait, wait,
One second, let me talk to him. KK Rossi, cancel your request and send it back so Honorable Baldeo can see it. That's what I had to do. I had to cancel my request and send it back. This is how you were able to see me, I believe. How are you?
And then I press the two-person thing, right?
Yeah, you're gonna see.
Nothing,
It's gonna
blessed
show up
forever.
as a digit, or it's gonna show up as either a digit or How were you able to see me to bring me up? What did I
I
show up
saw it.
as?
I'm seeing your face here, and I saw it when I pressed the two-digit, the two persons then.
Okay, good. So, Pastor KK, cancel your request and send it back if you're hearing me. Let me see if he's still here. KK
Nah,
Rossi, type in the comments. Let me see something, please. I was trying to call Superdar, who's Safir Hussein's family, and Pastor KK is also family with the captain of the MV Barima.
Oh, those will be very
Yes.
interesting indeed.
Yes.
What
Pastor
happened?
KK,
I don't know if I have
hold on.
enough guests though. I mean, I don't know how this thing works.
No,
too
it's
much.
all right. You'll be fine. I'll show you how to
Oh,
do the panel thing in a minute. You did with the, how many times? How long you been live now? Like 3 consecutive days? You did the 3 days already?
Yes.
Well,
With
you
at
should be
least
good. You should
4 or
be good.
5,000 people.
Pastor KK, cancel a request and send it back, please. You should see KK Rossi requested now.
Let me go up there. Guyana Soldier, Linchita, 5 guest requests. Xavier Wolford.
AJ, direct him how to open the panel. Okay, so do you see when you look at the guest request, do you see anything that says guest request, or when you hit the settings, do you see anything that says modify panel boxes, panel boxes, anything like that? Honorable?
Yeah, I have one with two
Mm-hmm.
with 2 people. Not that, right? So let me close that. Then I have a box saying
Yeah,
engage
expand it.
guest.
Engage guest, yes, hit that.
Uh-huh.
Engage guest.
What the heck was? Engage guest?
Mm-hmm. What
It
else do you
says
see?
board. Oh, well, I don't have to
Board?
create a board. That's all right. So let me take
No.
that out.
No. You want to expand your
let me
boxes,
just-
so it should allow you to bring up at least 8 guests at a time. 8 maximum.
So I don't have to trouble with that.
No, well, okay.
I don't have to create it.
But create guests? No. But I don't know what you see there on your end, so it's kind of hard for me to
Trying
guide
to
you because
minimize this.
I'm
I'm trying to
operating blind.
minimize this. I know. I'm trying to minimize this now to get back to. Let me take off.
Look, Cola is a well-known host. She can guide you how to do the panel, Honorable Superdar. Cola's in the comments there. Do you see Cola with the Guyana flag next to her name?
I've seen her before. Let me see Cola. Add me so I can tell you.
Yeah.
So
Bring up
2
Cola.
people
So
required. Let me see if they came up on there. Cola, accept.
accept Cola.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Cola.
Good night, everyone. Hey, good night.
How you doing, sweetheart?
Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
I'm good. Good night.
Hi, Cola.
So
How you
you
doing?
don't
Thanks
really
for
have
joining.
to. Oh, okay. I'm good. You don't really have to do the talk show and open the box because you're new to it. So once a person requests by the pink and the green color man, you just accept them. But if you're looking to get somebody up, once their account is not private, right? You can just press on the picture that you see, and then it will
Uh-huh.
tell you to add them as a guest. And you could press from there to add them as a guest as well. But what they were telling you, they were teaching you how to open your box bag. So you can either press on one of them, and then you're gonna see a little tiny box. On the
Yes.
tiny box, once you press on it, it will give you the option to open 8 box. Or depends on how much you want. But
Paintbrush. I
right
think it's a
now,
paintbrush.
I think you should leave it like this because your 8 box would be fit to the side. But if you use the other one, the 8 box may become smaller, and the other box will get a little bit more big. So I think you should just leave it like this and accept
But we're
them
trying
from
to
the
add 2
side.
other people, as you said. How do I find those 2 people that AJ is talking
KK
about?
Rossi, yeah.
How do
What
I
is his
find
name?
them?
KK Rossi,
The
he's in the
person, if
viewers,
the
Pastor
person
Rossi.
isn't, listen, let him just come in. Say hi, Pastor Rossi.
Scroll the comments, then you're going to see him.
Because
He typed thumbs up in the comments. KK Rossi 31.
let him just comment back because it's gonna be hard for him to find him back in the comment if he gone up, right? So if he's on the live, he should just comment. Because you see how he has 100 and something view? He can only
Yeah.
see 90%, 99%.
Oh,
So he
90%
cannot
as a
find him
host.
through there.
Okay. Pastor Ross,
unless
type
he's like
something in the
glitching or
comments, please,
something.
if you're there.
With KK Rossi. I see something with KK Rossi. But why don't KK Rossi just try to
Okay,
come in? Because they tasked
if
me
you
to
see
follow
something
him. I'm
with K,
following him. But he should just try to come in.
listen, if you see him, KK Rossi, up in the comment, click on his picture.
Thank you.
And
Yeah, I did
if it's
that.
a,
Yes,
Click
yes,
on his
yes. I
picture.
got you.
Oh,
I
yes.
got you,
Okay,
comrade.
yeah.
How are
but
you? How are you, my brother?
I'm gonna keep
How are
How
you
are
doing,
you,
sir?
Chris?
My
so
pleasure.
Yes, yeah. My pleasure,
the
my
next thing
pleasure
you do,
to
meeting you, Honorable
meet
Baldeo.
you and to
Better meet
talk to
you
your TikTok.
later.
Yes, yes. It's a pleasure to
Yes,
meet all you great and wonderful
you are a
folks.
brilliant
I
lawyer.
assume you're all Guyanese, right? Like me.
Yes.
From
I come.
America, Tucson.
Yes.
Oh, very
Let
nice,
me
very nice.
introduce
So let's
myself.
start talking about this here.
Yes.
Who you want to talk first, AJ? You want KK Rossi to
Pastor, go. Let
start off the
Pastor go. He has
conversation?
something he really wants to share with you. Let Pastor go. Go ahead, Pastor.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Pastor KK Rossi.
Pastor,
My
right? Okay.
yes. My uncle was Ashton Chase. In Ashton Chase, he used to practice labor laws in Guyana.
Oh, Ashton
So,
Chase. Oh, yeah,
yes,
that's my mentor. That's a very good friend of
yes.
mine.
No,
He died recently. He
that's my
passed
father,
away.
first cousin.
Oh, the father
Right.
first, because he's a great man, Ashton Chase.
Yes. I come
Great
and
son of a
I
one of the best lawyers
yes,
and very kind to
yes,
younger lawyers.
yes.
Very good
I
man.
do. Out of the union, I usually use before I was not too before I get sick. I used to deal with
Oh,
union cases before. I used to deal
yeah,
with
he was a top
arbitration.
union man. Yes, he knew he was a
Yes,
top labor lawyer in Guyana, but he's also a great
yes,
lawyer all around. It's in civil law, not
yes,
criminal
yes,
so much, but civil.
yes,
Yes. God bless
yes.
his soul.
Civil law too. Civil
Go
law too.
ahead.
um,
Yes,
just
and let
a
me
minute,
introduce
just a
myself.
minute. Just a minute, Pastor KK. Just a
Yes.
minute, right? I know you're new to TikTok, so let me. You need to like look at the comment because the comment section is also asking. I think he has in an earpiece or
Oh,
he's too close to his phone, so they're not hearing him properly. They're hearing a bass.
okay.
I
Yes.
don't know
Now
if
hear me now. Okay.
he's
Now what? Let me
connected to
take out.
something like
All right. Let me just
yes,
take out one of the stuff, and then I could talk to you guys.
yeah. So
You
you
guys
need
hear
to
me
It's a
like
little
clear?
check the
muffled
comment,
indeed.
I still
yes, so
muffled.
that you can get
It's a little
I
muffled
still
yeah,
indeed.
muffled.
like
Okay,
it's
let
like
me do
low and
something
it's a
first. Let me
heavy
do
bass
something
in it.
first. Let me do something first.
So, if you look at the comment would tell you like if they're hearing and how
Yes, you
they're
guys hear me
receiving.
now?
Yes,
Perfect.
very regularly now, right.
Good. How are you tonight? How are you tonight? Yes.
Yes, we're doing well by the grace of God.
Yes, I'm one of the leaders for NIP. Right,
NIP, that's the
Subadar.
you gotta forget my I'm not so familiar with all the parts, but NIP has contested the last election, right?
Yes. A couple
And
years
who's
ago.
with the party, Mr. Subadar too?
Yes, Subadar, yes.
Okay, because he's
Safri
the
Hussein
son
was the
of
leader. Safri Hussein was the leader.
Safi died, no?
Yes, Safri that, yes. He
I
passed
know of
away.
Safi, yeah, because he was practicing law when I left there in
Yeah,
1990. But he's a very hard working guy. He's very good in
yeah,
constitutional law. And I
yes,
know him from, I think, the East Coast. He was a very
yeah,
humble man. But he used to be in
yeah.
Federation Building. I think he was the only lawyer left in Federation Building. He believed in his rights, and I think he kept them. He kept them at bay for a very long time.
Yes. Yes, You're right. Yes,
So the son
and
and you now head the NIP, which is a
Independence Party.
National Independence Party. Okay, good.
Yeah,
You only win
yeah.
any seat or so in the last election.
No, not as yet. We will contest 2030 election. That's what the main goal. We want to
Yeah.
contest
Well,
2030.
you're right, that's a democratic right, and it's always
Right,
I've
We
contested a
wanted
lot
to
of
do
elections
that.
here, so I have a lot of respect for people who contest elections because they're putting democracy, in the spotlight and they're doing the right thing. So my hats off to you. Anybody who fight deserve praise and deserve thanks of the people.
Yes, and I run for city council in Canada. York
Good, good. So
Southwestern.
you have good experience in this thing here.
Yes.
I ran to city council here, state senate, and
Yes,
assembly, and again I got elected district leader and judicial
yeah,
delegate. So you're
yes,
right. Yes, these are very
I'll be the
important
one who
things.
will be dealing with labor laws in Guyana. If we for win, if NIP for win, I'm the one of the main
Yeah.
key players with dealing with all the labor laws in
Oh,
Guyana.
okay.
I'll be dismantling and building it from scratch back all over for people to have
Oh,
rights in Guyana. For the Guyanese people to have rights. I don't want to
yes, yes.
see nobody get violated. Like how they get treated in Guyana right now. People insulting them, people beating them, people and paying them. That is not right.
I see.
Right. And that's why the reason why I tell him, yes, I will work along with him to see successful win this election. If it's anything we know we have to collate down the road, and there's the reason why we're focusing right now for speaking to other rest of the party to come together and challenge this PPP government. This PPP government is a dictator government. And I'll be honest with you, my father was one of the founders with the PPP government, with
Okay.
Dr. Chetty Jagan, Percy Alexander Austin. He was one of the guys, right, with my uncle and them, and for deal with the PPP. And I will never forget, he was a preacher when he come to Canada, and they call him up here, and Dr. Chetty Jagan visits his house. And the problem with all the ministers, all the people in the party with Jagan is Barrett. Barrett was the problem. Right. And everybody said they will leave because of Barrett. Nagamutu, everybody leave because of Barrett. Barrett is a dictator. And he need to go. Right. He need to go. His hands is very dirty. And he's a very corrupted politician. This is where I see it. And he need to go. Right. And all the way I see, this is where how I see it. And we will try to get him out of office. Right. And the next thing too, I like when you comment on the Bishop One Edgel and Indar. Is by right. It two of them is the one supposed to be getting charged for that vote. It two of them is the one. And many others in that party in what make sign off for that vessel to be on that water. That vessel was not seaworthy. The vessel is supposed to be antique.
Yes.
In the museum or some part of the water, have like a type of a snacky place, like a type of place where people could go and sit and have something to eat.
Yes.
And those type of stuff as antique, colonial, anti-colonial legacy, what
Yes.
what the slave master bring to us and what they do,
Yeah,
and
it has some terrible colonial connotations indeed. A
yeah,
dog that they threw and gave us, and we had to take it because we were colonies then.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
The blood of our ancestors is on that boat ship, and
yes,
you like to say, keep it and be a little reminder that we gone
yes,
past it now, but we still remember what we got through. Just like the Logis and
yeah,
we were the African American slave, the African slaves were put.
yeah,
These are all relics that Guyana must know. Like how you have the
yes,
coffee
yeah,
statue to remind us of those dark days that he liberated people,
yeah,
fought, break the shackles. These are
yeah,
freedom fighters before Ashton Chase and Nathaniel
yes,
Fitzgerald and these great men. Yes, I agree
yes,
with you, brother.
yes, and
So you're not the
next
first
thing,
person to tell me, this thing about and I want this what is his name? Milkshake.
yeah,
Milkshake, you there?
Yes,
Milkshake?
Mr. Valdeo.
I was wondering whether you want to comment on that. He has mentioned that, and I want you to be very respectful, and everybody to be respectful to you too.
Oh, I am.
What
I
is
will
your
be very
take on that?
respectful.
On the comments about the of the past president being a sort of a bugbear in the advancement of democracy and young people, I guess, in leadership positions and so on, and party, moving ahead. What do you think?
I don't have a problem with the young people trying to get a shot into politics. All right? It's not a problem.
Talk up more hard because I
But
can't hear
the
you so
question,
well.
yeah, Yeah, I said that I don't have a problem with young people getting a shot into politics, right? They
Uh-huh.
have some brilliant youngsters. Yeah, so you try to get them a shot. You understand? At least see how they play out. At least they're gonna gain experience because most of them are not experienced in politics, so they're now striving into politics, right? So we give them a fair chance to see how they could prevail in politics. Now concerning the what Mr. Kiki had just said, they're trying to get Mr. Jagdeo out. Until today, as we speak as today, we see nothing yet coming to try to get Mr. Jagdeo out. You understand? He said just now that Mr. Edgil and Mr. Indar should be charged. You said you did, Mr. Baldeo, you did maritime law, right? You study maritime law too, right? In the
Right.
maritime law, just a question. In the maritime law, does it state the responsibility of a captain
Oh, you mean what's the
and
captain's
passenger?
duty? Right, right.
Yeah,
Well,
their
the
duty,
captain
their
is, I
responsibility.
imagine you're trying to say the captain is responsible, or if the box stops there. But let's say the captain is responsible, and I agree with that. He has been charged with murder. He's not charged under maritime law. He's charged under Guyana criminal law. So it comes under the jurisdiction of the Guyana courts out of maritime law, right? But the problem we have there is that if, for example, the captain was unwilling to sail and a minister came up and said, you cannot sail this under my authority unless you put these two rotors on, or unless you put in these other weighty stuff or what have you. Or the captain says, listen, this boat can't sail. And the minister said, well, you're going to be looking for a job. If that comes out in the evidence, and subsequent lies and inconsistencies, that would drag him into the criminal context of the law, whereby a minister, from his actions and from what he asked to be done, has made himself somebody mentioned the term complicity. I think was the other pastor that had gone off. He talked about complicity. In complicity, you don't have to pull the trigger yourself, though the person who pulled the trigger will definitely be liable. But the person who procured the gun or the person who gave you the bullet in the gun, they're also liable. Even the person who's on the lookout to say, well, let me keep a lookout for you, because I've had cases where they were prosecuted also and convicted, that they're going to make sure that nobody come and find you. I'm going to cover for you. You understand? So I'm trying to show if that
Yeah.
they must not be immune from investigation or for possible prosecution.
So we basically right now we're just speculating that the minister them should be charged based on what you're saying right
I
now. We're
wouldn't
just
say
speculating on what
speculation.
people saying.
I would say it's acts worthy of investigation, whereby you have to investigate whether they had more than just a passing interest in this whole episode. Did they give instructions? Were they aware of the deficiencies of this boat? Did they command the boat as ministerial authority to continue to sail? Were they aware that the previous captain, Andrew Donald, I think his name is, had said that this boat is a floating disaster? Hence, demanding of them at the level of being the ministers to say the captain who I got information, this captain said that this ship is not seaworthy. And how do me as minister give the sign off that it must continue to sail? So if evidence lead to that, and remember there's a lot of things pointing to their connivance and their complicity in this whole thing, then they
Well,
also
most of the thing
can
what
bear
you're saying pointing is
responsibility.
based on public opinion, right? Based on public opinion.
I wouldn't say public opinion. I'm saying they are the ministers there. And this boat is under the aegis of the MV Barima is under the direct control of the transport and harbors, which comes under these relevant
Correct.
ministers. It's
With
two of
their
them that are right
agencies,
now
right?
in a correct. So they are that level of such a boat that can carry over 100 passengers and make such a route that's 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever. That's a major trip. This is not just a speedboat or a canoe. This is a ship involving the lives of Guyanese residents and nationals, albeit people, Amerindian people. They are saddled with the responsibility that when such a big ship, a ferry, traverses Guyana waterways for such a long time and goes out to the Atlantic Ocean, that as minister, this is no longer a small issue. This is where ministerial involvement and sanction is involved. I don't know if AJ want to shed some light on that. Let me ask him if he wants to come
I
in
just
there.
want to say something before AJ says something, right? Let me just
Go
say
ahead.
something
Go
a
ahead.
little more on this here, right? The Transport and Harbor is an agency where they follow the chain of command, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of steps that need to take before it reaches to the minister office. Now, for instance, with the boat leaving Georgetown Region 4 to head to Region 1, the captain, my opinion, the captain is fully responsible for that. Nobody can, no, a minister would never call a captain and tell this captain, you have to take this boat how it is, knowing that they are putting hundreds of lives in danger, which include the captain, his crew member, and the passengers. There's no way a government minister will say something like that.
No,
So
I
a lot
can't
of people
accept
are,
that. I can't accept that. You know
no,
why?
we
You
have a
don't have
right,
any
both
evidence
sides
of
need to
that.
share
And we don't
opinion.
know unless that is
Well,
investigated.
right, but we don't have evidence.
I can't
Nobody
give the
have evidence that
presumption
the
that a
captain.
minister would not do that when there's evidence pointing to the
Right,
contrary.
but no, same goes on your side. We don't have your evidence that prove that the minister give that instruction.
No,
We're
no. But
speculating
apart
still.
from instruction, here's the point I'm coming with. This is a ferry that deals with over hundreds of lives. So we can't let it stop at the Transport and Harbors Department and the recertification and the fitness. The ministers have a duty over their ministries. The buck stops with them. They must accept liability, especially when something of this magnitude. And when you have like another ship, the minister, why didn't he commission the other ship to sail to replace the MV Barima? And why didn't he check on this ship that is in play? The fitness, the certification, the dry docking, and so forth. I understand about the captain, but then again, if you can't only pick on a captain and use him as a scapegoat, in this case, the captain has been charged. Fine. I don't think he should be charged in murder. I think it should be a lesser charge because he didn't set out to kill the people. But similarly, the minister didn't set out to
But
kill
there
anybody
are,
too. But he should be liable also, or he should be investigated as to his role or lack of role that incurs liability, civil and or criminal, in his act. He just can't walk free and said, well, go to the captain. The captain is a person or the minibus. Suppose now a man owns a minibus. Let's say it by parity of reasoning. There's a man who owns a minibus, but he got this young man that driving his bus that looking to feed his family. And he drive this bus. But the owner of the bus never took out fitness, never had the bus service, never do what is supposed to be for the bus, and the bus fly off the road because of mechanical defect. Are you saying that your inquiry is only limited to the driver of that bus, or the driver and the owner also must be investigated for liability?
well, the proof is right there. Once the fitness is not fit, the fitness is not, or the evidence is in
Well, by
front
the
of you right
same
there and then,
token, Milkshake,
right?
the captain, the minister who gives the okay, because a captain will just jump in a ship and drive
No,
it.
you're saying the minister gave the okay, right? But
Well,
how
the
could
okay
you
happened
prove
under
that the
his
minister
ministry.
gave
You
the
got another
okay?
ship, wasn't, and this is why I say that. The other ship wasn't implemented, and it was ready and willing there, and you come up with some warfare excuse. You're the minister. This is not a small canoe you're dealing with. You're dealing with a big ship with over 100 people. So ministerial obligation is accredited to you as minister. And you must make it your reason, even though you might be very busy in your other jobs and you have your own private investments and so on, right? When you go as a minister, even if you go 9 to 5 and then you walk out the job Monday to Friday, part of your job must be to get out of your air condition office, look at your inventory of vehicles, whether is the minister, either the ministers or both of them, look at your inventory of government vehicles, because those vehicles are operating on your command as the minister. And that
Let
is
me
how
give, all right.
liability will capture you.
All right, two more things before I allow AJ to speak, right? The example that
I
you
would
used
like
also
I would like
concerning
to
the
speak
minibus.
after
Well,
before
let
AJ.
KK, no, wait, let me
All
go
right,
it
go ahead.
one by one, Milkshake. Let us get back to KK.
Right. You were saying there's somebody minibus, right? Let's say, for instance, now I come and use somebody minibus, work somebody minibus, all the fitness was up, everything was up. I overloaded the bus and I drive recklessly and I cause multiple deaths. Who should be responsible for that?
Well, as I said, the captain has already been charged, so that's a non-issue. That's a moot question. The captain already has liability.
Right, but in maritime law, we know first body going to face these charges would be the captain. Everybody know in the maritime law, because all his life was placed in his hand, right? He have a responsibility. That is what we do check the maritime law to see how we say to the captain. They have various captains being charged for manslaughter. There been captain that charged for manslaughter, went to court, and the court ended up changing it to murder. He ended up spending life in prison. They got
the court changed it to murder?
End up change. Huh?
No, it doesn't work that way. What country is that?
I think that happened in Korea.
Speaking of
If
a
you bring a
nation
charge for
country,
manslaughter,
Right,
nobody
right. I
can
just
bring a
make an
verdict of
example.
murder. You can come lower,
No,
but you can't go
we
higher.
We're making examples how captains being charged. You understand?
I
And
know, but you're
they
beating
get
an
chopped.
issue to death that is a non-issue because the captain is already on a liability here. Like I said, he's charged. Forget
Right,
whether
right.
it's
We know he's on the
manslaughter
line,
or
but we're just
murder.
trying to clear
Let
up
me
things.
ask you, why
Right.
shouldn't the minister be at least be asked or interrogated as to his responsibility, or is he above the law?
No, he's not above the law, right? But the COI, when the COI complete, based on what the COI come out with at the end, then
No, sir.
charge
That's
is
not how the law works. Let me tell you my experience in Guyana. I
so
was a
here's
prosecutor. Let me finish. I was a prosecutor in Guyana. I worked with the Director of Public Prosecutions. That's an independent constitutional office. Got nothing to do with COI, nothing to do with the Attorney General. It's a separate, I don't know, the office has lost its glory and its power since certain people took it over.
the law
But when we
separation
were
of
there,
powers.
we made independent decisions befitting our conscience, the facts, and the law. Hence, I don't wait on any commission of inquiry. I don't wait on no judge of England. Nobody can tell me how to do my work. If I want to bring a charge,
so let's
I must be satisfied that I have the facts and the law.
so let's
And I can
presume,
bring a
right?
charge because, hold on,
Uh-huh.
I am the sole authority over the criminal law, not a COI of 5 people, by the way, come from another country, gonna tell me how to enforce the law of my country. You're ceding too much jurisdiction, just because you all cede jurisdiction to America to try Mr. Mohammed, but that's another issue. I would try him in Guyana.
No, Mohammed is not being
because
charged in Guyana.
no,
Right, Mohammed is not being charged
Guyana
in
has
Guyana.
jurisdiction over him also because the
No,
acts
they
were
only
committed in
have
Guyana.
the extradition. They're only dealing with extradition.
No.
Mohammed
The
was
extradition
never
is
charged
based
in Guyana
on
to
his
those 11
acts
counts.
emanating from Guyana. And that is where you don't see jurisdiction to another country unless it is politically convenient for you to do so. So any lawyer worth the salt will see through these things here. But let's not bring in Mohammed case. Let's stick to this law.
Now we are dealing with Mohammed case. Now, I want to add something to Mr. Apostle. When Apostle had said just early on this platform that he wanted to know the offshore account, I'd like to remind Mr. Apostle.
I wonder if I can bring him in. Let me see if there's a chance that I can bring him in
In
also.
2021.
Oh
in
yes, let me
2021,
accept him.
when-
Wait, let me connect
Yeah.
him because he's a very bright man and he's taught me a lot tonight.
Yes. I mean, he just
And
gets
I
a lot
respect
of
I respect
things
you also, Milkshake.
on the platform.
But let me see
Yeah.
if he's there
Now,
now. Apostle, you there?
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank
he
you,
come up.
Counsel.
He come up. He's up
Technical.
here.
Let me say
He up
this
here, he
now
up here.
to you, Milkshake.
No, let me. Oh,
The
man,
Honorable,
Apostle, I just want to
the
respond
Honorable
first.
Baldeo
You need to
said
allow me to respond,
they
Mr.
are
Apostle.
legal.
Wait, Apostle, let Milkshake finish his
All right,
point.
all right.
Finish your
Let him
point,
go.
Right.
Milkshake.
What I
You have
was
said that you want to
saying to
know about
Mr.
the tracing
Apostle,
of assets.
you want to know about the offshore, if the PPP have ministers or the president or the vice president, they have offshore account. In 2021, when we had a recount, UPNU AFC destroyed the finance department. When they destroyed the finance department, we have Winston Jordan disappear from politics. We have Basil Williams disappear from politics. We have Valder Lawrence disappear from politics. We have Joseph Harmon disappear from politics. We have the great Granger disappear from politics. These are the first people you need to check first where those offshore accounts is. All right, PPP is still in power, right? That is where you first need to spread when you're trying to
You're
spread. You
very
want to
ignorant
balance it.
person. You're a very racist person. I have no
I'm
respect
speaking
for you.
facts.
Milkshake, you ain't got no brain.
This is
Your-
not
your brain is in your
racist.
foot.
It's not
No,
racist.
racist.
Apostle, don't, keep it professional. Let's keep it professional.
No, it's
Apostle, please keep it
I'm
professional,
not
please.
one.
Question comes
I'm not a
by
racist.
by
I don't
You
speak
made a good
racist.
point.
Thank you.
You made a decent point. So, Apostle, I want you to respond to that now.
Let me say this to this unlearned gentleman who's always defending the PPP. Jack Dio is the one, according to my recent investigation and data coming out from the Caribbean Institute, which is associated with lots of international exports in the financial world. That is the PPP one that has given over $120 billion to their support base and to their supporters. It is Jack Dio out of his own mouth, milk spoil shake, because your milkshake is spoiled and rotten and stink. Let me say this to you, sir.
Mr. Baldeo,
Let
I
me
would
say
ask
this to
that
you,
you
sir.
ask
Let
Mr.
me say this to
Apostle
you.
to be
Don't go call
respectful on
Mr.
the
Baldeo.
platform.
Don't call Mr.
Apostle,
Baldeo.
don't attack
Mr.
each other
Baldeo,
personally.
Right,
Just stick
we
to
are
the
here to have a
point.
conversation.
He was
We are not
cussing
here
you
to
out early
bash
on.
anybody.
He was asking you if you had relationship with somebody. Now we coming for beg you for mercy. This guy is a persona non grata. Listen this fact, right?
I'm not
Jack Dio
begging
is the
for mercy,
man
sir.
who talk about the dark index. Nobody didn't tell you he spoke about a dark index with his own mouth. You see, the Bible says one thing: from the depths of a man's wicked heart, his mouth will speak. Jack Dio is saying to the public of Guyana who is not smart enough or bright enough, but docile like people like milkshake. He is admitting his guilt in his own conscience that he is usurping Guyana's wealth to hide dark money.
Let me
Because
ask
dark.
Milkshake this. All right, Apostle, let me ask Milkshake this. Now,
Thank you.
Apostle
Yeah.
made a point, and is it wrong for him to ask if there must be public disclosure or investigations, as happened in the Philippines with the Marcos and other countries have done this, to recover public wealth, meaning wealth belonging to the people, and whoever politician name it's in, whether it's going back to who. We had situations where even Burnham was asked about his wealth in the Swiss bank. We had situations where everybody's is a logical question to ask, right? But is he wrong to ask? And we might have missed them then, but are we going to continue to allow leaders to take from Guyana and not account for it? Is this something that the apostle is right in calling for, what he's calling a public accountability of the money that belongs to the people of Guyana?
Not just called public
What's your
accountability.
answer to that?
Well,
Not
they
just-
have procedure for that, and Mr. Apostle could go ahead and try to see how we could go about to get that done. But if you need accountability to share with the public, then they have a procedure we need to go through. I need to follow that procedure, and then you can get that. It's not you could come to the public and ask for something. The public just come like that and ask for something. They have a procedure, Mr. Apostle.
What about these
And that
disclosure
procedure
laws
should
that
be
we have
followed.
in Guyana? I think there's a disclosure law that you have a public disclosure law or something similar. We have that over here too. When we run for office, we got to disclose what we have, and they will look at what you disclose, and if you lie, you can get into trouble. Or you got to amend it and show how you get this money. If you're being paid $200,000 or $100,000 a year,
They
I don't
have
get paid. I do
committee
this on
for
my
that in
volunteer.
Guyana here,
It-
and nothing has been come out so far. But you know, as I say, the public would always spread their own opinion, which we don't give them. Right? Everybody entitled to their opinion, right? But they have procedure in Guyana where you can follow to get that done, right? And they
Such
have
as
laws
what?
in Guyana. Pardon me?
Such as what procedures you're talking about?
They get the procurement and everything in Guyana that they could
Procurement.
follow up.
But that's
Yeah, let
another
it go
issue as
ahead.
to who
They got
get
the liars.
contracts, and there must be audit of those contracts. Well, let me ask you this: would you want to see the law in place for good or bad for PPP, PNC, Abdu, Win, or Mohammed, or who come into play that if, as the apostle was asking, if you come into government, you must voluntarily disclose your tax returns, how much you own, and what you have, or you cannot run for public office. Shouldn't there be such a law?
I don't know if they have such a law, but I know that they have procedure and they could follow the procedure and get it done. But no lawyers going after that because I highly see that there's no evidence that to put these people on the table because it's been years that we see no lawyer going after that. Why ain't no lawyer going after it? Because highly I think they have no evidence on that, or they probably get the answer they needed already. Like nobody
Maybe
going
that
after
they're
it.
scared.
It's not
Or
that they have no evidence. Why would they go after something that they themselves are benefiting from? Honorable.
Well, your opinion,
Baldeo,
I
if
don't
I
know.
can just
Anyway,
say
AJ,
this,
I can
right?
listen to you now.
There's a general.
Can
This
I
country
finish,
is a
Honorable
need.
KK
Baldeo?
Rossi, let KK Rossi
This
go.
country is a general is in a general need of a what do you call it? What do you call it? This audit again? Is it a general audit?
For forensic audit.
Forensic audit. Thank you. Forensic audit. So a paper trail needs to be followed all the way from the 2000s up to today, especially as it relates to, well, before the sinking of the MV Barima tragedy. Everybody was just the week before that. Everyone was focusing on the black belly sheep issue and the cows issue and things of that nature, right? So, but I mean, we could always come back to that. I want to focus on this though before Brother Apostle came up. The captain, crew were charged with a capital offense. You're in the legal profession, Honorable. You can correct me if I'm wrong. My comprehension and my understanding of the capital offense, which has no statute of limitations, by the way, there's 3 elements to it. 3 elements being motive, means, and opportunity, right? Opportunity, let me say, okay, in this case, 2 of the 3 elements would have already been presented. Opportunity, passengers and crew in the mercy and of the captain's hands at the wheel of the wheelhouse. Maybe we could potentially look at the boat being used as a means of as a potential murder weapon. How are they going to
I
intend
don't
to
sing,
prove?
so
Or
I
how
don't
would the
need to sing. I
DPP?
don't sing for my bed already.
Hold on, 1
What
second,
you-
Apostle, please,
what you
please,
doing?
please. How would they intend to prove motive? How are you going to intend to prove an intent to unalive passengers and crew? How would they prove that? Especially with the main forensic evidence still lying on the ocean bed. How did the DPP come to charge operators of a boat with a capital offense? With
Yeah.
Can somebody mute
It's
Apostle,
a
But-
good
please?
question,
but-
AJ, and it's a question that's
Apostle,
been
This-
can
asked.
you
this
can you
wanted,
mute
uh,
mute your mic?
Can you
It's
mute
not
Apostle,
working
please?
because
Because I can't
Can I get it
think
down
it's
below
nice.
even 73?
Just click
I
on
don't
his
understand.
box,
So,
Honorable,
can
and
you
just hit the mute button.
have them look at it because it
Click
does
on
not
his
even
box,
move.
you're going to see the mic and hit the mic.
You can't move it up or down. It's just stationary.
He should know
Yes.
better than. Thank you.
All
So
right,
I'm
good. He's probably
saying,
busy and so on. But that's a good question you're asking. I'll tell you why. That's a number 1 question. And Milkshake, I thank you for your contribution. Don't feel that I love the discussions and we learn something new every day. We have to discuss things and so on.
Yeah, I want to add something
AJ,
to that when
that question you brought up is the number 1 question in the diaspora. Up to last night, we went to 3 o'clock in the morning. I was going through this thing. I checked back. Remember, I was a prosecutor. I did murder cases. We have
Right.
never brought a murder case where you can't prove intent. The mental intent is the most
criminal
important thing,
intent,
right?
yes.
The way you can get mental intent is if the
I
people
don't know.
commit a
No, I
felony.
think
Let's say
that
they go
they're
to
checking
rob
the-
Why this
somebody.
guy
atmosphere,
unmute and
that's
make it
right.
Apostle? What do you?
Just-
Oh my God!
But is that okay? Yes. The intent must be proved,
Yes,
or you
that
can't
is-
get murder.
yes.
And you
Right.
can't charge a murder and then go up
Beyond
higher,
reasonable
as
doubt.
some people are saying. But you have to get intent, and I don't see that happening because the felony murder rule doesn't apply. The intent to kill, you got to get it malice of forethought, and you got to get the modus operandi. You got to get this attention, expressed intention to kill. They don't. You just can't charge a murder like that. Murder is a
whether
very serious
Agree
thing.
with that,
premeditated
folks.
or
I
otherwise,
agree with that, folks.
beyond reasonable doubt.
Murder must go with intent.
All right,
With
Mr.
intent, you
Albert,
cannot murder.
Correct.
Mr. Baldeo,
All right, Mil.
does
Okay,
the
can Brother
survivor
Baldeo, can
witness
I
play
talk,
any
please?
part as evidence?
Let me answer this question, Milkshake, then we'll get to you, KK. What did you say,
Okay, thank
Milkshake?
Does the
Milkshake, can you
passenger, the
repeat that?
surviving passengers, yeah,
Uh-huh.
does the passenger, the surviving passengers, does they play a part as evidence on the matter?
Oh, yes, because they can then say what happened, whether it was a wave, whether it was a tidal wave or some kind of accident that caused it or the overloading that comes back to the captain to impute knowledge or reckless behavior Yes, they can play a part, and all these things will play out in court. So as to
Correct.
how you build the case.
Exactly.
You bring
Well,
all the witnesses. You
one of
don't
the
say no.
first
Those are
person,
very good
right?
witnesses.
Right. So exactly. So one of the first person was the wife of the canteen guy, the guy who would have run the canteen. His wife.
Yes,
She left the boat.
yes.
Right. She left the vessel before it sailed, and she did came out to the public, and she mentioned before she leave the vessel, she mentioned that the vessel was very low. It was overweight. Right.
Yes.
So this was one plus other passengers came out, surviving passenger came out and said this. So based on the evidence they got from the survivors, that is what lead to discharge. That doesn't mean that
I understand
the
that,
No,
but
captain
no,
is
that
no.
doesn't
arrested
say
and
he does not
guilty.
Milkshake.
exonerate the
Right.
person.
I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, hold on, let
Apologies.
KK watch his speak, man. KK waiting to say
1 second,
something,
Apostle.
Eugene.
Now let KK speak now. KK,
Milkshake.
you
1
go ahead,
second,
brother.
Apostle. Milkshake. So what you're saying is circumstantial, leading to negligence at best. That does not, by any stretch of imagination, point to malicious or murderous intent. That is circumstantial at best. Please understand that. Go ahead, Pastor Kiki.
Yes, but I understand what you're saying, right? That these surviving passengers who give their statement based on what they see and they observe, right? Those are circumstantial evidence, are you saying? Just correct me if I'm
Well,
understanding your
when you say
question a little bit
evidence,
wrong.
I don't think that means circumference, but I see. I see is not circumference. They can say this boat loaded, but you see that does not exonerate the minister because the minister may be the very one. If it can be put, I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not accusing him of anything, but investigations must be carried out to see whether he gave specific orders to let this boat sail as one, and two, whether he had anything to
Already,
do with
and
certain
all right, so
rollers that were put onto the boat that caused it to come down to the level that caused it to sink.
so don't you? I'm just assumption. Don't you think maybe on the investigation it all led to transport and harbor that took the money, put it in their pocket, all for a buck, load extra cargo on the vessel? Don't you think it lead right up to then and they try to get a captain to take the boat with that instead of carrying that
Well, you
to the
have a
minister?
point there. They may also be complicit, as a pastor would say. They may also be complicit, but we have to be careful that if you're going to charge them, then you got to charge the higher ups who caused this whole boat to sail when it wasn't seaworthy to. So remember, yes,
They have to
if it's
give
No,
100
yeah.
people die and you got to charge 100 people, then that's a law.
Mr. Baldeo, the vessel came out of the water in 2016, right? By the
Oh, you
Apple
keep
AFC,
repeating
right?
yourself like a gorge.
No, hold on. It was
Vomit. Please let KK
recommissioned
speak.
back
You've been
in
speaking enough, man.
2017, right?
Come on.
All government officials that was in
Question
power,
people in
they
there
were
now, you want to
maintaining
talk,
the
you don't want to
vessel.
talk.
My
Ask this
vessels
just
out
triple
I
question.
worked on a vessel that was 76 years old, but was maintained and seaworthy. I used to run the Caribbean, right? Work in the Caribbean Sea. So vessels are do maintain, but they're still seaworthy, right? I was making an example to them. They have Windjammer. Windjammer was a cruise ship, and Windjammer was 100 years old. I was still functioning because it was maintained. It was in standard. You understand?
Yeah, but you got a
So
captain who
the
plied his boat for
opinion,
12 years and said, Andrew Donald, that this thing is a floating carp. This thing will kill people. So all that what you're saying is easily, but
that
I would call that
captain,
captain to
that
show that
captain,
the
Mr.
transport and
Baldeo,
harbors and the minister
that
should never allow
right.
this boat to sail.
But you need to understand something too. That captain was fired because of his income.
Doesn't matter
Right? He
because
was
he stand up for his rights. He said,
right
man,
for
the
his
boat can't sail
incompetence.
and
He
you
was a
want to fire
drinker.
him. That is
He was
evidence
putting
against the
life
minister and
on
against the transport and
in
harbors.
danger.
My brother,
Right.
Let me go
You
to
understand?
KK.
They
KK, I'm
people take
sorry.
their own.
Can I,
Milkshake, let
Go
me
ahead,
get
Pastor.
when
Yeah, KK,
KK
let
finish, I'd
KK.
like to say something.
Okay, let KK speak and then we go to Apostle.
Okay,
yes,
go.
all right, Pastor KK, one more time. Okay, you know what, honorable brother Baldeo, I'm being truthful with you right now. The captain will get charged is my cousin's son. You understand? My third cousin, me, she's third cousins. When I know the
You
kid,
want to hear us, you come.
when I hear the kid, when I know the kid, he was a child. Right? His mother was in the army, his father was a captain for the army. We have to understand right now that young man not supposed to get charged. Right. The blame fall on one Bishop Edgil and Indar and the rest who signed off on that boat, to go back into the water. It was not seaworthy or wherever it was not seaworthy. That thing's supposed to be out of commission, no good. It's not supposed to be running nothing. They're not supposed to have been doing nothing. Right. And this is the reason why I'm saying that people like my brother Milkshake, I would treat him with respect because I'm a pastor, I treat people with respect. People like my brother Milkshake need to stop making excuses for them, hold them responsible, and say, you know what, not because I support the PPP, you guys are wrong. Right. Because of what is going on. My cousin is crying. She have cancer. Can I finish, please, Milkshake? Can I please finish? Allow you to finish, please.
Captain came from a
Can you, Milkshake? Can I land, please? Thank you.
I get great respect for that.
Reverend Ross, finish.
Please, thank you. Allow you to
sorry.
speak, and I can interrupt you guys. Thank you very much. That my cousin right now have cancer. Cancer. The only person looking after right now with the same son. After mine is money, you have a 1-year-old baby.
Yes. I was very, very upset with that. Yes.
Right. You have a 1-year-old baby.
Traveled 6 o'clock in the morning to come, and she was very
Right.
and she said that this is the person will look after me. And I saw when the captain says,
Right.
Y'all blaming me, and I ain't even got nothing to do with this, and y'all ain't even got an anchor and so on. I feel
because
this.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't know. I was looking at the young man and saying, God, familiar face. I didn't remember him because I lived Guyana so long. Right. And I was an older guy when I leave Guyana. And I'll be honest with you, he was not to be blamed for it. He was in the military. I think he was a corporal alongside. He used to be driving the boat. Right. The military boat. The military Marines. He know what he's doing. Right. It is wrong for all that young man, what is 40 years old, accountable for that boat. The people who are supposed to get charged, right, is one Bishop Edgel and Indar. You understand? My relative was not captaining the boat the same night. He was going over with the rest of them to bring back to Georgetown. I mean, then the person who was kept, he passed away. He was done. He done. He gone. The entire crew, almost 15 or 16 of them gone. Only 3 leave back. And these was the innocent trees. The innocent tree was not supposed to be getting charged. The first thing Edgel said, that the boat was not overloaded. That was his remarks. It's so much people and so much weight. When you find out now, it's something different. He switches his mouth. And he get arrogant with it. He get upset with it. When the media questioning him. Right. He was wrong. And this is my problem I have with this government. They do not want to hold the ministers responsible. Right. And I have a serious problem with them. It's the taxpayers put you in office. And not I put myself in office, the taxpayers. I mean, I accountable to the taxpayers who elect me. Irfan accountable to the taxpayers. Irfan sign off on it too. I can say anything, Irfan sign off on it. They know what they was doing. Right. And I'm so upset with them for blaming my cousin's son for that boat, and he didn't have nothing to do with it.
So let me ask you something before we get to Apostle Reverend Ross. Would the documents show that your family wasn't on duty the time that boat, that he was to bring it back and not take it to Port Kaituma?
Yes,
That's a good
yes,
defensive law.
yes, because there's a reason why they're locking them up because they don't want them to answer questions.
I
That
see.
is the reason you will not
The
listen.
person who was driving the boat, or whose responsibility is he went down, the person died.
Yes. The person went down.
That's a
All of them
complete
went
defensive
down.
law for him. That he was not on duty then, and he was not. He was just going to
Right.
bring
From
back the
what I
boat.
understand, he was not on duty. He tell is more than once the boat is no good. Everybody is complaining about that boat. Is if I do when I do my maths, right, is what 87? I think it's 87 years old. British
Yes.
had it for 6 years. 6 years and 87. That is 100, no, that is 93. 93. And my maths is right, 93. 93-year-old vessel. 93 years old vessel. I mean, then it's not supposed to be in the water. It's not
I see
supposed
your
to be in
point.
the water.
So let's get to. I take your point. This is some very solid points in his favor. Yes, and I hope these things can come to light. Milkshake will get back to you, but let us hear the Apostle first.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
again,
Thank you.
Senior Counsel. I want to say this. When I examine the matter, you have two things that going against the government, both previously APNU and the PPP. One, they spent over $100 and something million to repair the boat. What did they repair? Because what they should have done is put two brand new engines on the boat. Before the boat departed, one of the engines were out, and that very engine was not operable. The engineer was in the engine room operating on the engine, I was told, at the same time. Two, from Milkshake, let me say this: in Guyana, when the prime minister was called to the press meeting, there was a gentleman who they said was in charge of the harbor. Now he's one person. Now the harbor master, according to my studies and data, should have at least 5 to 10 years experience in marine law, certification of all boats, whether private or government. He should be well qualified with a master's in maritime law. And in my recollection, he is supposed to be the one overseeing loading of the boat, ensuring that it is properly maintained. So if we have a harbor master, and Guyana has in excess of 4 harbors, whether it's Barbados, Georgetown, Puerto Rico, and wherever, Suriname, wherever you have. All of these ports of entry should have a harbor master to detail checks on the boat to ensure passengers have the life vest, ensure the boat is properly loaded, ensure that every cargo vehicle should be properly strapped, and the boat line doesn't pass where the normal level water line is supposed to be. I don't believe none of that was done because we don't have a harbor master in place or those relevant in the authority to ensure that the safety for passenger and people to travel safely on our waterways, regardless of where they are. So there are many points that you have the minister, and then you have the harbor master, and then you have the captain. There should be somebody who overlooks the captain to ensure the boat is safe, people are safe before that boat sets sail. And if the harbor master is not there to verify the boat is safe along with passengers and vehicles and goods and services, then I think the government has dropped the ball. And when we want to admit that the government did not have the proper people in place, professionals in place, and because of this negligence by the government, harbor master, then go down to the captain. So we can't rush to judgment to the captain. We got to stick to the minister, the harbor master, and then we can go to the captain. If the captain violated the harbor master order, then yes, we can say he was criminal and negligent, because if the harbor master was there to say no, you would not be allowed to carry this boat out, regardless of Edgel, wherever you call him, says that the boat must go with his stuff, I saying as the harbor master, void. Neat can go. Then, and the captain still take
I
that
will
boat out,
tell you,
then he's
Apostle, as a legally trained man, these are some great points you're making for the defense, Milkshake. These points that he has brought out there are going to kill that case against the captain, because we just heard from Reverend Ross that he wasn't supposed to be piloting the boat, or he did not pilot the boat, but somebody else who may be dead. That's a complete
He was an
defense of what he
afterthought,
is.
yeah.
All right, let me
Secondly, you
add
got
to
the
it, right? Let
apostle
me,
saying without the harbor master, that is his duty. How
yeah.
can you put pin a liability
All
on
right,
me? So let me ask you this,
all right.
Milkshake. Let me ask you this question,
Uh-huh,
Milkshake. Do you think the
uh-huh.
DPP was too hasty in her decision to charge the captain before the COI and all this investigation at such indecent haste or record time? Institute charges as important charges as murder against 3 people at that stage, or should she have waited? Let how the apostle bring out some things, and Reverend KK brought out all these different evidence.
All right, let me answer that for you. Based on the evidence that was produced to the DPP will decide what charges to be instituted. They are independent. They don't listen to anybody. They work by themselves, right? So they, based on the evidence, they will institute whatever charge they find. I must say for those
Justified.
right to justify. They will find that. All right.
Officer C,
You as a
counsel, I want
prosecutor,
to
you know
answer
that,
him,
right?
please.
Right. So let me just say something a little. Allow me to say something to Apostle KK. First of all, Mr. Apostle, a captain, you need to find out what is a captain license. A captain license is called a master license. If you have a master license, then he become a captain for that vessel. All right. You don't have to get harbor master, and they say the captain is a master of the vessel. If you heard from previous captains, the captain will tell you transport and harbor loading superintendent sometimes try to put extra weight in the boat, and he himself have to go himself and close the hatch. All right. So the captain have a right to seal the vessel off when it gets its acquired weight that it need to travel with. He will seal it off. He will not allow that vessel to go below the load line. If the load line is not visible under the water, not visible above the water, and the load line is beneath the water, automatically he put the entire vessel, the life of the crew, the life of the passenger, and himself at maximum risk for danger. All right. KK, back on your part, I really
you making
sorry
sense,
to
brother.
hear
You
about
making
the
sense. You're saying. You just
All
giving
right,
emotion.
I have
You
a
know what
right
you're
to my
saying.
opinion. Anyway,
The harbor
KK,
master is the
what you were say-
overseer for the wharf, for the
man,
harbor.
you need to
You
come
don't know
down.
nothing
You
about
need
harbor
to come
master
down and
law.
check
The
transport
harbor
and
master
harbor
is
and
the
check the
legal
procedure.
agent to oversee the entire operation of the harbor. He is above the captain. You know what you're talking, brother. You're just talking wild.
They have wharf. Let me tell
The
you
harbor
something, Mr.
master
Apostle.
is
They
the
have
leading
wharf
man
captain.
over the
Let me
captain.
rephrase it back. They have shore
Nothing you
captain.
phrase makes
They have
sense.
shore engineer.
Because not in law.
All right.
What
You
you're
must
saying
check
is not in
transport and
law.
have these things
What you're
them
saying
as
is
a
garbage.
transport and harbor.
Hogwash.
All right, starting.
Hogwash.
Anyway, KK, well, I really sorry to hear that the captain mother have cancer. They are really sorry about it, right? But what I want to share with you, there was a transport and harbor loading superintendent also who was charged. If that captain wasn't the captain for that vessel, he would have spoken and said that wasn't the captain for that vessel. When the captain was going into court, the captain did not mention that he was not the captain for the vessel. He was stating some of the things that the vessel don't have. All right? He was the captain for that vessel. No other captain drowned on that. If any other captain had captained that vessel, people on who survived on that would have known who was the captain. Transport and Harbor would already give that information out. That wasn't the captain. This was a reserve captain. They would have put him as a reserve captain. All right? This is just
The
something.
reason,
These are evidence
sorry,
out there.
Milkshake.
Can I respond back to him?
They
Can I
put him,
respond?
Yeah,
Can I
the
respond to
reason
him?
why
Let
they
me
put
hear
him as a
AJ, and
reserve
then we get back
captain.
to KK Ross.
Yeah, I'll give KK my mic. But there's some inconsistencies I would like to clear up. Yeah, I was made to understand that he was not the initial captain that was supposed to be commandeering this boat, right? Because of his military background, Warner Jill, Indar, whoever, they wanted someone who would say yes, someone who would follow orders to the letter and not challenge the authority, because that's what the first captain did. Hey, but also I want to ask this. Let me say they had no surviving crew member of the MV Barima. The captain didn't survive, nor the other two crew member. All of them went down with the ship. Who y'all gonna put the blame on? Who gonna get the murder charges? Transport and Harbor Department? The
There
Harbor
would be a
Master?
different investigation altogether. All right, if the
What do
captain
you
had
mean
went
different
down, and
investigation
Mr.
altogether?
Baldeo could a different investigation would come out how the boat went down.
Hold on. So let me say the MV Barima never sunk. It would still be the same 8 to 7-year-old boat with all the missing inspections, everything around. Would it still be sailing the waters today? As if nothing never happened? Then what?
Exactly. That's why people
What would
use
we
this
I have been here saying now?
tragedy as leverage. You understand? To blame. You see, the public. One thing with the public will come with their own opinion, but the police, the Transport and Harbor, DPP, the investigators, they see the story in a different way. You
Unfortunately,
understand?
McShane, this case is not going to be tried in a court of public opinion. This is already going to the official courts, because murder charge don't get charged. Murder trial now don't get tried in courts of public opinion.
But
With
I
a
ask
little
you
bit facts
something.
and
If
the
the
main
captain
forensic
if the
evidence
captain was
still.
given manslaughter
This
charges,
case in a court of law shall be
would you
thrown out.
accept the manslaughter charges
The
instead of the
court
murder
shall
charges
throw
if
it
you were
out
charged
because
for manslaughter?
when you have
Mr. AJ?
On the basis of
when you have
negligence, one second, Apostle. Only on the basis of negligence on behalf of the captain and crew, okay, I can see with that. Right? Because now you're going to say, okay, that those charges are now attesting to the captain's wit to say, hey, you should have known better in a man in your capacity. Hey, stand your ground. This vessel is not fit to sail. Stand your ground. But then again, you know, this is I'm made to understand that when you tell these people, no, I'm not going to sail. Next, you know, oh, who gonna feed my family? Who gonna do this? Who gonna do that? There's your next talk, right? So, on the basis of negligence, yes, I'll give you that. But they're not charging him on the basis of negligence, though. They're charging him on a assumption that the man and his crew had a beyond reasonable doubt, a clear intention to unalive all the passengers on board. I'm guessing including himself and crew members. And if they say that he was so drunk, how is it that a man that is so inebriated, able to find the first life raft and a life jacket and able to survive with sound mind?
That is a
Come
good
on,
question,
man, y'all
but I
gotta
will
start
tell you
talking
this
things that make coherent
you're right.
sense.
We're talking about the drunk,
And
right?
start using
I don't think he was
deductive
fully
and
drunk that he
inductive
can't
reasoning
move, but
skills.
he had alcohol. Nobody's saying the captain was drunk.
And I would differ that. I would differ that
two Guinness
because
and
up front,
smoky little weed and thing.
no.
But that is
No.
also breach of the contract. It also breaches license immediately. That's charged to the institution.
No.
And if you have a vessel that is overloaded,
Wait.
don't even
if
the
the vessel is overloaded and you leave with the vessel, as I'm saying,
please don't call
you
my
put
name.
the
Don't call my name,
life
please.
of himself, the
Please don't call my
vessel,
name.
the crew member, and the passenger at maximum risk.
Wait.
You understand?
No.
Put them at risk. If you leave the boat that the load line is not visible out of the water, you took a dangerous step to take the vessel out. that's a dangerous step he take down
No,
there. He put himself in danger for do something like that.
I
And his
strongly,
license explained
no,
to
no,
him when
no.
he studied to have that master license. It's stating there. You cannot have
Is the
no
minister
alcohol
call
or
him to
drugs in
sail the
system.
boat? Milkshake
Same
you
goes
do
for
and
a
your milk and
pilot.
your milk ain't
No
shaking at
pilot
all.
must get that in the system. They're flying a plane.
The milk ain't shaking at all. Is
You
the
breach
minister
it, there's a
call him? The
charge you're
minister
looking
knew
for.
he
You
was
could have
not
your
trained. The
license
minister
taken
call
away
him,
for
so the
that.
minister is responsible for calling a man who
Milkshake,
knows not trained.
Apostle, you need to bring the evidence out
You are
and
a
milkshake.
not
blind from
opinion
the
and
food.
share misleading
You're a
information.
blind
Bring the
person.
evidence
You have
out.
no wisdom. You have no wisdom. All you do is talk to represent the PPP. You're a very funny-minded person. You're very funny-minded.
I am not speaking
Go and
on
take your
behalf of the
medication. Go
PPP.
and
I'm
take your medication,
speaking
sir.
on behalf of myself, my
Go and drink some
opinion, sir.
Benadryl or something. You have no knowledge to
Bill
speak here.
Chick, let me ask you this question.
You have no
If you were
shame.
Go
President
ahead.
Ali and this had
Uh-huh.
happened under your administration, would
Uh-huh.
you put the two ministers on leave? I'm not saying firing yet. Would you send them on leave pending the completion of this investigation?
And by leave, it means
Well,
administrative leave.
it
Administrative leave,
depends on
yes.
what, right, administrative. It depends on what evidence come to my attention because that's a high profile case, right? And whatever evidence come to my office, that is how I'm gonna prolong it. Well, I see no evidence concerning these men them. All right, when the COI investigate and they start check to see if the vessel was maintained, the documents then were checked, right? When it and what work was be done, if the work has carried out and all these things them from the COI, well then I could take further step
But
into
then you
that.
see, it therefore means that if anything happened in Guyana, everybody gonna say, "Hey, you can't do me anything yet. Where's your COI? Where's your COI? If you gotta fire a police officer for taking a bribe and you get caught red-handed or whatever, he may say, "I'm not leaving. I want to see your COI."
Mr.
If
Mr.
something else
Baldeo, we're
happens,
seeing this right
some
now going
plane
on with
crash into a mountain, they will
the
say, "I want to
we
see a COI." It's an excuse
right,
that
we're
Guyana now
seeing
is
this
ceding
that right now they
governmental
got
control
investigation going on
and
with the Trump administration.
governmental duties. It's ceding it to third parties who are not even Guyanese. That's a very terrible precedent.
Okay,
We're seeing this
can I
matter
say,
right now before the US, where they have a COI done concerning the Trump administration, right? Where people got to come out and say what they have to say. You understand? It's going on right now in the US. So is it you have people need to wait on the COI. You understand?
No, no,
And then
no. The
with
We
DPP
don't
the
have to wait
has
that's
any
the
my
time.
opinion.
constitutional duty to investigate. The police and so on can't wait on OCOI. They got to investigate. But that doesn't mean
Well,
they're
the
going to charge. So
investigation.
now the minister is going to say, you can't charge me because the DPP charge the captain. So you got to go to the captain, you see. So this might be like an
Well, we got to.
artificial smoke screen. You see
I
the
don't
risk
think
in
so.
doing
I
that when
think
you come out and charge so quickly?
well, remember, we all get our opinion, and I think the DPP could speak for themselves on behalf of that. What going
okay,
on?
But what
Because
do you
they
think
won't
about
bring
her
out no sort of
actions?
evidence.
Analyze her actions and you tell me what you think about her haste or indecent haste to charge so quickly. Was she right in doing that?
I
Or
don't
should
think
she have
She's
done
she
a
could
wrong.
charge.
thorough
I think
She's
the
investigation?
wrong,
charge was
Comrade
done after
Baldeo.
6
She's
days or
wrong.
something like that.
She's
No, she
wrong.
wasn't.
She was wild.
And
She's
not
a
only
political
that,
act. She's not a legal
And
expert or luminary.
Mr.
She's a
Baldo, you was a
political
prosecutor,
witch.
right? Therefore,
Correct.
that you had working
Political
under the
witch.
DPP, right? Right?
Yes. And
When
not
you
every
say
case
that you
that
was a
come before
prosecutor, I
you
mean
can
you were working
charge.
under
Not every case
what
that
I
come
would like
before
to
you
say,
can
right,
charge. I
but this
never worked
particular one,
under
the
her. I
charge could
worked
be
under Mr.
introduced
Jackman
there.
and Mr. Ramon. And with great respect to her, and I know Papa likes to use these words, she can't hold a candle to those people. Those people don't charge, and those guys never instructed us. And you see, a prosecutor is an independent person, he's a minister of justice. He's not there or she to bring a conviction or satisfy any politician.
Correct.
He must get the politicians out of his mind and do his or her job and
That's
say the
right.
Oh,
evidence
that's
doesn't
absolutely
up.
exactly
right,
But
right.
let me ask you
absolutely
this,
right.
milkshake. Why is she giving statements at the time this case was called up and said, I don't have all the statements and I can't proceed to trial? And yet you institute murder charges on these three people and you have not, even by your own admission, not had enough statements and evidence to give and moral comment to justify your act to charge Guyanese citizens with murder. That is what the defense should be saying. I know they got a lot of lawyers here,
Yes,
but I
Mr.
don't know what they're
Baldeo.
doing.
You know, this
Good,
guy
Mr.
Milkshake
Baldeo.
has
Both
no
of
Yes,
us
sir.
know
respect.
these
Sir,
charges
this guy
these
Milkshake
charges
has
that
no
was
respect for you.
instituted to the
You are a
captain.
legal expert
It doesn't
and he's
it
challenging you
doesn't
everything
mean
he's
that they're
saying. This
guilty.
guy is a
Am I
domicile.
not right?
He's
The court
domicile.
will
I didn't hear
decide
that,
on it as the
Milkshake. What did you say?
the court proceeding. I'm
What's that you
saying
said?
that the charges that was instituted to these three persons doesn't mean that they're guilty. You're well aware of
No,
that,
no, no,
right?
no.
The court
But you don't just
proceeding will
put charge. You
decide.
don't just charge people for charging sake. You
What
must
kind
be
of
sure
nonsense?
Man,
that you can
DPP
get a
won't
conviction.
charge somebody if
This
you
guy's
can't
a
charge
shame
sake,
and a
man, Mr.
disgrace.
Baldeo. You well
This
aware
guy
of that,
shouldn't be
Mr.
here.
Baldeo.
He's
No, you can't charge
disrespectful.
people like that, sir.
He's disrespectful.
No, man, that's
You
your
can't
opinion.
charge
You
people like that
What
without
kind
no
of
understand? Based on the
respect.
barbarian question
evidence.
you asking?
Prosecutors have
This guy is
immunity.
very stupid.
If they do something wrong, you can't sue them. If they pick you up tomorrow, Milkshake, and start to charge you for treason, and you didn't do nothing wrong, and this is how citizens got to be aware of their rights and keep the Constitution, keep the human rights in Guyana alive. You can't even sue the DPP, and you end up being called a criminal, a treason man, and they'll lock you up. Look how long these people are in jail. Look at this man, his mother got cancer. He can't take care of her. These are all
Look at
things
this.
that are wrong.
Not only that, honorable,
Well, Mr. Baldeo, you know there's a prosecutor need to take
Milkshake,
steps,
I
right?
want to ask Milkshake
You know
this
that.
question. Milkshake, let me ask you this.
He
Why-
disrespecting
Why
the
was the
noble
captain? Hold on.
attorney.
Why was the captain? Two questions. Why? Number one, first question one. Why was the captain and crew not allowed to be interviewed by the members of the media and the press? Number two, that's question one. Number two, why is it when any case of accountability comes up, the media can never get any answers of accountability from the president, the vice president, nor the attorney general? They're always pushing the lower ministers, either Mark Phillips or Juan Echil or this one, other one, like, oh, y'all go there, y'all take the heat, y'all take the fire, and then we gonna be in the back end watching sports or whatever and dealing with whatever in the back end. They're not coming to answer no deal with. Why are they? I question the timing of everything. This is what y'all not doing. The captain, if you can on a commission of inquiry, how successful and productive that COI will be without the intelligence of the captain and crew, the operators of that forensic evidence, which is the MV Barima. Why are they not allowed to speak to the press? What do they have to hide? Are they that much afraid of transparency? Are they that much
All right, let me answer you
cowardice
there, right?
in the face of accountability? Y'all got
Can I say something?
Let me
stop
answer
your
you.
nonsense, bro.
Let me
And then he's on the
answer
panel. What is
the
more
AJ
upsetting?
question.
What is more
AJ,
upsetting?
AJ.
No, hold on. Milkshake,
Man,
hold on.
Apostle, please.
Milkshake, hold on.
Man,
Please hold
Apostle, you
on.
eyes with this thing, but
You are disrespectful to Mr. Baldeo. You are not in his
No,
league.
that's okay. We just having a conversation. It's all right.
No,
There's
no,
problem.
but he's
we having a
fighting you on everything
conversation.
you say.
Mr.
That's all right.
Baldeo, by
Everything
any
you say
chance
is
I
fighting you
disrespected
on.
you, sir?
This guy's ignorant. He's no legal
Well,
man.
listen.
He's no
He
legal
can't
man.
handle
We are just
something there.
testing and we being the devil's advocate. All of these things gonna come out in court, right?
We can handle him.
Right,
And
they
any
come out in
lawyer
court, right?
who is listening
This
to
guy's
this
stupid.
and are representing these people, they never even asked for bail, and the prosecution's even ready. From what I hear the lawyers. I think you tell me that, Pastor. Like 20 of them turn up, and then even ask the magistrate for bail. The magistrate might grant bail the first time, but if they come back again and they still say, "Oh, we ain't got the statements," I would press for bail because my client rotting in jail. And the magistrate gonna say the third time you come back here without your evidence and ready to proceed, Mr. Prosecutor, I am going to give them bail. You understand? So I'm disappointed in my fellow lawyers in Guyana not asking for bail for their clients. Not because they got murder. The charge can be bailable. Look at the evidence, So, but coming back to that, no, it's okay. Y'all don't worry with me. I'm fine. I'm a grassroots guy. But who's
Transparency.
Can I
next?
say something? Can I say something?
KJ or Reverend KK?
Yes, it's me. Yes. Let me just say
No, I have to
something.
answer AJ, no, Mr. Baldeo.
Okay, wait.
I have to answer Mr. AJ.
Milkshake. Let me
Yeah,
just
AJ
say
asked me some question. Please allow me to respond to AJ question very fast so that you guys could get the chance to speak, right? I gotta answer Mr. AJ. You can't, because they're in a moment to answer him, right? All right, AJ, concerning the captain, them did not get to speak on social media. I'll give you an example.
Social
If
media,
I murder somebody,
the Associated
right,
Press,
on the media,
press.
right, if with the press, all right, let me rephrase that. Sorry, if because the reason why the captain and the other two that was charged did not get a chance to speak to the press, because I'll give you an example. If I murder someone, I wouldn't get a chance to speak to the press. All right, this was an investigation being done with these lives was put in these men's hand, in the captain hand. It was unfortunately that the chief mate and the wharf superintendent was also charged because of, based on the investigation, was, as I say, no one could speak to the media, and anybody with common sense could let you know, once you get charged, you will be investigated or something, you wouldn't get a chance to speak to the media. It's been done to if I do something to somebody, I won't get a chance to speak to the media.
But
All right?
here's where,
Now,
but
when
here's
it
where
comes
the
to
milkshake. Here's
You
where
have a right. There's
here's
two
where what
different
you're
rights you're
saying
talking
is
about in milkshake.
inconsistent.
You have a right to remain silent and not speak to law enforcement, but you can certainly speak to the
well, yeah,
press.
we
Oh,
could put it
yes.
that way. We could get it that way. I'll give you the benefit
Okay,
of doubt on
you
this
see-
scenario, right?
You see how this
I
guy's
don't even
mouth is
think they
put
were
in his
read
mouth.
the
He's
Miranda
supposed to
rights,
put
but
in his
milkshake.
mouth.
Okay,
In his
But
mouth.
milkshake.
Miranda rights are
If what you're
important
saying,
too.
if what you're saying is consistent, okay, let's entertain what you just said there, right? If they from the jump wanted to suspect, I say, hey, the DPP be gone. As soon as the captain and the crew we rescue these people, we gonna slap the murder charge upon them, right? If that's what they wanted to do, why the hell would Bishop Juan Ejil go on the media to say, oh, the board was not overloaded, there was no engine failure. Even the passengers who were rescued, they can tell you what happened. It was a big wave come and slap the boat. Why he wasn't talking but charging captain and crew then? Why he was not saying what you saying now?
Okay. All right, let me answer you that, right? When Mr. Edgel came
Why
out to
the
the
two y'all
public to
alone
make his
taking over this
first
part?
public,
Lee Jane, you taking
right?
over this part, and y'all ain't giving
Um,
nobody there's no chance. What with y'all?
Mr.
Come on,
Parson get
man.
a chance just now. AJ, why Mr. Edgel had said that? Mr. Edgel came to social media, say, and to the media, say what is based on the information he received from Transport and Harbor. All right. Now, during the investigation, as the case prolonged, now they were checking as it. Then is when Mr. Edgel came out back, and he said he gave that information based on what Transport and Harbor gave to him. They had what's called it, the
Manifest.
cargo manifest, right? The cargo manifest and everything they had. They didn't had on the extra weight on the manifest. They didn't had on the extra passenger on the manifest. You understand? So this afterwards during the investigation, they get to gather these information because of the investigation and the people them they found at sea, because when people come to identify the body, they claim this person name so. You understand? And this person was not on the manifest. There's a point I'm trying to make to you there.
Let me tell you this.
Okay. Can I just say something, guys? Can I say something? Because
Yes, go ahead, Reverend Cross. Then we go to Apostle.
Tweety Bird wanted to come up there, and I think one wifey, if I'm looking at it properly.
Yes. You have two requests from Tweety Bird and one wife, and I think somebody else, Blessing.
Yes.
I
Thank
think
you.
wanted to come up and ask questions as well.
Okay.
Blessings. So accept blessings.
You see Blessings there? If you see him, accept
I
him.
see blessings forever. Yeah, accepted.
Yeah, accept him.
blessing.
Accept
One wifey.
Tweety Bird.
I mean,
Tweety
Tweety
Bird
Bird.
and-
I
Accept
want to
Tweety
get
Bird
it a
and
bit
one wifey.
balanced there. I want somebody from the
No,
government
it's gonna
too.
be balanced.
Who else
It's
we
gonna
got?
be balanced.
Who
Probably not
wifey?
too much
One
to-
wifey
And Tweety Bird.
Yes.
And Tweety Bird.
and 20 more.
Yeah.
Tweety Bird, the cartoon character.
Guy want what's his name there?
Now,
Milkshake.
y'all doing too much talking and novelty and foolish
Wait,
talking.
I
let
want
me-
milkshake.
We
Okay,
want
nonsense
to
with
balance the panel.
Feel,
Let's
what you
start
call
with
it?
one
So we
SJ.
got wifey, we got blessings, we got Tweety love.
Bring it up people we all like, you have friends and them nonsense. Come
And
on,
who else
man.
we should get? They come up?
Possibly we can't be
Y'all
one
full of crap.
sided. Everybody have a right to share opinion. We're not here to
Yeah,
fight with
but when
anybody
y'all get put y'all
or
program, nobody can come on and see y'all cutting off
disrespect
people. Y'all doing a
anybody.
set of
We're just here
nonsense.
to have a
Y'all doing a
Okay,
set
conversation.
of
okay.
nonsense.
Everybody gonna
Can I talk, please, guys?
Yes, go ahead, sir. Reverend.
You know what? You see, where I'm living, right? I will give a prime example. I live in Canada. We have to go across the island. The ferry need change. The ferry is old as the ferry in Guyana, right? You know what the government went to do? The city and provincial and the federal government to do? Buy 4 brand new ferries. 4 brand new ferries, right? And put it there, and it started work. The captain was not involved in it. The government's in charge of the ferry. The government's in charge of that boat. That boat was not seaworthy, and I does not care what nobody say. It was not seaworthy. I mean, not supposed to be on that water. My relative, his family, all his family was captain this. My cousins, them and them type of stuff. They used to captain boat. Those guys have experience. This young man leave the military and started work with transport and harbor department. Bishop Edgel is the one have to take the responsibility and say, you know what, this not supposed to be here. You're bringing a brand new ferry, you claim you're bringing over $12 million, right? I think it's from India, one of them country they bring it in from.
Yeah, India, for the line of credit, I think, yeah.
Right. And end up Irfan wife and everybody having party on the brand new ferry. Why the brand new ferry was not going across the working for take our brothers and sisters, our Aboriginal brothers and sisters, and then they're going to use them words and saying that they don't care about them, they are just Aboriginal people. You tell me this is right? Milkshake defending a government. What's so it's so irritating me to see that what is going on. A government, right, what not fit to run Guyana. Right.
They don't care about poor people.
They don't care about poor people. They don't care about nobody. They only care about themselves.
And I tell you, that's the worst aspect of this whole case, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
That will sink, that this case will never be forgiven because
and I'm
of
sitting
that.
I'm sitting here watching Milkshake defending them, making excuses, some silly excuses he's making for this wicked Kabbalah government. You prosecute people already. When I Google you in Guyana.
And real criminals, not like making people criminals, you know.
Right.
I talk about
and you
real
defend
criminals,
people too.
real quick down the door bandits and so on.
Right.
People
real
that when you go to
criminals.
courtroom, you would prosecute without hesitation that these are guilty.
Right.
These are people got to be removed from society.
DPP
But if I
lady.
was to prosecute a Barima, 3 people, I couldn't prosecute them. I would tell them I can't do it. I can't do it.
This DPP lady, she is not fit for that job. She's biased. She's biased, and she's getting control from this government. I don't know why Granger didn't ask you to leave. Get you the exit.
Yes, she was in Granger, and then she survived all these different administrations.
She survived because she's doing a good work.
It's so incompetent.
I guess she survived because she did a good work. She was doing a good work.
She didn't.
No, she was not.
Administration.
No, she was not doing a good job. She was doing this is one prime case. It was me. And those guys was unionized guys. I don't even know if they have a union. And I'm the union representative. I'll be spitting out the government. I'll be spitting them out. Because it's nowhere.
Gau? You said Gau?
Yes.
Reverend? Oh,
Yes,
Gawi, yeah, that's a primary union in Guyana.
right. And they're not represent. If this guy was represented from Gao and Gao was there, Gao is same way is in the basket with the PPP. These guys are doing wrong. These guys supposed if our union they're supposed to be represented. You're supposed to find them lawyers. You're supposed to right away. The Ministry of Labor is supposed to come in and dismantle that shit from not going nowhere. I would
But
have
you made an important
refused.
point to know, Reverend. Every administration, like when Mr. Granger was president, most likely he would want his own DPP. And they have the right
Yes,
to, just like Trump got his own U.S. attorneys that he appoint, your own
yes.
attorney general. You change them. Change is good. You can't leave somebody there for so long.
So long, and then she is so incompetent.
Yes,
She's
since
not. She's not.
2000.
As I was saying, right?
Okay, okay.
When Granger went
Okay,
there
somebody
and
please note. I don't finish yet. Because I give everybody
have
enough time. Milkshake, I'm gonna finish, please.
We're
um,
not here for one wifey
it's probably
You
like she
get
was
an
doing a good
echo.
work. That's
You
why
get
they didn't move her.
let's hear from them.
apparently like somebody we getting an echo in the
And
background. You
blessing.
hearing me, right? You hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you clear. Yes.
Yeah. One thing. Good night to you again, Albert. I was here. I think I don't know if it was the first night you had the panel discussion.
Oh, blessing.
Yeah.
Yes,
The same
yes, I
person.
remember. Yes, but I can't place you because so many people came over. Go ahead, brother. I remember your voice. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. You know what? It's
Good
a
to
very
hear.
interactive discussion. No, you know, one of the things that I think I would have
Can you bring
highlighted
up
is
Tweety Bird, please? Can you bring up Tweety Bird?
Yeah. Oh, Tweety
yeah.
Bird. Oh, okay. Let's go.
Yes, I was
Did you send
saying.
the invite? You should
Yes, to
send the
send the
invite
invite
out
from
to
long
her. You
time.
know. I'm looking for her. I know she could go to the top of the line by coming out and then sending back
Yeah,
her
she's gonna have to
request. Gotta got DJ Red
cancel the
Strong. I
request
don't
and
see
send
Tweety
it
Bird
back. She's gonna
here.
have to.
It's better she do that, and they got a lot of guest
Okay,
requests.
she's
So
writing in
Oh,
the
she says
comment.
she's
She's
not
writing in
coming
the
up. She's
comment.
not
She's
coming up.
writing
She's
in the
not coming
comment.
up.
She wanna come up.
Oh,
She's
good,
writing
good.
in the comment.
No, she says she's not coming up,
Not coming
Pastor.
up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just make it very short. You know, it's a very interactive panel discussion. But one of the things, I mean, I would have already pointed out my view concerning this entire tragedy, and I maintain that I don't believe that any form of comprehensive investigation was done, and this is why I would have asked
Okay, I'm
AJ.
sorry. She don't want to come up. I put on my glasses. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I would have asked AJ to ask Milkshake the question: had the crew members been unalive because of this tragedy, could we at this particular stage put the blame on them? No, we cannot have done that. Now, I believe that, you know what? Listen to me, an incident of this magnitude, and if I can direct Milkshake to go and look at across the world where 100% lost their life. Ain't no way you could find, even in America, that is so developed than Guyana. Within 3-4 days, they're bringing about charges towards crew member, that even if it's a pilot, in such short span for an incident of this magnitude. It don't happen like that. You got to do a comprehensive investigation, and when that investigation is completed, well, then the evidence is going to say who's culpable or who's not. You just don't charge people for please public or appease to the public. So again, I'm saying I in no way believe, I totally don't believe that these men should have been charged, because I don't believe that there's no evidence to support any charges that is being laid against them. They should have waited, and I'm saying again, I'm not saying it out, they should not be charged. But what I'm saying is they should have completed this investigation, established the evidence, then institute the charges.
Come about you. Let me add my 2 cents to that. Now, if you have one harbor master, and they're saying on this panel I just heard the other superintendent of harbors, and she sought the loading of the boat. The police station is not too far away. The minister was not too far away. Why didn't she make a call to the minister and a call to the police and have them come on the vessel and stop that vessel from going anywhere? She has the right to impede that vessel from moving from the harbor if she felt the passenger's life were threatened based on what she would have saw firsthand, because they said some superintendent was there and she told the captain and crew that the boat is overloaded. Why didn't she go further higher? So that superintendent must be brought to bear to question for her inactions. So she too would have been responsible for the loss of life because of her reckless behavior as a
Well, those are
superintendent.
two good points. Both you and Blessing, as the folks in the comments that you have made very good points there. Yes. And I must tell you, with murder, you don't have no limitation of time. Like 3 years, you got 3 years in which to sue the government, right? And you got a certain time period, 1 year, and so on for the smaller offenses. But if you're going to bring a charge of murder, they can bring this charge anytime. 20, 30, 20 next year, the other year, complete the investigation,
But,
then you lay the charges.
Honorable,
Albert, from
what was
your
the
reading,
charge?
you have ever heard of charges being instituted against, whether it be on a ship, whether it be on a boat, of this magnitude. You're a well-learned person, but have you ever, in your career, ever heard of someone with something that happened so major being charged so far for it?
No.
Within
Because
a
we have
short
not to
space
bring
of time?
charges, We can't just bring charges like that. You got to live with your God. You got to live with your conscience. And the law says that you're not there to charge people for get promotion. You're a minister of justice. You mustn't jump to charge. American people that jump, to get promoted and get news and so on. They are very corrupt people in this country. But in Guyana, we were taught that you do not bring charges like that unless and until you have all the facts, not on a balance of probabilities, but you must be sure that that person is guilty before you charge them.
Honorable, what about dereliction of duty?
Well, that might more be like a civil case, and of course, there's a lot of civil law that can be brought because that don't involve jail, that involve other sanctions like fines and so forth. In terms of dereliction of duty, it's not a criminal charge that is used, and that's a very far cry from murder, very very far
Right.
cry. You know,
But not just,
I
but
don't
I
think
would
these people going
say just for the
anywhere.
captain and crew, but ministers
They're
as
gonna
well.
bring it and let a larger passport. Say, Captain, I'm sorry you got a larger passport. I know you ain't going anywhere, but you gotta stay in the country whilst we carry out our investigations. You can go look after your mother and so on, but larger passport. Harbor master, same thing for you. And then
Right.
you ask
And
them
transport and harbor,
if you
yeah.
can help me. Can you help me in this investigation? 100 people died. People are looking for answers. Can you update me and give me investigations? Did any minister order you or tell you or been doing this? Is there a pattern here that higher ups are involved? Because this is how democracy works. This is how in America even the president can get charged at some stage. You know,
Right.
nobody's above the law.
What I
That's right,
understand,
that's
right?
right, that's right.
What I understand, right? They do tell one Edgel and Indar. The dudes telling them all the time, even some of the workers telling them, and they're constantly ignoring it. It meets to the IRAP, and they're constantly ignoring it. Right. And this is the reason why the guys was complaining. Everybody talk about it. It was no good. I know a guy come on the next other talk show and said they will write him up because he talk about it. And it was, the vessel was no good. Right.
You made a great point there. I
Yeah.
heard of some kind of mitzvah go wrong from them. Was it the Minister of Home Affairs? I think they talk about this. You can be charged or something like that.
Yes, Minister Mofis, Minister Tint, yeah.
You can't go about talking. That's like a totalitarian country.
Yep.
You cannot
Yeah.
have those kind of people talking like that. The attorney general should tell them you can't talk them kind of talk in a free country. We got America here. We got loans from all these countries. We got IMF auditing us. And you go around and saying if you talk about something like that, this is what happened to the freedom of the press. That is our speech. That is the most fundamental right we have in any civilized society. You cannot tamper with those things and shut them down.
Yep.
This is serious stuff. Minister can't do that. She herself should be sent on leave for saying that.
But
Thank you very much.
But
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Baldeo, recently I heard, early in the year, like 5 months ago, the government is aware of these vessels on water that are not properly equipped with safety. There was a barge that sunk somewhere in the Demerara River, somewhere 5 months before this tragedy, and the government did not look into the safety of vessel even then. So to say this is the only vessel of tragedy that the government did not looked into. Let's just look first at the and this was having to do with energy. It's a vessel that offshore vessel of energy. I think it was a hydro power plant at sea that sank and killed 2 crew members. When the young man was on the crew while the boat was sinking, with the equipment, he was talking to his mother. There's a gentleman who was I was on his live, and he said he taped the incident with the guy calling his mother from the vessel while it was sinking. So the government just don't care about marine law and safety and workers on the sea and on the ocean. So, something got to be done to wheeling the government's inability to lead competently and not to continue with their incompetence.
So nobody died on the pontoon incident, but right in that pontoon,
Yes.
people died.
Yes. 2 crew members died.
Were they
2 crew
Americans?
members died, and this like that was 5 months ago. 5 months ago. If anybody can recall that and bring it to the floor. So this is a
Did they bring up the pontoon? Did they bring up the pontoon after?
I don't think so either.
You know what? I heard somebody on my show.
One of my cousins was on that pontoon that went down.
What your cousin?
It was a molasses pontoon. Yeah,
No,
one
it
of my
was
family.
not. He said it was a pontoon giving energy or electricity. So the person told me.
No, I talking about the one coming from Borby to Georgetown.
Oh well. This
I'm
is
milking over the cause of that.
This is street vessel
Cause
now.
of that disaster.
The pontoon was taken in water. The 2 crew member was on the pontoon pumping water, and they had the tow line out with a tug, like over 200-300 feet tow line where they're pulling it. So these 2 men them was on the pontoon pumping water with I think it was a 4-inch or 3-inch pump they were using and trying to get the water, but the water getting so fast and the pontoon was going down, but they didn't have a radio to the tug to tell the captain that the pontoon going down because nobody was taking a look at it. You understand? They claimed that the captain was trying to find a whole set of alcohol bottle and thing on the tug, and it was too late before they reached to the to get the guys them off of there. The suction is what carried the guys them down. They didn't have life jacket or anything. Yeah, the two
Life
women
is
had
worth
life
nothing
jacket.
in Guyana.
You see what guy?
You see.
how we can
This
become
is the
a
reason
Mr.
why.
Baldeo.
Milkshake.
Mr. Baldeo.
When you hear all
Mr.
these things
Baldeo.
and you're in New York and people tell you come back home, develop Guyana, be part of this great
Yeah, the top
you know,
captain
You
get charged for that. The
can't.
top captain was
You
charged.
have to think twice.
Okay, just give me a second. Mr. Baldeo, I just want to read something for Blessing very fast. It's one phone again, so I got to just let me just get it and read it for him. Alright, just right. Good. It say here, homicide and murder. This is from the maritime law, right? Homicide and murder charge is extreme disaster that caused such a high-profile international precedent. The South Korea Seoul. The ferry recently major in the regional inquiry in the Guyana MV Barima. Prosecutors may institute multiple counts of manslaughter or murder charges if authorities determine there was a wanton disagree for human life. So this is something I want to add to y'all, right? In the maritime law, these charges could be instituted.
Milkshake, I think you missed my entire
Right,
point.
but
I see what you
let
feel.
me say something. These charges can be instituted, but it depends on the court.
We have to give everybody an opportunity, but just
brother, you talk.
Let me just take 10 seconds to say what I want to say. Now, and I think that Albert would agree with me. You spoke about, okay, this boat being overloaded. You spoke about the captain being drunk. You spoke about excessive passenger on the vessel. Who are you or me to say that because the boat was overloaded, because there was excessive passenger, right, and because there was excessive cargo, this exactly what caused the boat to sink? You nor me can't say that. You know what's going to prove that? An investigation. And I want you to hear clearly what I said. I never said that how these guys cannot be charged. What I said is that I believe that an investigation of this magnitude cannot be completed in such a short time span. And the best thing is that they should have completed the investigation and then institute whatever charges is there whenever they find someone culpable. That's what I said. I in no way said that how these men should not be charged, but they should not be charged right
No,
now.
I understand.
Anyhow,
I understand your blessing. I understand you.
Hi guys. Albert, thank you
Right?
for having me on
But
your
Oh,
but can you
yes,
panel.
buy
it's one wifey, right?
the
Welcome aboard.
incident?
Yes, I want
You
wife
give
to
the
speak,
statement.
please.
Yeah,
Right,
wifey,
come
you
on,
let
let one
wifey talk.
wifey speak.
Yeah, let wifey talk. Yeah, let she speak.
Thank you for having me on your panel, Albert.
Oh,
And
sure,
I,
that's certainly. Welcome
and
aboard.
thank you. And I do want to start off by saying, again, and it will for always be condolence to myself because I did have family member that perished in this tragedy.
Sorry to hear.
So condolence to everyone else who
Right.
went
And at
through
all
this
Guyanese
tragedy
for that, yes.
and
National
everyone
tragedy.
else who felt it. I think I would first want to start off by saying, oftentimes when we talk about this, we talk about the Amerindians as poor people. And I do want us to cut that narrative out. I think for Guyana, when we see someone living in a less built house than what we are accustomed to, like concrete and these stuff, we think we automatically put them as poor. These people live on their own land. They're very wealthy with agriculture and knowledge on how to cultivate their own food and everything else. So when we're talking about them or discussing them, I think we should first stay away from labeling them as poor people. I think the government take advantage of them because they're not people to outright speak when it comes to more and I'm choosing my words correctly here because I don't want to offend anyone. When it comes to more of
Civil matters.
civilization and these type of things, I think they're comfortable in the land in which they are and they function there, and that's what it is. However, not because they function there, it means that we have to forget about them. They are still on the soil and the land of Guyana, and they should be treated as Guyanese citizens likewise. So I think our argument is about what everyone know already, in which this is a terrible tragedy. The government have to be answering questions and all of this, what we could get back to. But I think first we need to see where our people is at right now. And I think right now our people need help. This is a big tragedy that happened, that so many people was traumatized and hurt by. And up to now, I haven't heard anyone speaking about counseling for these people. I haven't heard on how they're going to correct the issue so these people can feel safe traversing back and forth from mainland to whichever land they're going. I know in every living civilization supposed to get two ways of exit and entry into any land. It's either going to be by air and land or air and sea. And what are we asking the government for this tragedy not to happen again? Yes, we're talking about it. We're talking about the boat. We're talking about the incident. We're talking about the investigation. But what are we asking for this to not happen again? We saw them build over the Demerara Harbor Bridge. A good structure. It's now the Jagdeo Bridge, I think it's what it's called. Cool. But what are
Yes.
we doing for the people that choose to cultivate and live on this separate land in peace? Are we going to build them a bridge across where they have a choice in whether they can take land or sea? Are we going to make the the airplane flights less cheaper, in which they can actually pay and get from one end to the other. What are we doing for these people that this would not happen again? So that's my first take on this incident. And I love the conversation about the wrongdoing and everything. And I think by now all the Guyanese people know that they were wrongdoing. And it's, for me, I just think it's so wrong for them to have press charges and going to it's very much disrespectful to the Guyanese people about how they're going about this. And I know we're hurting. How are we going to turn this hurt into betterment? That's my question. One more thing that I have to say is that we can go back and forth all day about what the government did and what the government didn't do. We all see it, it's in plain sight. What we need to start doing whenever we get a job in Guyana, we need to stop looking at it as just for money and start understanding the legality behind what you're doing. Any job that you're applying to, stop thinking that, oh, my sister get me this job and I'm working for more than you, and that is it. Try looking into the legalities behind it. If this should happen, who is going to get blamed? What are you going to do? Where are your safety measures? Who do you go to when something is happening? How do you document your complaints? With those education, that's how we're going to get better. We have to learn how to get better as citizens instead of depending on the government, because we realize that the government do not care about us. And I will land there for now.
Well, I'll say this to the panel
Why
and
you
Mr.
beat me again,
Baldeo.
why?
This, I want to rebut. I want to rebut one wifey. The issue here is that we have a government that has the money, so we cannot say here that we need to do anything on our own, because the government is like a father to a nation. The government is there on behalf of the people. The people elect the government to take care of their affairs or help them take care of their affairs. So it's not adequate to say that we need to do something on our own. Like I recall a 2010 United Nations report that said, though people are responsible for the individual upkeep and choices, it is a government's responsibility to give the people a hands up. The government is not there by their own, and so we must stand resolute as a people and build industries. Like I would not forgive myself at any time, any interval, to not bring on board the present day legacy and work of the great Abraham Toure of Burkina Faso, that continues to show Africa, the continent, and the world what true leadership brings, visionary leadership brings. This man just built a 8-lane highway, 6 layers with an underpass. When the international community of contractors would say to him to clear the land, it would have taken him 3 years. To build the road would have taken him 6 years. And in record speed, with him buying over 100 drag lines and all of these things, road building equipments, at a cost of $357 million United States dollars. Within 6 months, he built a road length network of over 308 miles. 200.83 miles of road was built in 6 months, which international contractors told him would be built 6 years. It took them 6 months. So, and they did it with their, I think, sovereign fund. That's what they funded government contract. So it is the vision of a government that pulls a country and its people out of poverty, like what President Abraham Toure is doing in Burkina Faso. 25 industries were built from 2022 to 2026. So don't come, please, let's have more intelligent dialogue and visionary dialogue, because we would have had these industries already in Guyana, developed by Fabs Borno, but we did not build on them. The PPP destroyed them. The PPP anchored them, and today, if they were running for 30 years to 40 years, look at our GDP where we would have been. So let us speak with greater competence, insight, vision, and strength, that when a government leave office, it's not for the other one to tear down the other one, but look at the ingenuity, look at the intelligence and the planning and the execution of building on what we already had and expanding it. And if we were expanding glass, clay brick, and all these industries today, ethanol, like I said in my previous dialogue, which ethanol would have been producing worldwide $175 billion in the United States. If Guyana would just secure $5 billion every year out of that ethanol general marketing value of $175 billion, where we could have been with all the industry that was already laid in Guyana, we would have been in a beautiful place. And adding oil to the equation, our GDP, agriculture to our GDP. I am telling you, with an agriculture bank, Guyana would have been off the hook.
Apostle,
So,
may I say something?
thank you. Yeah.
When you say we should speak with great intelligence and I forgot what else you used. I don't want to misquote you.
Okay.
You spoke after me, and I just want to know what
I am making
I
a general
said.
statement, because for
Okay.
you to say one thing that we
When
must
you,
find a way,
let
because the
me
government.
just
No.
let me just
I'm
finish
responding to you, man.
asking.
I know what you
What are
said.
you responding to? I didn't ask you the question
You
again.
saying wrongfully, and it doesn't matter. I'm not going to take sides with you. If you speak wrong, I'll call you out. You're saying that the
I'm
people must
sorry, I
find a
didn't
way.
ask you a
No. Listen,
question.
Pretty much she wanted to say, you have to give her an
respond.
opportunity.
Yeah, you gotta give Apostle. Come on, man. You gotta give the young lady a chance to express herself. You can't
Hey,
be
Jay, I don't want to hear from
What's
you,
wrong
man.
with
You
you,
always
man?
with your big
Pastor,
mouth
this is not
trying
about
to use it to
attacking
talk over
anybody.
people. I heard what she said, and I
Give the young lady
responded.
a chance to finish
I
her
heard what she
sentences.
said.
Give her
Hold
that
on,
respect,
hold on,
please.
guys, hold on,
Come
Gosh.
on, please,
hold,
please,
So you need
Apostle,
to
please.
shut up,
when,
AJ. You talk too much.
guys, hold
Oh
on.
my
I'll give it
When
to
God.
you,
all of
AJ.
us, when
I'll
all
Don't
of
do
us,
Don't keep
look at
this.
what
Let him
spitballing
AJ.
me,
finish.
boy.
One
All right.
minute,
Good night,
Listen,
good night.
Please, man.
one wifey.
You guys are
I
talking or you
like
guys are
what you
You
fighting?
said.
think to mute,
I
Good
was
night.
very
you gotta
Are you
mute the
touched.
guys
pastor for
fighting or
2 minutes.
talking?
You
Wifey,
gotta mute the
you have a
pastor for
Mute
2
special
minutes.
yourself.
gift. I see a very soft and comforting voice in you. I would like you to use that voice as much as possible to bring peace in Guyana, because I listened to you and I was very impressed with the tone of your voice and the way you spoke as a Guyanese. You touched my heart. And then there's
Yes.
some people in the office got to be able to listen to our women and get a God come into them and do the divine things that are right. So we got to attack
Thank
this
you
thing
very
from
much.
different some of us are advocates. Some of us are, people who can put forward ourselves. We also have room and niceties for people like One Wifey, because she has a very convincing way of letting people at a conscience come to them and say, well, you know what, this lady's right. I think I got to change up this system, build a bridge for these folks, give everybody equal opportunity. We're not a poor country anymore. We got oil and we got to step up. And we just can't put this. But nobody meant to insult the Amerindians One Wifey when we spoke of them that way. We
Correct.
know what's going
Yeah,
on.
but
We
I
know
want
they're
to add something to
disadvantaged
one wifey.
and we're
One
standing up
wifey.
for them.
Correct. I
Yeah,
totally
what want to
understand.
add to one wifey? One wifey, the concerning
Good
when
night.
you work
Can
and
I
you
say
want to make
something about
complaints
the
and
bridge?
whatever, they have the
About the boat?
Ministry of Labor, right? Hold on, guys. They have Ministry of Labor concerning things that been done for the Amerindian. There was the last two show meeting, and you should do a research on that and do a background check. Some of the things that was out there for the two shows and how they were pleased with it, right? You should check on that, right?
I
Okay, can I
definitely
say
will do
something?
my.
Can I say something? One wifey, please. Can I say something? If you don't mind, please. You know something? the two showers, is controlled by the PP government. They're not representing the Amerindian people properly. Right. The people talk about it. They're not representing
Do you
them
have
properly.
any
The
proof of
Tushon
that?
government is in bed with the PPP government.
Do you have any proof of that,
It's
bro?
speculation again, right? There's speculation. So
Are you
I
talking
would
things?
comment on that. There's speculation for me. There are no, not if I speak about. There's speculation. I don't speak on speculation.
Can we please let one wifey finish
So
what she has to say? Oh my man, look.
thank you. I was just about to get back there. t- I will get to everyone, but I just want to touch on something about Apostle. I am not calling you out in no type of way. You did say something, and when you speak about it right after me, what you did was discredit or debunk what I am saying. So that's why my question to you was because this is our learning or teaching panel. So my question to you was, what in my dialogue did I say wrong that you would say or make such a statement? What did I say wrong?
You in the most pleasant manner. When you said that we are to find a way because the government seems not to do this or not to do that, it is the obligation of the government to ensure that all the people of Guyana are properly represented at every level, whether it be local government, whether it is in policy, which the PPP does not find it in their heart to institute policies that govern and protects all the people of Guyana economically. Because if they are going to go about and put $21.6 billion in sugar, which is failing, and they do not put anything in bauxite and cement to develop value added to the industry, which we know by 2035, bauxite being developed into refining products like cement and aluminum
Guyana boy want to come up.
will contribute to
Guyana boy want to come,
six.
Mr. Baldeo.
I'm speaking, sir.
I have a question.
You're doing this with presumption, sir. Presumption, sir. By
Mr. Baldeo platform.
2035.
Hold on. Allow Mr. Baldeo to do his work, Mr. Apostle.
Allow me to
This is
speak.
Mr.
When you
Baldeo
speak, do I
platform. Allow him
interject?
to do his work, no man.
No, you're not
Alright, so
speaking.
with wifey
Mr.
and
Baldeo has nothing to do with
Apostle,
speaking, sir.
that situation is clear up, right? We apologize for any kind of misconceptions and so on. I don't think Apostle meant to go after one wifey, but just that because he came on after, things sort of like, became.
And I just want to.
So why don't hold it against him?
No, I'm not. I just add this because, like I said, guys, it is a teaching panel and it's a listening panel, right? And one
Well, your
minute, let
point
me
is
just
well
let
taken
me
that
just
somebody said doing the thing that the Tusha was also being bought out by the PPP. So whosoever said that, I believe as Apostle said that there's people agreeing with him, So we got to look at it. I'm grateful for small mercies, but we got to continue to push for them to get more.
You gone wrong in life. Here we gone wrong in life, right? Everybody living in Guyana, right? The point is, the boat sank, that's the issue, right? But here on the demand, right? Here on the issue, right? You see fucking DPP, Salim Ali fucking hack.
Encourage a decent language on this platform, man.
I don't use a decent language. We're going to cut you off, Chris Mohammed.
Sorry, right? First of all, come on
But
live,
see if
right?
you can put it in language, and so you're dissatisfied with the PPP. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry. Hold on, my boy. Salim Ali hack. DPP, right?
This guy have a personal problem.
Salim Mahak, yes.
Hold on, man. Man, come on, man. Can you give me him, please? Please give me him, boy. The amount of people, innocent people, they get charged for more charge, right? Uncle, I talk to you, alright? Just give me hearing, like, 5 minutes, right? And then in prison. Hold on, man. Talk about Prison Guyana, right? Prison Guyana. Granger was there. Before Granger go there, people was there. None that can move her. You know why they can't move her? You want to tell the reason why they can't move her? Huh?
Yeah, tell me.
They got so many secrets for all them. That they can't move her. Where she fight the fucking chancellor the other day? You know what I'm talking about,
Of
right?
course, they got women on the program.
I'm sorry for my
But I take
language,
your
right?
point. I take your point. Uh-huh.
Man,
Oh,
when she
because you know the
fight
secrets
the
of
chancellor
everybody.
the other
They
day,
got
right?
files on everybody.
She get it,
All right.
Scott. I see for my language. She get it, right? I'm not talking about the boat.
All right, so how to disconnect him? Because like you drink and thing and so, you know, and I understand our guy. These people like to take our liquor, man. But, you know, you can't come in the form like, so I apologize for that. I brought him on because he was begging to come on. But let's carry on. But we got Mahesh. Mahesh, what about you, brother? You want to say something?
Can you bring up
Yeah, I want to say
Guyana
something. I
boy,
want to say
please?
something with the girl
Guyana
that
boy
talked
wanna
about the
come up.
bridge and about the boat.
All
Me
right,
want
wait,
to ask you
Mahesh.
one.
Let us
I just
continue
want,
with one wifey
I,
because we misunderstood her just now.
yeah, I
Yeah,
just want
Alexis,
to.
the man was under the influence, so you know we had to take him off. Yeah, okay, he started
I
cursing
understand.
at people here. You know, other people that not doing
It
like
is
that.
okay. It is okay. No problem. My question is about the girl that just talked about one wife. I think
One
she
wifey.
talked
Yeah.
about the boat and the bridge. So my question is, what she really disappointed that the government build a bridge, or did she just want they bring a next boat? Because nobody don't talk about the good things, what happened in Guyana, but they just put in blame on the government. Why
So,
nobody come up here and talk what the good
Mahesh, can I
things
ask you?
that happening?
Hold on,
So
AJ.
she was,
Hold on.
She just confused herself because she just say they're
no,
building a
she was
bridge.
saying that
Okay, she's
if the
is a
government
good
could
girl,
build a
but then
bridge,
the boat. So what? You just have to give the
she,
government a time, chance, see what's going
yeah,
on.
Well, the better question to ask one wifey. One wifey is there. Are there any And we take your point about that we are a rich country now, where we're getting more resources, and I agree with you, and hence we got to spread the money more equitably and the resources and so on. Nobody will question that. I think what he wanted to ask you if there's what are some of the achievements of the present government that you would be satisfied with, or that you would say, well, are encouraging.
May I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
When my people is in distress and there's more loss than gain in my country for my people with the government that they voted in or trusted, they do nothing or not enough for us. And I will say that loud and clear. I don't care what the PPP do. If what they're doing is not as much or surpass the negative that they're creating and the punish that they're punishing our people, it makes no sense whatsoever. So they could build a bridge, but they build a
I have a
bridge while
question.
giving
Are you
out
from
our
Guyana,
resources.
madam? Are
So
you from Guyana? Are you living in
no,
Guyana
I'm
right now?
just saying our people for
Are
no
you living in Guyana
reason.
right now, madam?
You d-
It's a
Here,
question.
I know wifey good,
sometimes you
right? Me and
have
Are you
to
living in
wifey get,
Guyana?
step
me and
away.
wifey chat already on
Madam,
platform,
are you
right?
living in
Wifey,
Guyana? Why you say we?
what?
We. What is we? Are you living in
Because
Guyana?
I am a proud
Are you
Guyanese.
living in Guyana? No of yes.
I am a proud
Can you answer the question?
Guyanese.
Can you answer the
That's
question?
why
Are you
I'm
living in Guyana?
saying
Why
we.
you say
I do
we?
not
What
have
is
to
we?
live in
It
Guyana to
doesn't
be a
matter, sir. It
Guyanese.
doesn't
You
let
just
you
confused.
McCoy,
You
sir.
just
What are we
confused.
talking?
You just sharing.
All right. So even
You
if
Wifey,
you
just
live
sharing wrong
abroad,
wifey,
news
if you
to the
still has an
people.
interest there, or
What? Where
heart
you
It
is
from?
there,
doesn't
and
matter,
that's where the
brother.
heart
you know,
is.
wifey.
We have to respect and accept that, and that is why we got to accept all expatriate Guyanese and diaspora Guyanese as Guyanese too. Because the issue is coming that you just can't want us to send barrels and think of us as non-Guyanese. And the government, all the governments, I'm saying, must recognize this and have to change the law of Senate process here at night.
We are
We
Guyanese.
got
We
to
are
be able to
Guyanese. But
run for
she's not
office,
living
be
in Guyana. She's
president,
talking
and
things
member
like
of
we.
parliament. We don't have to renounce
no.
American citizenship. We all
Honorable,
have to
can you
change that
please,
law.
Honorable, can you please repeat that last part, the part with wanting us to send barrels and Western Union MoneyGram and still want to say, we it's not Guyanese enough? Can you shout that, please?
for the people at
Yes,
the
that's
back
what
can
I'm saying,
hear.
that we
Thank
cannot be
you.
just be treated as second-class citizens in our own land. No country does that. Israel don't bar the people from America for going to become president of Israel or member of parliament. We must now open up to all Guyanese, because all Guyanese who come up outside the shores of Guyana have come to got the education, skill, hard work. They understand, they got love, they got understanding. All that bickering that people
But you
carrying on
know
there
what?
with on
These are the
racist
same
crap,
people.
we wouldn't do that.
I am so
Because we
sorry
know
to.
that our common enemy is not the fellow Guyanese, is other people.
I'm
Come,
sorry
You
to
know?
speak over you, but these are the same
Are
people
you aware,
who would
right?
see an
Are you
American
aware?
citizen, an American person, and give them all of our wealth because they see them as supreme.
Exactly. I have had a problem
That
with
is
that.
what we
Honestly,
have.
yes. I
When
don't like
our
that one.
people speak and stand strong about what we believe in, and is actually standing and speaking out about this government,
When you want to
this
speak,
is
madam, you need to come in Guyana and stand on the Guyana style and speak
if
here in
Let,
Guyana.
sir,
When you want to speak,
okay, let me
when you
say
want to speak
something. You are in
right,
Guyana.
and you want to
What
speak
are
All right,
you
let her
doing for
finish
our
and then I'll
Guyana
put you on.
people right now?
Let her finish, Mahesh. Let her finish her points. Finish off, wifey,
okay,
and then we
sir.
got Mahesh gonna tell us
He
why
Okay,
he
is
sir.
feels that
he is in
Guyana.
Guyana at the moment. So what is he doing for our Guyana people, our citizen, or your fellow Guyanese people? What are you doing to change what is going on?
I employ
Come on,
25 people. I employ 25
wifey
people.
boy. Be
What are you
technical
doing?
listen now, man.
Mr.
What you are
Baldeo,
doing?
I wish you
All
say
right, all right.
this.
So,
What you
Can I
doing,
say
wifey?
something quickly?
Let him get
I
back
wish
to
you
the
say
point.
something quickly.
Mahesh.
Yahweh, please, I beg you. Out of the 25 people you would have employed, my age, how many of those 25 people are actually Afro-Guyanese, sir?
I have
Please talk
mixed
to
people
us,
working with
please.
me. I have mixed people working with me, sir.
Sir,
And
that's not the
I'm
question I
not a
asked you.
racist. I'm not a
That is not
racist.
the question I
I'm
asked
not
you.
a
I did not
racist.
ask you that. That is not the question I asked
What
you.
are you doing? What are
I'm
you
going to
doing?
ask
Are
the
you want to
question
come in
again.
Guyana?
Out
Are you
of
want
the
to come in Guyana
25
are
employees,
you want
Mahesh
to
asked
come
how
you
and
many
one
of
employ
them
question.
some
are
Guyanese here?
Afro-Guyanese? That's the question I asked you.
Mahesh, EDG asked you a direct question. Why can't you answer that question? You're the
Yes,
one
I
that
need a
like to say
direct
that because
answer. Me
someone
want hear
What
mixed
are you
people.
Guyanese.
question?
I didn't
What's your
ask you
question?
about cook up
What
rice
are your
people.
question? What your question is?
I'm
Mahesh,
gonna ask
Mahesh,
it
be mindful.
again.
You're
I'm
the
gonna
one.
ask it
Employ
again.
You're the one
who?
who was
Out, you
saying
said
that
you
once someone
employed
is Guyanese.
25 people in your business. How many out of the 25 are Afro-Guyanese? I need a clear numeric
That is
answer.
racial. I never will tell you how much
Oh, okay.
Afro-Guyanese, how much
I
Indian,
see.
how much
I
Spanish,
see.
how much
I
what.
see.
That is
Right.
Okay, let me
racial
get
How
talk,
back to the
though.
issue
convenient.
at point.
How
Mahesh,
That is
I have
convenient.
a
racial talk.
question for you, Mahesh. What are your thoughts on this present situation with the MV Barima tragedy? Do you think it's been properly handled by the government and the directed public prosecutions? Let us hear what you
100%.
have to say.
100%. The government is doing the best. And people who don't see it, who don't understand, they will run around and talk things, but they don't know how Guyana work. They don't know. They don't understand.
Can you name
This
three
guy's
things
not
that
I'm
the
about
making
to have a
any
government
question
Mahesh,
for
did
you're
sense.
you.
wrong.
right?
You're
One
wrong.
question.
You're wrong.
Mr. Albert, I wish you say
No,
Wait,
something.
wait,
okay,
wait,
I'll
Mr.
just
wait,
give you
wait,
one
You're
wait,
wrong.
question.
You're
one
wrong,
moment,
Mahesh.
Can I
You're
please.
wrong.
speak? Can I say
No, I just
something?
want to
Can I
ask one question.
say something?
No, I just want to ask one question, and then you guys just one question I want to ask, nothing more than one question. So, Mahesh, my
I
question to
want to
you.
ask one question before I go, please. Thank you.
Good. One question, Mahesh. And my question is to you. Do you see any other government as being best suited to run this country other than the PPP? That's the one question I get for you.
He would say no. He would say
Well,
no
I
to
don't.
tell it right now.
So you think the PPP doing something wrong or
I didn't ask you
something
that.
not right?
I didn't ask you that. My question, let me repeat it. I said, do you see any other government beside the PPP as being best suited to run this country? This is my question.
Well, my question is, I left Guyana is because of poverty when in PNC time. So I come back now, and I come back is because I see betterment. I see something great. I see something that my kids can stand in the future. I think that it's gonna be great in the future for my kids. So if you have a question about
Albert, could you ask me the
Mhm.
question? Well, probably I speaking it in a language that you don't understand, but probably you
You
may
keep deflecting from all the questions tonight. You can't answer no question direct.
Just
But you
Albert,
want to
just
ask
put the
direct
question
question
over in
now.
a better way so that we
No
can
program they
understand what
say
I'm
that
trying to ask.
skinny your tea down there. No program they say this.
If I told you something that my kid's gonna be happy in the future,
Are you only
then
looking
and
after your kids?
I
You're
leave
looking
Guyana
after the
because
entire
poverty.
country. You don't care about the entire nation, 83,000 screamer. You just concerned
My
about
I'm
your
trying to
question
country.
tell you,
is,
You're
Apostle,
very
that he see
selfish,
better
what
in
do
the
you
man.
want?
country. That's why
Come up here in this panel to
he see
defend
that
the kids.
his family could make it in Guyana.
All you concerned is your children. You're a nasty person.
No, I'm concerning about
I'll
the
call you out. You're
nation
a nasty
children. I'm
person.
concerned about the nation children. I'm concerned about how I
Alicia
grew up
Smart
in
is
Guyana.
asking if you're one of the person that get contracts. Do you get any contracts from the Guyana government?
No, I don't have any contract, sir. If it's
Okay.
that what you are
So
asking,
you're
I don't have any
no,
contract.
not
I
possible.
just
Somebody in it's not him has that. It's somebody in the chat
That's
asked
a
that
yeah,
question.
I
I
just
don't
want to
really
Alicia
say
work. I
two
don't
Smart. I
really.
think
things.
is
I
her
want
name.
to say two things. One, if you notice, he did stated that he had to leave Guyana, develop what he had to develop first, to go back to Guyana to put
He said
whatever
he
he
leave
had
Guyana in
in
PNC
Guyana.
time when
That
there
is
was
one.
poverty. That is
Two,
what he
I
said.
have a
I
He leave
I
question
leave
for
Guyana in
Guyana in
you.
PNC time
Sir,
poverty.
when
I'm
poverty.
not finished. Just let me
I leave it
finish.
because poverty.
I have a question for you. You stated that you think the government did a tremendous job in this in investigating this
100%.
incident. Can you name me three amazing things that the government did to fix this situation that happened or the tragedy that happened?
Well, that is for you to figure out, not for me to.
No,
What
no,
I
that's a
see,
fair
Yeah,
question, Mahir. You
no.
said you
that
want
is
to come in. That's a
everything.
fair question.
Everything
He
that what
asked,
I see,
You don't
he
need
everything
asked you
that
in
what I
relation to
see
the
is
tragedy.
perfect.
you don't need
Everything
Because,
that
for
what I
example,
see is
one of the
perfect.
yourself
people,
for me.
right? One of the folks on this chat is asking if you're satisfied that 7 hours was taken for help to be gotten, or if you could call it help, but for contact to be made to the people who were drowned or are drowned. If 7 hours is a reasonable time in your estimation for that to happen, would you accept that as a reasonable time? 7 hours? Just be frank
Well,
and say yes or no.
okay. Can I ask you a question before I answer the question?
No, no, don't answer my question by asking me a question.
Can I
You
ask
keep
you a
answering
question
question with
of the
question,
chat
answering question.
before I answer you the
Directly.
question? Can I do that?
No, you
Milkshake,
gotta
back
answer
him
the
up, man.
question. She asked
Okay.
you about the topic about nobody's after you or trying to trap you or anything like that. And you talked about the greatnest of Guyana and so on and so forth. There must be some good things and some bad things. But if we are
I'm
not honest with
I'm
the
here
bad
in
thing,
Guyana, and what I see in Guyana is greatness. What I see in Guyana is development, greatness. I see that things that what I never seen in my lifetime here in Guyana.
do you
So
think therefore,
and
let me ask you this question. Let me put it this way. Do you think there's room for development in the way that the Barima tragedy was handled?
well,
Let me
I think the government do the best what they can, and everybody
This man's a racist. This
understand.
man's a
Everybody
racist.
understand.
Racist,
Everybody
man.
understand this
But
Can
they
you
said
just
that
tragedy.
finish,
7 hours was
please?
an
Let me hear what he's
unreasonable
saying,
human
please, guys.
response. I mean, we gotta develop our country, and there's always things left to be developed. So the question is, Mahesh, do you think that a 7 hour delay can be improved and must be improved in future?
Well,
Great
if
question.
I
Great
if
question.
I if you ask that question, how much things happen in
Mahisha
America?
guy
How much
asking a question,
people kill?
answering a question with a
How much
question.
people
This
die?
guy's a
We don't
lunatic.
want you
This
to
guy's a
deflect from
Will
the
lunatic.
you answer?
question.
No, we're
Mohammed,
talking
you're a
Will
about
you answer
lunatic.
this
Guyana.
Question
question in
Forget about
America?
directly.
You live
America.
in
We
All
don't
of
America,
us
right?
want
deflect.
to go
But
home to Guyana.
America, we
Some of
want to
us
hear
want to
about
go to Guyana.
America. The man
Do you
asks about
think that
7
Guyana?
hours.
Yeah,
So
forget
you
about
think the
America. Forget
president
about them. Let
become
me talk
a
about what we
magician or
own,
something?
Guyana.
They gonna
Do you think that
what
at
you think?
least we should improve that is beyond question that we should improve the seven
Okay,
hour response by
the
the
lady
medical
just
people?
talked. The lady just complained about the bridge that they built. So you don't think that they are
Milkshake,
trying
you
to
just
Come
build
up on the
bridge
no
panel.
so
milkshake.
they don't
You
have to
come up
go
to
with boat?
defend the Jaguar Bridge.
No, I don't
You
think
come
she
up to
complained
defend.
about the bridge. She
Did I
said
have
the
a
bridge
chance
was
to say what
built,
I need to say?
but
Get
she
it right,
also
Joe, man.
wanted
Say
to
what I
see
want to say.
equity
All you heard is
in the
you have
But
to give
rural
voice more than anything
communities.
else.
okay,
That if we
And
you
build a
just
guys,
bridge
wait.
do you
there,
guys
we should also
understand
build
that
a
the
bridge in the
Mohammed,
government is
hinterland.
trying? So
That's
you
what she's
guys,
saying.
and what I'm saying that you guys doesn't see that the government is trying to build
Okay,
bridge,
brother
trying to build
Baldeo,
road, trying
I'll be listening. I'll be quiet
to
now,
make
yeah? because I'm going to go and lie down and
make
listen to you
Guyana
guys.
a better place. You guys doesn't see that because you know why you guys don't see that? You guys don't live in Guyana. You guys doesn't travel in Guyana. Let me tell you one thing. I left from Holland and come in Guyana, and I see development. I see things that I never see before in Guyana. And all of you guys sitting here and talking every single day about Guyana this, Guyana that. You guys must come in Guyana and spend a couple months here. And let's
So
work
Mahesh,
together and
Mahesh, you
start to hire
promoting
people. Start to
Listen,
spend your money in Guyana. Bro, listen.
whatever they
You guys
look
need to
till
come
you
in
drink
Guyana,
it, I
spend
want
your
some of it.
money, and then stop talk bullshit on TikTok.
Mohammed, you unlearned. You strong like
Mahesh,
you don't even went to school for. So you
As
grew up
far
from
as
there
you're
but still
concerned, Guyana
alone.
right now is the greatest country in the world.
I went to Guyana in
Guyana
2023
is the
and all I
greatest
see the
country.
Chinese
It's
take
a
over
free
everything. The
country. It's
Chinese
always been
take
a free
over
country.
everything.
But
You're a
people like you
blind
guys
guy.
always
You're a
put it
blind
in the
domicile.
back
That's what you
and
are.
lost. You
hold on,
guys
hold on.
make
Nonsense.
it work.
Mr.
Silence.
One
Apostle,
day
they
I
have
have you
Mahesh,
guys.
factories
hold
in
on, hold
America. They
You
on.
have
guys
Don't even tell
convenience
your
disgrace
stores
Guyana.
in
bullshit.
America. They have different
Don't come to me with your
culture
nonsense.
stores in the United States.
You
Why
guys
is it
disgrace
you
Guyana
compare
The
the
by
Chinese
coming
country
take
and
here
over
take
talk
out
everything in
bullshit
together?
about
Guyana.
What
Guyana.
What are you
how much
talking
other
about?
You guys
business?
have to
They get
stand
one
up.
area, could get a set of
Stupid.
Stand up
Indian
to Guyana.
stores.
Stand up.
Huh? Relax
Gentlemen,
yourself,
can you
man.
guys give me a minute? I heard Mahesh said something just now. I mean, during you, why you guys talking when he said Guyana is a great, and he made mention of a word. I guess everyone missed it. So I would like for him to repeat what he just said there. I know everybody missed it, but I heard very well what he
I
said.
didn't miss it. I heard exactly what he said. I didn't miss nothing. Well, go ahead. Let you
I
repeat
know you
yourself.
missed what he said just now, but I heard it, and I would like for him to repeat what he just said there. Cause
That's
let me
why
tell
I
you why I
said I
heard
was
it.
giving
Let
Guyana
me
in
tell you.
2023. He's
No,
talking
you know what he
nonsense.
said?
The
Let me tell you
Chinese
what he
got
said
more
just
rights in
now.
Guyana more than Guyanese. So he's talking garbage.
Apostle, just give me an opportunity to say what I'm saying. I heard what he said, and he can correct me. He said, you know what, Guyana is a great country, and Guyana is a coolie country. I heard that just now. He said that.
That is
I
because
Wow.
heard
you're a racial guy. I say free country. It's a great country and free country. Something
Okay.
wrong with your
All right,
ears.
so we'll
You
take
must
it
go
as
to
as a
you
slip
must,
of the tongue, or he said,
bro.
all right, we'll give you the
Yeah, it's
benefit
a
of the
free
doubt.
country. It's a
So
free
Mahesh,
country.
remember,
It's
It's a
Guyana
not
guys
great and
free.
free
having
country,
race
bro.
It's
and
not
that's
free,
all
You
I'm
is a
sir.
saying.
It's not
racist
free.
and you said
Are
racist
you
piece of
aware
shit.
that we've gotten large quantities of oil that has propelled that
Brother
development? And that didn't come from nobody's pocket.
Brother Baldeo, I will be listening to you guys. I'll be going to lie down. I'll be listening to you guys. I'll be keeping quiet. They could
I
talk.
hear you, Reverend. We
Yeah,
will
bro.
Thank
continue
Go
you.
this in
and
a minute. We're
go
going
and
to
sleep
wrap up
and think
soon.
about the
You hear?
freeness
Because it's
and the
2:32. So
opportunity we have in Guyana.
we're
Go
going
and
to talk
sleep on
again,
that.
Reverend KK.
How can
Mahesh, you
Guyana
know
be
that
free?
Brother
God blessed
Baldeo,
us with
can you
oil.
inbox me? I need to talk to you. Me and Brother Subadar. We need to speak to you privately.
Yes.
Can you inbox
Tomorrow
me
we
your
can
number,
do that.
please,
Is
sir?
that all
Thank you
right?
very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Inbox and yes. But it'll
Send
be
your money,
after
yeah.
2
Please
o'clock
inbox
when
me.
I
Thank
get
you.
back from court. You hear? After
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yes. Just like
Tomorrow
going to be the
you can
boss
inbox
stuff.
it to me. I will
But
talk to you on
yes.
WhatsApp.
All right,
Thank you.
Reverend KK. Yes.
Okay.
Blessings. Mahesh, though, this oil, this wealth is not driven from anybody's personal pocket. This is what we have to understand as Guyanese. This is what God has blessed us with. And this is for every Guyanese of the 6 races and all of us. And we can't see Guyana as belonging to any particular person or persons or cabal or race or whatever.
So
Whatever the past is the past.
are you saying you hear me talk about personal thing that
No. When you said that the oil is doing, no, sorry, that Guyana is doing so well, I wanted you to put it in the context of what is expected of Guyana to do to do very well. Yes, because we get our oil resources that put us there, and that is expected. But the question is, can we do better? Do you think there's room to do better, especially with this Barima tragedy?
so I think that what you want what you're talking about.
Okay, there are certain reforms that have to be made. Maritime law, air law. People shouldn't be dying like that, 100 at a time. Put systems in place. Put
So
ministers in
are you
place.
blaming the government? Are you blaming the government of those tragedies?
But the government is in law blame because they are responsible, because that's the ministry and the Transport and Harvest Department's fault, and that comes on in the government.
So
Yes, that will be
so you
established in court.
so you have your car, and if if you go in
No,
your
no.
car and you're driving
If you
to
have
go
a
to your
government
job
carry,
and your
Oh
brakes
my
fail
God,
and you
some
get a
people just
crash,
shit can
you
shit
think
can.
you should blame the government, or who
no,
should
no.
you have to
If the
blame?
car is owned by the government and the government
No,
never
no,
maintained the car and the government issue false fitness for the car and the
no.
government used the car to
I'm
transport
talking
people and
about you,
charge the
sir. I'm
fare,
talking about
you
you.
see, you got to put all these things in context.
Okay,
A ferry that is
I'm gonna
owned
put
by
the
the
content. I'm
government.
gonna put it in
One,
content, sir. You have a car, right? You're going in the morning to drive. You're gonna go work or wherever you go. Something happened to your car. The brakes fail. You crash to our next car. You think the electrician, of the mechanic, of the government, you're gonna blame? Who you gonna blame?
That's not
Your
the
brakes
same
fail.
fact. You're citing other facts, far different from what happened.
No. I'm saying just who you have to blame. You of
No, no, let's put it
the
in
mechanic.
context. This is a ferry. Who owned the ferry? And let me ask, put it in context in a little legal way.
Okay,
Who owned the ferry?
okay.
Who
The
owned
ferry
and
owned
operated the
by
ferry?
the ferry owned by the is not owned by PPP. It's owned by the Guyana, the government.
Government,
Whosoever.
Guyana
Yeah,
government, right. The
yeah.
ferry was dry docked and was never properly run and maintained and fitness issued and taken to test and so on. They put
Are
the
you
ferry there
talking?
while it was
Are you
unoperated.
talking the captain is illegal? Is have no
this guy's
sense? You don't have
driving.
a paper
No,
to.
I'm talking about
What the
liability.
hell?
I'm talking
Are
about
you talking
liability.
about that? Because you know what is a captain duty is before you carry out a boat a vessel. Do you know that?
But you
I
don't even know what you're
understand the duty
talking
of the
about.
captain. What
You don't
about
know
the
what you're
duty of the
talking about.
minister who got portfolio of that minister and he come
This
directly
guy
The
on
don't
the
minister
even know
have
what he's
nothing.
talking
The
about.
minister have
Good.
nothing to do with that, sir. Sir, the
Minister
minister have
have
nothing to do with
everything
that.
to do with
Buddy,
it.
shut
Stop
your
talk
mouth.
ras.
Shut your
You know
mouth.
what the minister have. You know what the minister have. You know what the duty the minister have is what the captain say to the happen to the vessel. If the captain say, hey, the boat have to be painted clean, the engine not working, the capella is broken, put that in paper, black and white, send
But
it
this guy
into
don't
the
shut. Oh
office.
my
I
God.
cannot take the boat out. I cannot take the vessel out. We have an issue on it. The responsibility of the captain, the driver of your car, you driving your car, use the responsibility. You have to take responsibility of your home. Who's the man of your house? You think the president gonna come and say, "Hey, I am the man of your house. Where your wife is? Okay, madam, you sit over there. What are you talking about? You want somebody else
You're
come
a
in your house
shameful
and
person.
be the man?
You have no brain to talk on this issue where you come up here to just fly your
Bro, are
mouth
you
to give
stupid?
aid.
Man,
Why
a
are you
pass,
You
stupid,
relax
bro?
yourself,
understand?
no man.
Bro,
You'll
what are
relax
you
yourself.
talking about? Are
You
you
need to shut your
stupid?
mouth, bro, because you're talking sheer
Bro,
foolishness.
are you
You
so
need to stay
stupid that,
quiet.
All right.
hey,
Apostle, let me answer him this way. Mahesh, we've got to accept certain facts. This is totally different facts you're talking about, brother. Here is where the ferry was owned by the government. And you also have to ask the question and come off the captain a little bit. If it comes out that the minister told the captain that you have to sail this boat with my rollers on it, or you'll be out of a job, does that change your view?
do you have a document written, the captain have a document written that the minister tell him to do that?
No.
A
We're
legal
just
document.
bringing in a scenario that can come
No,
into play.
what are you bringing, what you bring in there, what you bring in, that's what the people gonna run with. Guyanese, we
No.
Guyanese,
I didn't bring that
we
in.
Guyanese like to run with
There
things
were two
that,
rollers. There were two rollers in the boat. There were two rollers in the boat. Eyewitness,
Man,
bro,
sorry.
Pastor,
Two
you gotta confirm
rollers
these
in
bro,
the
things,
boat.
them.
is
The
this guy that
eyewitness
talk you have
said
two rollers? You
two
have a
rollers
video of
were
it?
on the
You
boat.
have any document of showing
The
that you have two
eyewitness
rollers?
said that's why they don't
This
want to bring up the
guy,
boat. This is why they don't want to
bro,
bring up the
you
boat.
Hear what
talk
Because the
good.
happened, hear what
evidence
happened,
is
hear
on the
what. Let me
boat.
answer
You
that, Pastor,
haven't.
right?
So why you
Hear
don't
what,
come
let me
out on the
answer that, Pastor.
news?
Let me answer that,
Why you
Pastor.
don't have? Why you don't have
Mahesh,
it on the
You can't
news?
answer me,
Mahesh,
milkshake.
hold
I
up,
don't
hold
want to
up.
hear from you.
Then
Because
you
you
have to
are
go to
Alright,
the
totally
court. You have
blind.
to
I
Mahesh,
don't
go
hold
want
to
to
the
up.
hear from you.
police.
Hold up, Mahesh. Mahesh, hold up right there.
Talking
Let
bullshit,
me tell
bro.
you something. If two roller was on the vessel, you hear? The vessel were capable of carrying the two roller them. You hear? The only problem is if the roller was properly strapped in the
Tethered.
arch.
I
You
know that I
understand?
said it. So you teaching me
So
nothing. I
stop
know that. I
complaining
said
with the
it
boat they carry
before.
two roller, the boat they
Weeks
carry
now
this,
I
the boat
said
they
that.
carrying that. The
It was
boat
not
was
He
properly
asked.
overload.
strapped.
He asked about documents just now, stating that if there was any documents stating that the minister asked this captain to do such. Is there any document stating how many people was on board of this boat when it first took sail?
Then you should ask the captain that, because the captain
You're
seemed
not
to be
answering
high.
any question.
The captain seemed to be high. And
See,
they,
this
and they
is
said
why
that
I
you
can't
You know
have
you
a
supposed to be
conversation
smart
with him
things,
because
right?
he's not
Madam,
answering
You
madam,
gotta
any
rest yourself a
question.
little
are
bit,
you
right?
thinking before you talk, madam?
Milkshake,
No,
can
you
you
can't.
help
You
him?
can't. You
I
on
don't
you.
Hey,
think you
That's
think.
something
I
right
don't
now.
think you
you
sit
got
and
Evan, you don't know
understand
you score with
what
you
you're
technically. You
talking.
wanna rest yourself, well. I know you well, man. I know how you just come around. Yeah, you deal already on panel.
So, Milkshake, are you saying he's right or wrong?
Some good point. You understand? I can't
You
say. You
say
share
some
some
good
good
points
point. You
like
make
what?
some
So,
sense with some of the things.
Milkshake,
What points you share?
what are the
Man,
good
me never
points
go for that
that?
game, man.
What are the good
Man, me
points
never
that
go
he
for.
shared?
Me
You
here.
see,
Look, man.
y'all,
Yeah,
y'all is the
man.
masters of deflection, boy.
You can't
Masters of
hold on,
deflection.
hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Milkshake, what are the
The
right?
ingrained
yeah, can't handle
indoctrination
He
is
facts.
makes some good points,
deflection.
but me
That's
never
the
go over the good points
indoctrination.
he make. What Ross?
Oh my gosh.
These
Oh,
people are
Wow,
trained
man.
I'm gonna
liars.
mute
They're
up
trained
again.
propagandists. That's what they are. They're
Really?
born to
Man,
lie.
Apostle, you share that set of propaganda right now. Right now,
No, I
you
share
bear
facts.
assumptions.
I share facts. You got nothing. You got nothing on me. But the dark shades
You remember, let me show you
and
something. You
stupid
know, when I
comments,
come
that's
up
what
with
you
that, you
got.
would beg the host them.
You are
You
a
would
dead
beg all the
person.
hosts
You
that
need
when
to
you
go
see
in
I
your
roll
grave
up,
because you're
to
very
get rid of
stupid.
me. You know why? Because you can't
Very
handle me
stupid. You're
question
not even
them.
learned as me.
Just
You're
can't
not
handle
even
me
learned as
facts.
me. Share me you because you're talking
I'll tell
trash.
you something, Mr.
You're
Baldeo.
talking trash.
Me and Apostle just roll up on some panel, right? And you see when he see I roll up, he just ready
You're
to
a
tell the
liar.
host,
Stop taking
Blackie,
play to
you don't
yourself. You're
want
a
to
liar.
share
I
me
don't
your
scare
opinion, you
nothing with you.
understand?
Nothing
You
like you
frighten
could
me.
run me
You scared of
foul.
me, man. You scared of me.
You ain't got nothing on me.
You
So let
scared
me
of me.
ask
You got
AJ
looks
now.
nothing.
Let's
You got
ask
nothing with me.
AJ
No
to
brain,
bring
no
up
nothing. So I
something
don't know what
relevant
you
to this
for.
conversation so
You're
we can move
stupid.
away from this little thing now. All right, yeah, cool down.
You guys have a good
AJ,
night.
You
Thank
just
you.
want to get yourself props.
Thank
You
you for
clown.
bringing me up.
Honorable.
Big clown.
yeah, AJ, tell
Do
us
you want
something that you
to
want to have discussed because you came on and we didn't give you a good chance to talk about what you wanted to talk about.
No, well, okay, so, all right. I understand that the Commission of Inquiry will not be reporting, well, I guess they will only be reporting directly to the President, right? So we're not going to hear anything about that until it is concluded. But you know what I see? Honorable, you remember the Adriana Young case last year, right?
Yes.
You remember when the first 3 initial medical examiners came to examine her body?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened to that report? Do you recall?
Yes.
What happened to it? What did they do with it?
Yeah, these things were not made public, and then
All
about
right,
time
good.
passed,
And
and these things were swept
why?
under the rug.
Right, and why were the 3 medical examiners rushed out of the country with such a haste? They were not allowed to speak to the media. This is the same repeat that is happening all over again. And watch this. Look at this. The media can't even, the press can't even interview nobody from Transport or Harbor Department. Just the same way last year, none of the hotel staff of the Doubleday Hotel were not allowed to be interviewed. No
Milkshake, he
questions
had
were
some
asked
good
of them.
points there, you
All
know.
of them rushing off. So I don't know
Let me
when
ask
when
Milkshake
this
what he would say
man
about this,
look.
because these are some good points AJ raised. And you know these things are
Man,
happening one
Mr.
after the other. So
I
what's your
Mr.
response to
Baldeo,
that?
I'm just share a little. I
established
don't want to get
I'm
into
laying
the
out a
Adriana case, right?
well-established pattern here.
Right?
Adia
But
Fire, the
here what
same
happened.
thing. Henry Boy situation, same thing. I could keep going. Yeah, I can't come to me with nonsense.
Mr.
This time
Baldeo,
might be the last
AJ, let
time.
me
say,
hear
I'm
what
share a little.
Milkshake got to say.
Those 3 doctors that came in to do the forensic thing, when they come out to try to talk,
Be careful.
they were bullied a little bit, so they run.
Be
You understand? They
careful.
had to roll.
Bully by who?
Bullied
I
by
be careful,
who?
nothing. I don't want to share too much on it, right?
Bullied
By
I don't want
by
to get into
who?
Adriana Young
So
case.
how
I'm
come
not getting
you?
into
Bullied by
Okay,
the
so
Henry
how
Boyce
come
case.
you're the only one who know about this bullying that happened? Why no one
Exactly.
else know about
Man,
this
you
bullying that
stop putting
happened?
Dr.
words in
Baldeo,
people's mouth, but how I the
Dr.
only
Tony
one know about bullying. You
Baldeo,
can't
You
can I
program me no
said
more.
they
respond
were
to this
One
bullied.
wife,
guy?
you can't program me none time.
Milkshake, can I
You
You
respond to
said
this
they
understand?
were
guy?
bullied.
Can I say
I'm not
something, Dr.
programming
You see
Baldeo?
where they're
you.
going on there, right?
I'm
You see where
just
they're going on. So
using
me
your
get time to get
words
into though.
to
We are
hold you
strictly, we are
accountable.
dealing
That's
strictly
why I
here
said be
Hey,
with the
careful.
Commander,
Very
those
constant.
three,
Man, don't tell
those
me
three
be careful.
medical
You can't put
examiners
words
came in
in
the
me mouth nonsense.
country
I represent myself all the time,
under the
right?
protection
I
of the
represent
government.
myself.
So if anybody gets it to bully them, it's their own government ministers and their own people working for the PC. Y'all bully them. If
Dr.
See
anybody
about
get
that,
Baldeo,
bullied
man.
can
by
I
Me
say
say
anybody,
not
something? This
about
guy
that.
not
If
no
you know though, you
civilian.
know though.
Can I say something?
Me know though. You if you know though, you know though.
Yes, Apostle.
Let me say
By the way,
this.
one
This
wife.
guy Milkshake
Why
is
you
a
just come
liar
with a
through and through.
scientific
Because
question? I
watch
can
this.
answer for she.
It was the president when the men finally brought their findings to the floor. It was the president act like Lord and God to bring out what they said, which he gave a spin to it. It was the obligation of these three pathologists with their findings to come to the people of Guyana and give their findings directly to the people. But the government was in a cahoots with the owners of Baldeo because the owner was a family of the Minister of Education. So it was all a cover up by Irfan Ali to the Baldeo owners and the party of the Minister of Education being a family of the owner. So it was nothing done in a professional environment, but
Look
a
at
cover up environment.
Look at
That's
this.
what
Let
we
me
got.
just say this. They were quick to rush to charge the crew members and the captain with murder without doing a full investigation. Why didn't they hold the
Process.
Doubleday Hotel owner for murder until they finished the
Well,
investigation?
that is what Mr. Baldeo was saying all the time. He was keep saying that all the time. So
That is your own
And one
conclusion, your own
wifey,
assumption.
Milkshake,
That
that
they
is
didn't do a
not a
proper investigation,
conclusion.
right?
That is what happened.
You make your own assumption there, right?
That is not an
no, 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 no,
assumption.
no, no,
Your own
That is
assumption
what
you make there.
happened.
That's your own
that's a
assumption.
well clear laid out double standard. According to the
No, man,
definition
let me
of
tell you
justice,
something.
which means
Here what
hold
happened.
on, according to the definition of justice, which states fairness and equity across the board, I can't remember the last time we see any justice in Ghana as it relates to fairness and equity across the board. It's always
Here
favoritism
I want to tell you something.
and
Mr. Baldeo, let me tell you
one-sidedness.
something, right?
the PPP
Yeah,
has
wait,
a
Let me
wait,
tell you
wait,
something,
wait,
Mr.
You
wait,
got a
Baldeo.
wait,
very
Mr.
wait,
Baldeo,
wait.
interesting
hear me
comment
out.
here. The government is
Here one,
accountable for
we
the
could
operational
bring, let me
procedures
tell you
of the vessel,
something.
period. Contrary
Let
to
me
what
tell you
Mahesh was
something.
saying,
Facts,
Bargain
honorable
House said the
facts.
government is accountable for the
Yeah.
operational procedures of the vessel, period.
That's it.
Mr. Baldeo, let me tell you something, right? You could bring Allah. You could bring gentle Jesus. You could bring Lord Shiva.
Don't bring our
The
God
people
in
them out
this.
there will still find a fault with that.
Don't
you
bring,
just
understand?
ignorant.
sir.
You just
They're
Don't
gonna
ignorant. You
still
just
put
include
their
ignorant,
God
own
Dr.
into
Bishop.
narrative.
You
this
just
You
ignorant
because
can't
and
stop
biased.
them, these people have for their own mindset, you understand? They
No,
will
there's
find a
reasonable
fault
grounds
with
there.
it.
There's reasonable grounds for concern, and going forward, procedures being put in place. And then you had a history with Adriana Young, and you have a history with some other things happening. You know, I mean, these things are happening too common for us to
There's a
just sit back
pattern.
and
It's a
say, well, there
well-established
are
pattern.
Milkshake
coincidence.
is
You know,
blessed with
it's establishing a
docility,
pattern like
a high
Avery
degree
is
of
saying.
docility.
It's
This man
establishing
is
a,
blessed with docility.
yeah, we
Because if you
cannot,
learn the judge is saying what you're saying
I
and he's
hear what you say,
still
man. You
pivoting,
understand?
he is
Your words
disingenuous.
don't move me, sir.
Very disingenuous. Yeah, you blessed with docility. Because if a learned lawyer, ex-magistrate, prosecutor is giving you his legal expertise and you still turn around and turn your back, you are blessed with docility. You need to receive
I
that
am
as
not
a person.
saying
You
See,
don't.
this is why he
we are
called
having a
himself milkshake.
conversation down here.
He's a
no, it's
milkshake of
all right.
I
It's
am
corruption.
having
all
a
right.
conversation
It's no
here.
problem. Milkshake is
You
making some
understand?
good points. Albeit he's in the minority.
I
I admire
just
his
ran
guts
here
and
with
his
the conversation, sir.
and
I'm not
his
Well,
bashing
what you
anybody.
call
I
it,
would
this is
tell,
no
you know,
glory.
I would
his
tell
perseverance.
Mr. Baldeo, you're speaking nonsense. You understand? I
Listen,
would
it's
just
okay. It's
respond to
okay.
it.
Don't worry with that. All I'm saying that you're a lot of brilliant people here. You know, I've learned a lot from this, and this is how you can't decide law in an ivory tower. You can only decide law, like I said, you got to go to the border market or a stock market. You got to be the man with the people because they're more intelligent trust me, on road matters and road sense and intelligent things than the judges themselves. Because this you don't find in a book. So it's always good to listen to what people have to say, like all of you we learn from. And I hear what you're saying and I've learned from it, and I hear a lot of things and so on. So the only way we can do this is to come together and sort of like see how best we can find solutions for a country, because Ghana belongs to all of you, me, and all Guyanese, foreign and local too. We got to cut down any barriers that prevent us from getting there, like preventing overseas qualified people from going there and become members of parliament or prime minister or president. That because a man born in another country. American Guyana. Let me ask you all about this. I'll take it one from the other, from wifey coming down to the top. What do y'all feel? Should the government remove the law that caused Mr. Greenwich, qualified man, to give up his UK citizenship? God knows that he had to go through a hard time to become a UK citizen and so on. And now Guyana has a good relationship with America. America is a blessed country. Everybody look to America for help. So are we going to say, Guyanese, you can come back and you don't have to renounce your citizenship because you work hard for that, and we are at peace with America. It's the greatest country in the world. And we have no problem with America. As you can see, we don't have none. The oil companies are all there. America and Guyana got no differences. So therefore, you don't have to renounce citizenship, and you can run for any office here or hold any position from top to bottom, president, member of parliament, or any sort of situation. That let us remove all barriers that will prevent an American Guyanese or the diaspora person from UK or Canada from holding a top position in this country, commensurate with their qualifications and so on. Let me start with wifey. One wife, what would you say about that?
I
Do you
think that
agree with
is
that,
a
or do you think we should
I
continue to keep
I
Guyana as a caste system of government?
I think I agree with that because it would give more wisdom to our country. Sometimes it's not all about money. Sometimes it's just about wisdom. And sometimes you have to step out and able to see what is happening in. And I think that is where our government is having a problem with. They don't want to listen to the Guyanese in the foreign countries or wherever, because they think, oh, you're not on the soil, so you have no saying in it. But sometimes that is the best advice you have to get from, because why is it that America could have a say in Guyana, but Guyanese citizen in America can't have a say? And
I take your
I'll
point. Very well said. Apostle, what are your views on this, sir?
Well. It will be academia to the highest level that brings about greater industrial development to Guyana, because America holds in the top 10 of the highest academic country in the world, back with Canada, China, South Korea, Sweden, Germany, and all of these countries. It will lift our academic level, which Guyanese will be able to go in the outer world, work for monies and at the highest level, and return to Guyana with their technical and scientific expertise and with their financial capabilities to develop the country. As I speak to you, Israel, from its money, that the reparations, $93 billion. Yearly, you have 45 nations that Jews live in. And that reparations goes to every Jewish citizen in those 45 nations. It helps them to build industries, hospitals, and education and banks. Same thing will happen for us coming back to Guyana to build our economy stronger. As we speak also, Burkina Faso, Abraham Traore is calling all academics back to Burkina, engineers, scientists, and everybody to help develop Burkina Faso, because he understands knowledge is power. So in the same like he's doing it, the Jews are doing it. If we do it, we will get the same response of more development. So it is a thing that we need to look at and stop being, like ostriches that we just keep looking back in the mirror. That's why we're crashing and not going anywhere. So giving freedom to expatriates will do wonders. Will do wonders for us. Marvelous wonders. Thank you.
I hear you. Very strong presentation. Mr. Milkshake, what do you think about that, sir?
Well, I think the law is in place for that because one example we have Joseph Harmon. Joseph Harmon, anybody know where he's a citizen at? And he was here doing politics. Nothing didn't stop him. So I think they should answer the question right there.
But did he have to renounce his?
He had to renounce. So
no, he didn't have to renounce anything. He came, he do what he had to do, and he went back to his country.
Well, Minister Greenidge, who's been accepted by both sides of the aisle, he has had to renounce, and I think he is the case in point that the Constitution states that the laws of Guyana state you have to renounce your citizenship of allegiance to another country.
I'm not aware of that. I'll have to check it. The next time I come.
But do you agree with it? If I were to assure you that that is a law, and I don't know this part with Harmon, what would you say about that policy that creates a caste system amongst Guyanese?
I don't know what to say wrong there. Because
do you agree with it? Do you agree that we should not welcome our Guyanese brothers and sisters back home without any conditions? Being that they're not being given anything?
Guyanese brothers and sisters for come back home and get into politics. Guyana never stop it.
No, they can't be president or prime minister or member of parliament. They have to renounce. And a lot of them would have the health care.
Yes, definitely. If you want to be president, you have to renounce. I don't think they should change that. If you need to, you have to renounce it, man. If you want to be president, you have to renounce that citizenship. If you're coming to be a leader in Guyana.
Well, I could understand that part. What about member of parliament? You want to contribute to the discourse, the discussions. They say parliament don't have the best discussions.
Parliament, we had Joseph Harmon, we had Winston Jordan. You understand? They were member of parliament. They hold high level in the APNU AFC. You understand?
So they were dual citizens?
They didn't renounce anything. They went back to their country.
AJ, you can answer this and shed some light as to what is your knowledge of this and the people that you reference to, because I didn't do much research on them as to what they had to do. But I think Apostle is saying that Harmon, in the case of Harmon, who I think was a presidential candidate.
Harmon had to revoke his citizenship.
He was never a presidential candidate.
He wasn't?
No, but he served in the parliament and he was under Granger. He was Granger's deputy. He actually run the country.
Yes. He had to give up his citizenship?
Yes, he did. He had to. Yeah.
And he's a lawyer there now, right?
Yeah, he's
where is he right now? Where is he right now?
Guyana, I think.
I don't know, but I know he built business. He built apartments, but I don't know where he's at.
He doesn't live in Guyana?
I don't know.
No. He's back in the U.S.
Oh, because I think he has a law practice there. I spoke to a lawyer and he told me he was going to Harmon's office.
Not because you renounced your citizenship, you means you can't go back to the country.
Well,
what
true
are we
enough.
talking about?
If you renounce
it, never renounce it.
You see the danger.
He didn't commit a crime over there.
He hit the nail on the head. Look at it. He might be 4 years to serve the country. Things didn't work out, and now that person now can't even come back to the country where they get the blood, sweat, and tears, where they pay the taxes. How fair is that? Your own country creates you to be a person without a state, then stateless. Your own country.
Honorable, not Superdar. I am so accustomed to taking my Superdar. Baldeo, Honorable Baldeo. My greater concern is attacking the brain drain issue, reverse brain drain, right? And addressing the issue of economic destabilization. So if we are to say that we are inviting our best and brightest who would have left Guyana shores to go abroad to namely the ABC countries, what incentives are we providing for them to come home to? What everybody want to brag about? Oh, Guyana right now we got oil and it's the fastest growing economy in the world. I don't know. I don't see it, but okay, fine, whatever. How is that? Why is it now we don't find a huge influx of the best and brightest who would have went abroad, studied abroad, like yourself, got your master's, your PhD, practicing law, whatever? Why are they not coming back by the droves and flock to stimulate Guyana's economy. Open up factories, open up businesses. For example, a well-established legal, open up law schools. Why are they
May I
not doing
say
that?
this? May I say something?
The reason is, I'll come in one wifey. The reason is the economic infrastructure has not been set up to allow our best and brightest to become. What are we coming home to?
I don't think
What
it's
economy are we contributing to? So, all right, my thing is this. Or come on, wifey.
Go
My
now,
thing is
wifey.
this. My thing is this. If you're gonna attract, if you want to, the best and brightest to leave well-developed first world countries, as they like to call it, the parasitic first world countries, to come back home to a so-called quote unquote third world country, because that class is something still messing with my head. Number one, you need economists. Bring back home the economists. Have a sit down on the structure plan. Number one, how are we going to attack the national debt? How are we plan to repay the IMF? All the money we get in, when will we be able to renegotiate this oil deal? We're dealing with Lisa 1, Lisa 2, Lisa 3, all the different Lisas going out to infinity. So the debt ceiling kept increasing higher and higher and higher to infinity, right? So once we would have established a plan to pay off the national debt, once we would have established a plan to let me say 50% across the board, with all resources being extracted from foreign powers, right? Then now we can use that to say, okay, yeah, let's put that back into infrastructural development and stimulate the economy. And now we create a nest egg where the best and brightest who would have left Guyana shows to go abroad, they can come back home and now contribute to Guyana's economy. We don't have that set up yet. I heard you, Mr. Baldeo. I watch your Facebook videos, and I perfectly agree with you because I was championing this narrative. Why is it ExxonMobil didn't want to lend a hand or lend their resources in the MV Barima tragedy, uplifting the boat? You're only there just to suck out everything like parasites. You know what I mean? You care more about we well done human life, then you should be nationalized. Yeah, nationalize the entire private sector in order to reboot the economy. My whole point is this, and I will rest and I'll let one wifey go. Create an economic infrastructure that would entice and incentivize the best and brightest of us who would have went to abroad, France, Canada, America, Britain, wherever they are, to come back home and say, hey, yes, I can spend my retirement days here investing in the younger generation. Until we have that platform set up, this is waste talk. Go ahead, one wifey.
I was just gonna add to what you're saying too. I think what it is, we have to understand if we are bringing back our people that have degrees and everything else, we have to work with the government. And if the government is not willing to work with those people, then we're never going to get anywhere. Why? Because we'll have to get this is going to be touchy. Sorry, milkshake. But we'll have to get all of the paperwork and evidence, which will then show that the government has been doing a lot of cover-up.
Unscrupulous things.
And then if you're talking about the criminal justice system going back home to do criminal justice, then the government will have to face the law. Correct? And that, so it's it's where you're not going to find that because the government cannot afford to sell themselves out. So we're going to talk about this, and it makes total sense to me and you, but for the government, it's not, because if we're talking about the criminal justice system going back home, they'll be held against the law, and we all know what's going to happen there. If we talk about forensic science going home, there's a lot of people that's going to be held against the law because there's no, is there, oh my God, the word went out my head for murder. Is there, oh, murder, sorry, TikTok. Is there any,
You mean
can you repeat that?
statute of limitations?
Yes. Is there any statute of limitation for murder in our
For-
country?
For murder,
Because
no.
It's the capital offense?
Right.
No.
Right.
It's
So
across the
So
world.
you can bring them at any
think,
time.
right.
Right.
So think about
Even when it
all of
becomes a
that.
cold
Think
case.
about our police force that is going to be rearranged and turned upside down. Think about how many people is going to have to clear site. Think about how the work that you'll have to do and the schooling that you'll have to take to then get back into the police force if you ever get kicked out. Think about the road laws that is going to change that the citizens might not be comfortable with because they're accustomed to this lalagas. You know what? Let me don't go into my Guyana words. They're accustomed to the slackness and the lawlessness that happening right now. Think about all the road work that is going to happen that is going to make our citizens uncomfortable. So my thing is, when we're asking for something, we have to remember the discomfort that it comes with first. And we have to ask ourselves, are we willing to go through this discomfort for this amount of time period so our country could get better? And I guarantee you, not everyone is going to be on board. And that is where the problem is. Until we unite as the Guyana that we're supposed to unite to and realize that the top is have to be held accountable, we will never get anywhere. That's what we have to start with.
Okay, can I respond there, Dr. Baldeo? Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Apostle. Let me go bring him to the shade. Because I was going to him.
Okay, I looked at a video this morning by the Malaysian president, and he said the only way to curb corruption, and they went about it vigorously, ambitiously, and forcefully. He said you have to be forceful to deal with corruption. And somebody must be able to build the cat. Somebody have to be able to put the energy and the force to it. And you start from, not the bottom up, you got to start from the top down. Because he says corruption mostly starts at the top and filters its way down to the ordinary man. It starts at the top. So in Guyana, unless we have somebody who is rigorous with the law, to enforce the law, and then allow that the law to trickle down, but we have to get to those monsters at the top to clear them out so we can bring about a new era of transparency, accountability, and a widespread equilibrium, an heterogeneous society where we all are given a free chance to live and to breathe happily. We will never arrive like what like what one wife is saying. And I support what she says. You must be ready to fight the system. And if you're not ready to give up your life, if possible, to bring those changes, because our foreparents got freedom because they put their life on the line for change. No, your enemies will never give you freedom on a silver platter. It will never happen. You have to fight for it. And until you're ready to fight for it, it will never be yours. Thank you.
So let's hear
let me say something, all right? Now, for me, my opinion, I think I see corruption in no way. I see progress, right? Well, I don't know how it is, but let me tell you one thing. When it comes to election, people don't vote because of your opinion. People vote where they're comfortable with, who they're comfortable with. All right? Nobody have to listen to people's opinion and go and vote because of your opinion. All right? People see their opinion different from what you guys are seeing. So when it comes to that, we're talking for anything. When it comes to election time, you will find the citizens of Guyana will vote who they're comfortable with. That's my part.
So you're
I
People
don't
of
think it's
Guyana
comfort.
basically
vote
confirming.
basically,
You're
mostly
basically.
Indians vote along race line. They don't vote for policies and issues. They vote
Well,
for
that's
What you're
race.
saying.
For
They,
race.
The
they don't
people
put
them see the
policies.
policy
And I know
differently.
that.
People see everything
PPP has not
differently.
delivered to
They won't see
Guyana
it the way
in
you
the
see
last
it,
30
Mr.
years.
Apostle.
Nothing good.
All
Okay?
right? They
I
vote
I
disagree.
can
who they're
I
challenge you
don't
on
think
comfortable
that,
it's
with.
son. I can
comfort.
challenge you. Let's
I
have a
don't think
debate.
it's comfort.
So the
I
vote
disagree.
based on feeling, not intellect.
It's not even feelings. I'm sorry. I
Vote who they're
disagree.
comfortable with, how they see the country going. They see
No,
development, they
that's
see
a
That's
lie.
not
development.
true.
If they
That's
see
not
That's not
disaster, they see
true.
they
true.
That's
vote
not
based on
true.
that.
That's
All
not
right?
true.
That is
That's a
That
not
is
lie.
why
true.
today,
I
let me
can
show you
prove to
something.
you that you're
AP and
lying.
UAFC.
I can show you that
Listen to
you're
me, man.
a liar.
AP and UAFC was in power. When they came out of power in 2021 after the recount, most of your high-end politicians leave the party. They already
Because
saw the future.
Granger left the
You
party because
understand?
Granger
They have
wasn't
Granger leave the
look.
party.
Granger
Joseph
wasn't
Harmon leave the party.
illiterate.
Basil
Granger
Williams. I
isn't
could call many
illiterate.
names that leave the
I
party.
don't respect that man. That
Right?
man is
All
stupid.
y'all
What
high-end,
are you
all
talking
y'all
about?
high-end politicians leave the Carl Grenade
Because Granger
leave
walked
the
away from
party.
That
power.
still doesn't prove that the
You're
citizens
Granger
ignorant.
didn't
That's
walk
what you
away
are.
from
You're a very
power.
ignorant person, brother.
Granger lost the election during the recount.
He didn't lose the
He
election. You're a
lost
liar.
the
He didn't lose the
election.
did
election.
not lose the election, sir.
He didn't lose the
Ah, you
election.
had
That's a
twisted
lie.
and torn it. Everything was done fair. They decided
It
to
was not
surrender
fair.
and
It
they
was
left
27
not
and went
fair.
boxing
away.
with stop votes
It
can be
was
fair.
They
not
You
flood
fair.
out
straight
the
to the
finance
boy.
department.
Are you so
They flood out
wicked?
the entire finance department. And
27
you're
ballot
talking about better
boxes.
ideals.
Hold
Let me
on,
share this other part with better
hold on. So let
ideals.
me settle this here.
They,
Let me settle this here.
the APNU
Milkshake. So
AFC, the APNU
what Granger
AFC,
did.
they signed a
Hold on,
contract
hold on.
with the oil company for 18 million US dollar. That money wasn't accounted for. All right, that's why they decided to
You're a
destroy the finance
liar.
No, no, no,
department.
no, 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 no,
They
no.
flooded out.
That
All
money
records
went to
was done.
the International Court
The
of
mistake
Justice, you
Granger did.
liar.
Hold on. The mistake that Granger made was agree to the recount. He didn't have to do that. He could have just said,
Exactly.
hey, I sticking with the initial numbers here and we running with this. He wants to say, oh, let me do free and fair election, which we know damn well there is no such thing. Let's start
You
with
27
you.
think
stub ballot
Granger was a good
boxes and
man?
you tell me people
You think
win
Granger was
fair.
a good man or
27.
Granger was a bad person? Do you
Granger
think
was a
Granger was a
good
good man
person.
when
He
he made
was
the
not a
decision?
bad person.
He
Do
wasn't
you think?
militant enough.
Do you think Jack Dio
He
is a
was
good
too much
man?
of
Good.
an
Well, I got great
angel.
respect for
He was
Granger. I
too much
want
of
you
an
to know that,
angel.
right?
Do
And
you
any
have?
president that
Do
Nonsense.
come
you
into
think
this
Jack
country,
Dio
I got
was a
great
good
respect for
man?
them.
All questions of your government.
Do you think Jack Dio is a good man?
And Ali.
Of course,
And
Jack.
Manuel.
You tell me on the opposition side, where is y'all economist? Y'all point out and tell me as y'all on this panel, who is
Sir,
y'all
we're
economist on the
not the
opposition side?
government. We're not
Carl
the
Barrington
government in
donated to
charge
the
right
PPP
now. Why
steel.
we
You
Carl
speaking
comfortable
about
with
the
Barrington
Mr.
whole
donated
Jagdeo?
government?
As
better
I
than
tell you,
Jagdeo
I
and Ali
comfortable who I
together.
pleased with.
Why you so ignorant, boy? Why you so
I
naive? You're a
100%.
very naive
I
person.
This
am
white pretty girl jumped down. She
100%
went to pay just
PPP.
now. She jumped
All
down.
right, that's who I am. All right, so
You're
I'm not sharing
naive.
things.
You're
I'm
naive.
not
You're unlearned.
bashing the APNU
You're
AFC.
unlearned.
I'm
You are
fighting down
unlearned.
anybody. I'm just sharing some facts. You
You
understand?
got no
You
No,
share facts. I'm
facts.
sharing
that
facts.
You
You're
got
is
no
not
sharing
facts.
corrupt
facts.
milkshake. This
That
we're
is
sharing.
not facts.
You're
Unless you
misguided.
could,
I'm
And
misleading.
where
That's
I'm
what
unless you
you
could,
are.
where
comfortable
you
with,
got
sir.
your source from, that is not facts,
Mr.
sir.
AJ, don't you stand with a party that you're comfortable with?
I stand with a party that deals with, well, you know what? I was going to say fairness and equity across the board, but then again, when it comes to political power, I don't know how much fairness and equity across the board. But I stand with a party that respects accountability, transparency, fairness and equity across the board. You understand? I have a clear plan and vision as it relates to economic development. Get rid of the national debt, repaying the national debt,
Man, hold on.
stimulating the
You
economy.
call it everything except freedom. Right now, look at what is going on. Half of our country can't
There's no
speak
freedom in
about this
Guyana.
whole
There
tragedy
ain't no
that
freedom in
happened with
Guyana,
this
love.
No freedom.
Why they can't
We
speak
don't even
over
have
panel
freedom
out
of, hold
there?
on.
A
We
lot
don't
of
even
people
have
saying they
freedom
got
of
protests
speech.
going on.
You don't even
No
have freedom
free
of speech in
speech.
Guyana.
Yeah,
No freedom.
everybody
You
have a
shut
right to
up.
speak on
One
speech
wife,
in
let me
Guyana.
tell you
Why is
something.
it?
Hold
Why
on.
is
There's
it
no
that
freedom of
this
speech.
Was
investigation is
anybody?
going
Hey,
through?
hey, 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 hey.
No, you
Was
can't blame me,
anybody,
sir. That is very
anybody been
difficult.
charged
No, you
so
can't blame
far
nobody.
that been in the
You have to
protest
ask for an
and talking
excuse.
about the
Sir, you have
Barima
to ask for
tragedy?
an
Anybody was being
excuse.
arrested and
No,
charged
you have to
for
ask an
speaking out
excuse. We can't
or
answer your
Hello,
question
sir.
until
or
you
Your
protest?
PPP
respect the
cohort
They have
said
a
panel.
right for
there is
that. Nobody
freedom
will
of
stop them
speech,
for that.
Hey,
but
the
there's no
panel.
freedom after speech in Guyana.
Yeah, there is no
This is
freedom
why a
of
lot of people are
speech.
afraid to speak out.
We're talking about free speech. Stop your nonsense, boy.
There's no free speech in Guyana.
Everybody you getting a chance to free up your speech. I getting a chance to free up me
Oh,
speech.
you
Nobody
getting a
Yeah,
get
chance
no
but
to talk
you
Well,
and
I
say
think
people
this
problem.
is
Getting
new
getting
to
headache.
the
you say
Good.
not
But
the
a lot of
Guyana. I
people
don't
who
think
are
this is
living
this is
in
not
Guyana
the Guyana
with
government. This is the TikTok. You know, this is
Exactly. It's so
a lot
stupid.
of people,
It's
no,
so
no, but
stupid.
Honorable
Them
Baldeo,
they want to
a
show you
lot of
something,
them in
Mr.
It's
Panel.
so
Guyana
stupid.
no.
are
Mr.
Let
afraid
Baldeo,
to
me
come
none
up
of
for
let
them
let's
here
these
say
point
panels
out
and
something
why
What
speak
they
is
are
wrong with
freely,
not
this
freely
but
guy?
speak
free
out down here,
because they're
so.
afraid of
You see any one
victimization.
of them were
Let's
talking here
There's
with
point
no
the
out
Ghana
freedom
why they
after
reform
cannot
and
speech.
all
No,
these
free.
but
things
in
they
all
want done.
fairness,
You see
Milkshake,
any one of
I've
them coming
heard,
and get it
right,
done
from
on
credible
Guyana?
sources, they're
They ain't
scared to
getting it done.
talk because they say that people are going to come after them. I tell you the truth, I've seen a lot of people
Yes,
talk to a lot
our
of people
government
here,
is
You're free to
our
The
speak
free
government is
freely
the
speech.
biggest
outside of
This
these
guy is
gangster in
a
walls.
they're
Guyana right
parasite.
saying that,
now.
man, if I talk,
Persona non
I can get
grata.
problems.
He's
Our
a
And they
government
persona
asked
is the
non
me to
grata.
biggest
talk
This guy
gangster
in
in
New
Guyana
all the
Zealand. He's
way
right
got no
out
now.
here in,
shame. This guy
New
got no
York.
shame. This guy is a shameless animal. Honestly, the God.
They're
PPP kill
scared of
people for
retribution,
speaking. PPP
you
kill
know?
people for speaking. You tell me about free speech is real.
Hey man, who PPP kill for speaking? You name a
PPP,
person
listen to
PPP kill
me.
for
I
speaking.
was haunted by the PPP. You clung.
Donald Wado,
I
I think
was
all names,
haunted.
no,
Nah
Donald
Donald
Wado
Wado,
was
man,
killed
stop
for
he's a
free
this
speech. What are
man.
you talking
I don't
about?
want
Hey,
to
let me
start
ask
there.
you a
I can
question.
start calling
Apostle,
names now.
Hey,
what
hey,
happened with
hey,
I don't
Walter
want to
hey.
start
Rodney?
calling names.
He's
I
a
can
Hey,
clown,
call Donald
bro.
Wado. What you
He's a
gonna
what
do?
happened with
speaking till he
Walter
got
Rodney?
Want
breath.
to call another
What
name?
happened with Walter Rodney?
Oh,
What happened with Walter Rodney? You tell me what happened with Walter Rodney. Was
Walter
Walter
Rodney
Rodney
came for
speaking
Barnum
against
and
the PNC?
Barnum came for him. Walter Rodney was fetching guns. You clung. You don't even know what you're talking
Oh,
Rodney
now
about.
we talking a
speaking
bad
guns.
policy, the fetching
He
guns now?
was fetching
The
guns.
man is speaking out for
He
his
was
party.
fetching
The man had the
guns.
I don't know
party.
what Pastor talking about right
The
now.
man had the
I go back
party.
on
Come
mute.
on,
We're
man.
going back too far. We're going back too far
No,
back in
this
history.
guy is
You can't blame
illiterate. This
the
guy is an
present
illiterate.
party for those
This guy is
things,
an
you know?
illiterate. Totally illiterate guy. Sorry, but this guy is illiterate. He need to go somewhere else. He's very illiterate. The
Man, we
issue
getting
See,
a
here,
all of you
conversation
made
here,
some good
man.
points here. I learned a lot from you. And
Look, everybody share some good points. You understand?
yes, all of you have your good
Everybody share. I
points.
never
And, you know, we
I
got
didn't go
to
against. You understand?
discourse
And
and
did I
so on.
bash
I
anybody?
enjoyed
I
it.
didn't bash anybody.
No, it's
no,
okay.
but you
And
I
I
can't
had
don't
fun
come
think
up
a
here
here.
and
also
be
mean that.
So all we want right now is for Milkshake to stop putting expired milk in the shake. Make sure you
That's right.
It gonna
make sure
Come
you
curdle.
on, I got
That's what
powerful
it
see
is
milk
that
here,
right now.
daily
Papa.
It's
I'm using the
curdle.
high-end milk. I'm using the high-end milk. Don't worry yourself. I got the high-end
Milkshake,
milk
let
Yo,
me
down
He
here.
ask
likes
you.
milkshake curdle,
spicy. He
man.
likes
Can you
spicy.
get like a government official to come on and this? Because we're not getting many people or coming out to the front except for
I'll
coming
work
to
on it for
abuse
you. I'll
people.
work on
Like,
it for you. I'll
huh?
work on it for you. I'll work on
Working
it for
if you
you.
can get somebody of a higher level, I'm not saying anything is wrong. You're a citizen, right? We want
No,
somebody
I know
who
it's in there.
can defend this issue
And
because
don't bring
this matter is going to
Prince.
go to court.
That
But
Prince
I
don't
highly
come.
doubt that I wanted to come up because
Prince don't come.
you see some of the things that speaking up here is I don't think they would agree with some of the things, especially if you have a apostle up here, and
Yeah, but you
calling
got
names
some
and this kind of
high-paid
thing.
consultants, This is what I don't understand, how the government
Be
can allow
really
all these
frightened me,
things to
boy. Be
fester and
frightened me,
grow.
boy.
And they're
Frightened me.
not
You
coming
and your
out to
government frightened me.
explain, rebut,
Trust me.
or cover, or even
Hallelujah.
appease. They're not
They
even
can't
appeasing.
rebuttal with the people because they know the people is right. They have no evidence to
Or
prove
Man,
even they
it's
apologize.
yeah,
wrong.
no
If
Man,
they
that's your
apologize and
opinion,
If
appease
they
you.
apologize,
wifey. That's your
apology is a
opinion.
statement of wrongdoing.
That's
So
a
if they
fact.
Man,
That's a
that
apologize,
is
it
your
fact.
Probably
means
they
that
might be
they're
opinion.
scared
wrong
to incriminate
somewhere. They
themselves
do
too, you know?
exactly. They don't want to be held accountable for their
Man,
wrongdoing.
these
If they
people don't come and show
apologize, it
these kind
means
of
that
facts,
they
man. What are the
acknowledge that
real
they're
things?
wrong.
See at all costs. That's the
Man,
modus
what the wrong
operandi.
with? You were saying they're wrong, but you don't bring in
What
facts
you
that they're
mean?
wrong.
What they're
We
wrong
already
with?
bring
You
the
had a
facts.
government official
What
that
are wrong
stood
with?
and debunked,
Because they
tried
know
to
to see
Let me
the
ask you a
debunk.
people.
question,
They are the
wifey.
killers
Did
Man,
the
of the boat
no AFC
tragedy.
did anything wrong when they was in power?
Sir,
They never kill a lot of
I'm not
people.
talking
They are
about
not responsible for
AFC
murdering
and
people. So what are you
Ma,
talking about?
I am
I'm asking you
talking about.
something.
Hello,
Did the
sir.
APNU AFC did anything wrong when
Tell
they
me
were in
what was
power?
tell
No,
me
they
what
didn't do
was a
anything wrong.
tragedy that
What
happened while they
tragedy
were in
they caused?
power
You're so
that they
ignorant.
did not take care of.
You are
Tell
so
me.
ignorant, boy.
Tell
I
me
pity
what
your
was a
ignorance.
This
tragedy that
tragedy,
They
happened
never did
in
nothing.
Guyana
PPP
through
caused the
their
boat to sink.
term that they did not take care of. You tell me that. And since you
let me show you
can't answer
something.
that, I'll go ahead and tell you this.
That
We have government
that
officials that
tragedy
stand
was a
up in front of the
coincidence.
a
It wasn't a
coincidence.
deliberate
So
thing.
why we
It
have
was
I guess some
people on
deliberate.
Derek want
murder
come
Shut
up.
up. Shut up.
Sir,
It
so
was
if it was
deliberate.
a coincidence, why you can't tell your government that they charge the people wrongfully then?
Why they charge the people wrongfully?
Because it was a
Why
coincidence,
they been
sir.
charged
So
wrongfully?
you get charged for
You
coincidence?
must go back. You tell me you're
Man,
doing
I'm
some checkup
using
on the
your.
last time we talked. You're saying you're doing some criminal law. I want you to go and check some
I
maritime
studied
law,
criminal justice,
right?
forensic science. That is what my degree is in.
Good. Just go and think you're gonna get evidence that you want on
Put
there
aside
from the maritime
marital
state.
law, sir.
These people then was
Put
charged
aside
based on the
marital
evidence that
law.
was
What
produced to
is the evidence that they
DPP.
found that they could
You
charge
have to
these
go and
people
ask
with
DPP
murder?
that.
But
You
Milk
could
Crate, would
ask
you say that
DPP that.
urgent reforms
They're
are
fit to
necessary?
answer you that.
Would you
Huh?
say that urgent reforms and implementations of safety protocols and procedures are eminently
Well,
necessary?
every tragedy that happened, there's always new measure put in place, right? This is something that's always be done. Like for instance, this boat that now working on, they make sure, right, that what the people are saying is being done. When people complain that the boat was 7 hours late, right? The boat ain't late because of so the boat was make sure everything is proper for take these people on their first
You're a liar.
voyage. Let people understand that.
No.
That was the first voyage on the Malaysia voyage for go down to region 1.
What are we talking about?
All
Was it
right.
a boat on water all the time?
That was the first voyage going in.
Wasn't the boat on water all the time voyaging other places?
This guy
You don't
love to
understand.
make excuse for PPP.
Man,
That's
You
what
don't
he do.
understand.
Excuse for
This
PPP.
was a disaster happen. Y'all have to understand this. This was a disaster.
Okay, we
happen.
Make
understand.
understand what you say
Barima.
because you're making
Understand.
sense. You're not making
Wait,
You
no
understand?
sense.
So
I'm
None.
gonna
more
listen so
safety
I can
measures will
understand.
put in place. You learn from these things them.
What were the
There's something
safety
you learn
measures
from.
that was put in place?
I don't know what is the
So
safety
then
measures
you
put in
can't
place,
speak
woman.
on it,
But I'm
sir.
telling you
So
that
then you
we
cannot
both
It's so
speak on
funny.
it.
This guy is Mr. Albert. It's so funny. This guy is. This guy is a joker.
wifey,
Literal
you
comedian.
come with me with some question
guy
out to this
literally a
boy, like you
comedian.
know, like
That's
idea
a
behind
simple
every, like
comedian.
idea
He's a
MV
joker.
Malaysia man. Much respect, man.
This guy's a comedian.
Right?
This guy's a
Information was put in place. That was the safety came out.
Serious
I'm
milkshake.
giving you all the information based on the safety came out.
Honorable, whenever you have a court case, please do not bring Milkshake up to the bench and the witness stand. Because you ain't going to win no case with he. All right? That's all I want to make sure.
Not a no,
Yeah,
right?
carry on.
I'm glad you acknowledge that, AJ. I'm glad they can't win me.
Because you're
They
wicked.
can't win me.
That's why you're skinny and teeth. You're a wicked person. You're dark.
I would say he's wicked. I think he's just
Mr.
trying
Pastor, man, I
to
bring
Oh,
it
he's
facts.
hold his ground or
he's trying to be
whatever.
funny with a
But
serious
that is
matter.
why somebody asked whether he gets any contracts. And I was kind of surprised that he doesn't get any contracts. And yet he's the only one going out on a limb.
No,
And he's really making an
no,
effort,
no,
you know.
no.
That's not to
He
do
said he
with one
don't.
Hear what
person.
happened.
Based
No,
on what
Miss
he
This has got
Robert.
nothing
told
to do
us,
with
Has nothing to do
he
with
contracts.
that.
don't
He's
have
talking
any
Anything from
trash.
the
contract.
government, all right?
Simple talking
I
trash.
see that. Yeah,
This
he's
has got
telling me
nothing
that.
to do with contracts or anything. You understand, right? I ain't got no contracts too and whatever, right? I work on my own job, right? But what I'm saying, I speak out because I work on sea. I spent a
Oh,
few
you work on
years
sea.
on sea, right? So I could. That's why I came out. I even come and tell them when it comes to the safety precaution, when it comes to the search and rescue, that where people were saying they was found 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, right? They
When
need
was
to
the first
understand
person
when you
found?
act. Good. Mr.
When
Let me
was
give
the
this before I
first
continue.
person
Mr.
found?
Muhammad, man, don't cut me when I'm talking, man. When Muhammad had interviewed a guy on his
Stop
on
it. That
his
was AI. Stop it.
thing,
Stop it.
man, everything is AI for you. The kid said he
Man,
saw the Coast Guard after 12. Now, want it and tell me if this makes sense to you, Mr. Albert. When the search and rescue go out, people have to understand these people were spread out in a wide margin, miles apart,
correct. Which means you
right?
couldn't send
So it will,
vessels out for the first safe and rescue. It had to be in the air. It cannot be a water rescue if
man, I
the
gotta
people.
tell you this thing again. I would like
Man,
you for take an helicopter and go and fly in
what
the
are
air
we
and go and hunt for
talking
70
about?
people out in the wide down there. You hear?
Helicopter will have the
Search and
the
rescue, the
best
vessels that will
view
go out in,
when
that's
it
why they
comes to
call for
search and
fishing
rescue
vessel
in
for
the
assist.
water.
Man, let me don't talk no man. When you go for search and rescue, people need to understand these coast guards, and if they reach 2 ports with a baby on the water, in the water, first thing they have to put safety measures in place. Number one, they can't carry the vessel too close to the people because the water is rough. You don't want
Correct,
the boat
which
roll and
means
hit
it
the people
cannot
then.
be from
So man,
sea.
shut up like
Your
that.
rescue
When they're
cannot
ready,
be from
so
sea.
what they will
It
do, they will
has to
send
be from
over
air.
one of the coast guard. Coast guard will take control of the baby. They will send out ropes with life ring to the people and pull them into the vessel. Continue
They
searching.
wouldn't
These
even
are
know
waves,
whether
high
it's
waves.
baby. Sorry,
These
sir,
people them,
but you're talking nonsense.
these
When a
people
Coast
them were
Guard go
very
out,
tiny in
they
the
don't
water.
say, "Oh,
And
hang
if
the
you could hear
baby
from the
first," or
survivors,
you take.
they couldn't
They
even see
put
nothing. The place was
man,
so dark they can't see anything.
guys,
You have to use
please,
spotlight and look for these people. You have
please,
no idea what the water
please,
top look
stop,
like. I've been there.
stop,
You understand? So I could
stop
tell you
it,
these
stop
experience
it.
them.
But would you say we
So
have to
these
improve
people
all
were
of these things
miles apart,
immediately?
right? The matter in any country, if it was a daylight, if it was they were under the sunlight, they had the advantage to do a faster work.
There was
Were
no
under the sunlight. But
advantage
since it
there
was
in the
nighttime,
boat.
right?
The
But why did
Nighttime
it
tides
take
were
them
is
7
high.
totally
hours
different.
to reach the site? And it took them less, I think,
No,
when the
no,
president,
the
the vice
boat did
president was
not
under
take
attack.
7 hours. That's people propaganda. That's propaganda from the people, right? The boat
From
did
the
not
people
take
who were
7
Propaganda. How
hours.
much
rescued.
time
You
the
The
understand?
transport
people
will
Let
who
have
me
to
show
were
you
take place,
something.
man?
rescued. It's
People was
wow.
rescued, right, Mr. Baldeo? People was rescued. Day clean.
Rescued in what time
They
span?
find people
That's what
day
we want to
clean.
know.
You
Rescued
understand?
in what
That
time
is what I'm trying
span?
to explain to them. You understand? The people, they get off with time span. Is the time they get to find the people them. These people them got no
No,
track
the
upon them that you know
response.
where
Like how
the
you got
position
like
is.
a fire alert come out and the ambulance response
Good.
time is very,
Listen,
very important in fire
if the
Yeah,
incident.
under
captain,
10 minutes.
let me show you
Under 10
something.
minutes.
If the captain, hold on. If the captain had sent out a SOS that the vessel is under threat, the vessel is going down, he had adequate time to activate the emergency plan. The next man in place is going to be the chief mate, and the crew member will try to get everybody into a life jacket. Life raft would start launching. All right? They didn't
What
have
are
that
we
chance because the
talking
boat take over
about
very
here?
fast. You understand? So
Man,
he
what are
didn't have
we
a chance to send
talking
out
about?
SOS.
It's
A
not
SOS
about
call
nobody
based
throwing
that a lot
life
of vessels will
jacket
come
if
into
they're
play.
supposed to have it
You understand,
on
Mr. Baldeo? When
boarding.
you send an SOS call out, a lot of vessels will come into play. All vessels that is around the area will pick up that SOS call. Now, this vessel went down, which it activate a beacon. When the beacon activate, the beacon give a position of where this vessel at that went down.
Coordinates.
They're gonna pick
It's
it up at Tamari. Tamari gonna give the coordinates to this vessel, send out the emergency straight to the Coast Guard. Coast Guard gonna left and go out and start hunting. You gotta remember the time they're gonna take. It could take 15 minutes, right? For they start get when the beacon activate and they start get. Let me say take 15. You know, in 15 minutes where these people them could be. These people could already gone out quarter mile moving, going with the tide and the current. Wherever they grab on, they're
Young
moving
man,
with it.
the
They can't do
captain would have
anything.
said when he was going to court, the EPIRB was not functioning, the transponder was not working. A lot of critical devices and systems that needed for communication on
He
that
have a
boat
radio
was
set.
not
That's what the
functioning.
captain. Why good? If he had said that, he deserved those charges.
You
Why is
see,
it that he carried the boat then? Why he
you
carried the
see,
boat if they
you
know that
see.
these things that was not in place? You understand? Why? Why he did that?
But do you
You
rule out,
understand?
therefore, that he might have been acting on the instructions that he had to go and do what he had to do
I
Yeah,
don't
from
because
think he
he,
has
higher up?
yes, man, he was a
the
military
instruction.
man,
There's what
and they
people
like people,
saying.
and the people like
You
people that
understand?
follow orders to the
And if he's
letter.
a military man, let me show you something. Military men, well trained, they're well respected. You understand? Military people. You understand?
Military
Military
people
people don't
follow
take bullshit
orders,
from
sir.
people. You hear what I'm telling you? That man would
But
never
it costs
see,
them to bow
the
into pressure
military man
too.
would
Yeah.
never see those life is
Yes.
in danger and go and put everybody life in danger. He wouldn't see that.
No,
You
no, we're not
understand?
saying that. We're not doing that, but I'm
Good.
just saying he might be following orders from a minister. Yet you got to take this
No,
boat,
that's what
son.
people presume
Or
that
you're
he
out
would
of a
be
job.
taking
Follow
art.
orders
None
to
of them
the letter.
answer this day. Not one of them who
Why
spreading this
is
propaganda could come forward with some
it
information or some
that we
proof to
take
prove
Well,
that.
we don't know if it didn't come to the commission of inquiry. You know, this thing is very, very big in Guyana,
Well,
and a lot of
and
people got a
the
conscience. And when
protocol.
they hear about these bodies dead, they can come out and talk.
And during the case, how the case is going to prolong, a lot of more things going to come out. The lies, I'm going to bring it out to the public that representing them. They're well aware of that. So our public
But you see,
opinion
that's why you
doesn't
shouldn't
matter what
charge these
carrying on in
people because
court.
they're the prime witnesses to get to the truth. And when you hit them with a charge, you kind of cover it up in the sense that you're stifling them from speaking.
This is
That's
not
what I
about
don't
covering
like
up.
about
People
this.
see it as cop. People spread their own narrative.
You see, it
You
look
know
like
as a
that, right?
liar.
Because that is the reasonable assumption that you
That's how
convey to
people will
people that
spread
you
it.
got something to
But as a
hide.
liar, as a liar speaking down there, you know that if you was a prosecutor and evidence come to you, you would institute charge based on the evidence that come to you.
Not on that evidence. No, I ain't taking that to court. I ain't taking
Why?
that to court. You know, I used to get policemen come and say, here, Skipper, we got these, Skip Roberts and those guys, I work with them and so on, you know? But Creole is a distinguished policemen. They would come, not them, but the other ranks, they want to make a case. They bring a case with 5 confession statements.
Oh, slow,
And I said,
slow,
advisor, we got 5 confession statements here. It's 5 people. I say, you giving me a 5 confession statements to convict 5 people. Now, I'm not saying you're
Look how
lying.
much
I'm not saying
survivors
you beat
survive
them.
there. You
I'm
know how
not
much
saying you
statement they
harass
get?
them. Huh?
That incarcerated the captain. Look how much survivor we got.
No, not this. I'm talking about like when I was in my time when you bring a confession statement alone, I wouldn't take a case on that. Just so this thing was not properly investigated. The boat didn't even come up. The forensics are not done. The DNA is not done. You know, it's too early to charge. Like we just talked about, you don't have no time limit. This is not a case that you got to bring next week. I want to bring this case up with. And she's known to be a port who take a long time, Milkshake, to bring cases. Sometimes you don't bring nothing at all.
Well, then she takes her time and get the evidence that was Anita acquired.
No, man, that thing is too quick. It's 3 days, the lady.
Man, me is siding with nothing. I'm telling you.
3 days, I think.
I don't think she get
AJ?
pressure.
Wifey,
She independent.
I think it's 1 day.
She's an independent.
3 days.
The lady
1 to
was
3
so
days.
quick that not even the commission inquiry before the
Yeah, she got
government,
pressured.
before
She
the
got
president.
pressured.
The facts come out, Mr. Baldeo. The facts
You know
come
why?
out.
You know why she did that?
I know,
You
man.
know
You
why
can't
she did
charge
that?
people like that, man.
Transport
You know why
and
she
harbor
did that?
loading
Because
You
superintendent.
don't get
of
the
the
people. If you got the
disruption.
evidence, you don't get them at
and
some time. The captain ain't going nowhere.
She did that because of the
All the
disruption
base because the
in
captain was
Parliament.
under drugs. They find drugs in the blood. He was
Man,
under
look.
alcohol.
I know
Do
they
you know?
think of
Do
the
you
charges.
know?
Them guys
Do
just
you
gotta
know
use
if you
something, you know.
smoke weed and drink for
Them guys
last
just
week?
gotta use something
The
like out there in
traces
that
were
kind of
still in your
weather and that
bloodstream.
kind of cold. That don't mean it impair them, you know.
You're right.
Right.
You find it in the bloodstream. You hear they come out and say that.
No, man, I
Why
saw
when the
that, but it
government bring
wasn't
out
to that level where you
some
can say.
evidence, right? When they bring
I
out
know, but
evidence, nobody don't agree with it. Why
No,
nobody
no.
agree
It's
with the
not
evidence that the
that no
government bring
one
out?
is
Oh, the government
agreeing
were
with
acting, right?
it.
The
But
evidence
this
that
is
they need
what
to bring
this
up, they're
is
refusing to bring up. We
no,
want to
this
bring up the
is the
ship.
problem. Why
You
is
gotta bring
it
up the
when
ship.
the
You have to
They
bring up that
government
already
ship.
bid. There's bid out there for contractors
It
to
is
come to
right.
see
You
and
got to
get the
bring the
vessel
ship.
up.
As a matter of fact, I
Y'all
wouldn't
need to
charge
check the
nobody
government page.
till the ship come up. Out of respect for justice and anybody's rights and his family. Bring up the ship.
Transport and harbor is the one who clear it to show the proof
Let me
that
ask you
these men
a
have
simple
taken
question,
overload
Milkshake.
vessel.
Would you have allowed
Yeah.
Asruddin, who offered to pay his own money, to bring up that ship? If you were Ali, what would you do?
If he wasn't sanctioned, he's sanctioned.
What?
Come on.
To do with it.
What
We
sanction got
can't do
nothing to
business
do
with a
with this
man who
thing
gets
of life?
sanctioned.
What nonsense you talking about?
No, man. We can't do that, man. We can't do that, man. You don't
That's
know
a
the
lot.
Let him
government
bring up his
identity.
Akaini. Where the sanction
know
got
the
to do with
man.
he being a
Why you
guy
not say if it's $10
citizen
million
and bringing up
and
the
these
damn
people
ship?
That's a
Stop
serious
talk
charge,
fat.
boy. Which company gonna want to deal with it? Don't matter. I shouldn't use
Oh,
it
my
as
God.
leverage to say you want to bring
Oh,
up the vessel.
you
Don't
got
bother
a
with that, man. That's
president
leverage
in
to use it
America
for.
with 35 criminal charges and felonies, and people got to deal with it.
You
Mr.
think your
Martin has not been
government,
convicted of
you
anything
think
yet?
Mr. Trump going to allow the other side leader to go and do something like that?
Yes.
Do you think Trump will do something like that?
Yes.
Trump
Yes.
being Trump?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he
You
would.
think Trump
A
will
big
do something
fat
like that?
yes.
No,
Ye-
Trump will
yes,
do
he
something
In
would.
all
like that.
Trump is a
capitalism.
I don't
businessman,
think
you
that.
know.
Trump will do something
But
like
you hear
that.
Milkshake, them
If
10
us,
million? would have gone to help them people, at least, even if you say you don't want to make Azuddin famous or whatever, let you bring it up. That's part of the punishment. That's part of the money you got to pay back.
No, what people need to understand,
Good.
I don't
He's
have
a
a problem with
Guyanese. You're
Azadin,
glad
right?
the money going to you.
I
It
don't
goes
have
to
a
help the
problem with
people.
Azadin, right? But
And
I
give the
just
families
support
closure.
facts.
Give the people the 10
Nonsense you
million.
talking.
Yeah, they will get closure. They
Well,
will get closure.
I don't think they want to pay
And
No,
them
they
money.
would. When are they going to get closure? That's the thing. And now I'm
you
going to
can't
get
hurry
back
for the
serious.
They have to
Wait,
wait to
now
get
I'm
up the
going to
vessel.
get back
Let me show
serious
you
here
something.
because when
Listen,
you're talking
the
about
divers that
closure,
went down
then
there,
you talking
the
about
divers
my
bring
family
out
that was
their
hurt into this.
information.
So now when
This
you're
is a low
talking about
coastal plane,
closure, now I'm going to
right?
get serious with this. What is the
Man, get
closure are
serious.
they
I
getting?
telling
If
you,
first of all, they can't even get help for the people
The
who was
counseling to talk about.
involved into this situation. They cannot even give them help as yet. You know what they're trying to do? Bribe them with money that they had when they were crossing
man,
and
these
lost.
people them come
That
out and
is
tell you
what
these
they're
things. Them.
trying to
Why these
do.
people,
They're
these
not
survivors, they
they're
come out and
not
say these things?
providing
Them.
help. They're not providing resources.
Yeah?
They're not providing better for them. What is the better help are they
That's a
providing
good point you made,
for
Milkshake. Let me
them?
ask you this. They
They,
got any counselor or
uh-huh.
trauma center set up there? Like, I heard the minister, Manikchan, had something going on there, but I don't know if it's really institutionalized to help these people get out. That's a serious, serious problem, you know. That people get nightmares and faint away and all kind of
Yeah,
things.
they have counseling going on for people down there.
Let
That's
me
what
tell you
the people
something.
need to.
My
People
little
not bringing
cousin
these things
can't
into
even
the public.
sleep properly.
They're
Okay,
not bringing it out? No, but they should, because you got to defend yourself, your government. Look
Counseling
what
is
we're
there
doing.
for the
What's
people
wrong with
them.
them?
The
stop
government
saying
provide
madness,
counseling.
boy. There's
You
no
understand? Don't bother with
counseling for
wifey.
none
Wifey
of
just
these
want to mislead the
people.
public.
But
What are
brother,
you
as a
talking
personal
about? This is my
relations thing, if I
family.
was Ali, I would have let them say, you the minister, I'm a minister, and you try and get this out to the press and show them what you're doing with counseling and helping these people and paying for their funeral expenses and so on. But I heard also another minister, a junior minister, went to tell people to sign that you accept this money in full settlement. You
They
hear?
are
You heard that too?
bribing them.
Man,
That
I
is
tell you,
what they want
people
to
bringing
do.
out all
Bribe
kind of
them.
propaganda to
And
the
what the
public.
people is
You
saying,
You
understand?
know
these
they got
kids,
picture with he
let me
going in
tell
there
you,
with paper and so.
let me tell you, Dr. Albert, let me tell you from personal encounter
Nobody with
with
wifey.
my
Wifey
family.
bare
I
kicks.
have my cousin, my little cousin. You know, in Guyana, because your cousin is get kids is your cousin. That's how my family. I'm related to the
Yeah, you are, yes.
family.
Second cousin or whatever it is. It's
My
blood.
little cousin cannot sleep at night. Her sleeping is in the daytime. She cannot sleep at night because she thinks that
Pastor,
this
rest yourself for the battle
incident
there.
is happening to her all over again. So she can't sleep at night. There's no resources for them to get this child to sleep at night. School is about to open back, so they don't know how they're going to send her to school while she's sleeping in the daytime, because that's her pattern now.
So why the family don't bring the child for counseling?
Where?
We have
Where?
things set up down there for counseling, Guyana.
Man,
You
I
going out of
tired.
Guyana
I
and get
tired.
nothing. Yeah?
I
You
tired.
speaking nonsense.
How
the
much
country have
money?
things for
Who
that. They
is
have things
paying?
put in
First
place.
of all, you ask yourself this.
Ma,
There's no counseling on the land where they're at, which means they gotta cross this ferry that brought them tragedy in the first place, back and forth, through and four. They gotta pay their transportation to get back and forth to go to the Georgetown to get counseling.
who tell
And
you that
then
these
what?
things them just happen? Stop misleading the public with nonsense.
What am I
You understand? They
misleading the
have
public
counseling,
with?
and that child is a survivor. That child don't have to pay a cent for anything. You
Man,
hear? So don't mislead the public.
okay, so
You're
how they
talking
getting through and
nonsense.
four?
No, but
Listen to
the counselor
me.
got to
They
go to
have
Port
ways that they could
Kaituma.
do it and get
They're
it
Port
done.
not
Their
Kaituma got to set
counselor
up
going.
the
That
there.
is
in
the
there.
thing. Nobody
Why
wants
is
to go because
why
of
is it?
this
Let me ask you
tragedy.
something.
This tragedy that
If
happened
this
is
child,
scaring everybody from going. So
man,
nobody
listen to
wants to
me.
go because
If this child
everybody
is
thinking
suffering
that
from
this could
these
happen
things,
to
them,
them. It's a
don't
trauma
you
to
think
everyone.
this child is going through this trauma? Don't you think the family member should reach out and say
What
what
the
is going on?
backside
Don't you
me
think the
just
family
said?
are going to bring them and take put them up at a place right in Georgetown and give them the best counseling,
Who's going
don't you think
to
that would happen?
sponsor this?
They
At
don't. They
least the
just
government should have come
they
forward.
don't
She's
have to
right.
pay a dime
You know,
for
I thought
anything.
that would have happened.
You
But
only
corral
concern who's
everybody
going.
before
They
you got
don't
the
have
red
to
cross.
sponsor. No, they have to pay a dime out of their pocket.
Honorable, I think.
Nothing out of their
Let me see.
pocket.
No, but you got to make it
Who's
available too. You got to
requesting?
bring everybody for at least 2
It's
months. to really
available,
help
Mr.
them.
Mr. Baldeo. It is available. It is.
Or you got to carry it
Mr.
to
Baldeo.
Port Kaituma and Supanam and Charity, wherever
Yes,
these
but
things
Mr.
are.
Baldeo, you ever see any video with these survivors them coming out and speak on their own?
They
Because
cannot.
things are doing for
They
them.
cannot.
Right? Nobody
Because
cannot.
the
But that's not
government
a
going
test.
and
That's
give
not
them
a
money and
testament.
tell them shut up.
Suppose
They
these people
cannot.
are told that
Wow,
if
we're
you say
talking
anything, you ain't
nonsense.
getting no
You
money.
see that? You
Honorable,
see the government going to give them money?
Twenty Bird wants to come back up.
I rest
She
you
made a
with your
mistake and
nonsense.
jumped off.
You're always spreading
Tweety
false
Bird and the
nonsense on
Apostle.
social media.
So, Mr. Albert, I just want to say, because I'm going to bed, because I can't do
Yes,
milkshake.
yes, I can go to bed now.
I'm going to bed
At
myself.
We can continue
this
tomorrow
I'm going to
too.
point,
bed myself.
milkshake be
Yes, yes, I'll
frog.
bring
There's
super
no
on.
ice
No,
left
but
in the
milkshake,
it,
I
and
don't
it's
agree with the statement
curdling.
you make that how the people you gotta wait for the complaint. You gotta these people have
No,
so
Mr. Baldeo,
they're
Mr. Baldeo,
depressed.
the government put things in place to help these people them.
Well, they
All
gotta
right?
show it.
Like what?
But the
They gotta show
way
it.
wifey want to come and bring it is like the government is not doing
I am
anything for the
asking
people.
you,
No, but
You
milkshake.
people get the
understand?
impression they're
What
not
But she's
is
doing
not
the
anything.
bringing the
place?
facts. She's
Never
not bringing
no
the facts
commission
out.
of
What is the
inquiry.
place?
They bring
Never
things
What
in
She
is
place
the
ever
like
place?
what?
mentioned
never
that
whole
this
party
family
for the
reach out to
militia.
anybody?
Milkshake, what
So,
is
you
the
Very
know,
shameful.
place
This
that
thing
the
is shameful.
government put for to help these people? What is the place?
And they
They
should
did.
publicize it.
What is the set
They
of
build up.
arrangement
We
to
talking about
help
what?
these people? And
No,
it's
a
We
kind
have
of
not
a
reduction of
only,
triage
and
center,
facilities
you
or
have
what?
to
a
understand
kind of
something.
a
The government
triage
cannot just
center to
say,
help
oh,
them
it's a, these
psychologically.
specific people. They have to open a center and say, for everyone who's been traumatized by this incident, you can come here. So what is it that the government opened for our Guyanese people that's been traumatized by this incident to get help?
The government has got to take control of them as their children. Yes. They don't even have to
Mr.
ask.
Baldeo, the government put things in place. I'm not going to listen to wifey,
I hope that they
So
publicize
I
it
know the
because I
I
will
government
tell
don't
you
put
want
things
you
in
to
something.
listen to
The
me.
only
I
thing
want
the
you to
government puts in
answer
place
the
is to put more
questions and
five
come with
Let me
facts.
The
check.
public relations of what they're doing is very, very poor. Nobody's talking. Nobody's giving any explanations. All they're doing is cussing up people, cussing up the
We
press, and
having
that's very, very
somebody,
poor PR.
we're having somebody that come on the platform saying these things there. And in future, I think you should get somebody who is close to the family that with this child and have them come up together
What
with
you
you,
Well,
mean?
wifey.
So you could
wifey,
traumatize them more?
that
I am
family, the
speaking
people,
on
them, some of them
behalf of my
can't speak.
cousin. What are you talking
Some
about?
of them are like, not very spokeable in the language and so on. So
No,
you
but
kind
we
of
could
what we
understand
got to
that.
get
We
is
could
somebody
understand what they're
from the
saying.
government.
So people like
Right.
you could
To come clear
interrogate
about
them
Ask
and
them.
debunk them?
Is it
That's what
possible
you
you can
want?
set up
You
somebody
I
want
will
for
these
sit in the
us?
people who's
comment.
been
Listen,
traumatized already
when
to
that
come up
person
and
come
say
up,
that they're not
I
getting
will
help
sit in
so
the
you
comment.
could
That's
traumatize
okay.
them more?
That's okay. You can be there in the comment. I promise you that because then you'll
I'm
be
going
able
to
to
be there in the
have
comment.
the
You could
two
bring
and
the
they
bring
get
a
two other
family up.
people gonna come on.
Right.
So we don't
I'm going to
have
be in the
like a
comment.
free for all.
It's
That's
it's
okay, but these are answers that
I am
people
not here
want.
to bash anybody, right? Do you
nobody's
think that
saying
if a
that,
family
but you're
member come
not
for this
here
child
to
come and
answer
say something, do
anybody
you think I
questions
would
It's
neither.
good if they
I
can come
would
up. Yes,
bash
I
that
think I
person?
met somebody in Richmond the other day. Yes, but I think that wifey can fill that void, that gap of somebody who's related by blood. I think she understands it
Right,
as well.
related, yeah, let you bring the person up, yeah.
Yeah, or if not, wifey can substitute for the person because we know what they're going through. But we want
No,
the
she
government to
can't
show
substitute
And
us what
that
they're
because
is
she's
doing.
where
making
my anger is
wife
coming.
is not the wrong
Because
before. We
if
need somebody who's close
oh
to this
my
child,
God.
right?
See
A
what
family
I'm
member who's
talking
close to this
about?
child that
Why
living
do
near the
you
child.
want
She's
somebody
not living
who's
near the
close
child.
to the child to speak on the same thing that
Because we
I
could
am saying?
understand
So
better
You
what?
what is because
What
you're living in
what
an
would make a
isolated
psychiatrist
child.
difference? What would make a
Because we need
difference?
to confirm that what you're saying that these people them
Come
don't
from
have
what?
no
All
such
right. But listen, Tweety
Put
Bird
things for
and
them, put in
Apostle,
place for them.
we're gonna bring you all on tomorrow. It's 3:43 and 4 o'clock. I gotta get up in the morning.
Yes, but Honorable,
nice
thank
being
you.
here on your
Thank you for
panel.
bringing me on the panel. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much.
Yes,
I
Alvin.
enjoyed
AJ, I
it.
look
It was
forward to
fun.
talking to
Having
you and
Yes.
brother.
Super Dom, I'm gonna bring the leader of NIP and
Yes,
Pastor
tell him I know
KK
his
back
father well. I
tomorrow.
have a lot of respect for his father's
Yes, I'm gonna.
independence.
Yes,
His father
he's
was a
gonna
man
come
that
now.
believed, he believed in the
Now
law.
that you know we were here and he wasn't, he's gonna make sure that he's. What time are you going live tomorrow, Honorable? Around what time?
I
It's
would go in the evening, say about
3:43.
about what time is that?
3:44 a.m. my time right now. So Eastern time. I'm in New York.
Yeah,
So
me too. I'm in Queens, New
Yeah, yeah.
York.
good,
But I
good,
would
good.
say around
As am I.
I
As
would
am
say
I.
around
Of course.
8, 9 o'clock. Is that okay?
8, 9 o'clock is good. 9 o'clock is good. I'll let them know.
Well,
I'll let them
get my
know
work done
before.
and then we can bring everybody in and
That would be
Yes,
PM?
yes,
all right.
yes.
So let
Eastern
me,
time. Yes,
Yes,
Eastern
let me
time.
do
PM,
that
PM,
then.
PM, wifey.
Okay.
I'll let them
All
know
right,
by
Anyway,
5.
Milkshake. I look
everybody,
out for
you guys
seeing
have
you
a
again. I'm
blessed
gonna
evening.
recognize you from
Everybody in the
Thank
Milkshake.
comment.
you.
And I'll recognize Wifey.
Everybody in
And
the
then we got
comment, you guys
Apostle
get a
and we got Tweety
blessed
Bird.
morning. One love.
Yes.
All right, you guys
I
take
want to
care.
balance it out, so that way nobody will say they're invigorating race. We don't need that in
Yes,
Guyana anymore. I
and
lived too
I
long
just
away
want to
from
And
say,
all that.
Milkshake, please bring fresh powder milk to the panel. No more expired milk and everything.
I just
Right.
want to say, regardless of Milkshake having a
I
different
like that,
view
I
AJ. I
must
like that. I
from,
like that.
comment, Milkshake
I like
was a
that,
very
AJ.
yes,
stubborn individual. He
yes,
only can
yes, he
fight with
stand
Wifey.
firm on his government.
And I like
But
Wifey that she has
Yeah,
brought
he only comes. He only
maybe
comes. He only comes. He
the
talk one.
sympathy of a woman. It's good to have a sympathy of a woman,
thank you so much.
to bring in some mercy
We're
into
gonna
this
have more
subject.
Yeah, I'm
feelings
gonna have some other
tomorrow.
And
friends
AJ, I
come
can
Bart's
see
gonna
that
be
you're
here.
a
tomorrow
very
night.
bright man. You're a very bright man for
Thank you. Thank
politics
you.
in
Yeah, you
Guyana.
gotta
You need guys
thank
like
my
you
father for that.
to go into Guyana and show democracy. You and the apostle and myself and all of that, because we have a
And
right to
super
speak.
that.
We're not there
Yes,
for
yes.
money or for make trouble. We
Yes,
know
sir.
we see
Correct, correct.
democracy and we want to see our country and
Yes,
get
you're
all
right,
these
Sam.
values we learned from America. I ran for office and held office here. So I know you
Yeah,
can't
Rose.
hide. You gotta
That's a big up
come, you
there.
gotta explain. You gotta answer phone call. You can't let people on the high. Like what I see happen here, They're getting away with more than
Correct,
telling you. Quote unquote.
correct.
Murder,
I'm
no
gonna
pun
try tomorrow
intended.
night to
Gotta
see if I
don't
can
say the
get Prince
murder
to
of
come up,
100
and I'm gonna try
people.
to get Mystic to come up.
But don't take me seriously. I was just joking about that murder talk,
Thank you so much,
Okay, take
Alvin.
care then,
Hey,
wifey.
Thank
And
you,
wifey, one
guys. Good
respect,
night.
right, Ranty?
Yes,
and
One
Mike
respect.
and Milkshake and AJ,
thank
and God
you.
bless y'all.
Good
And we're gonna bring
night.
on
Yeah, yeah,
AJ,
you take
and
care,
we're gonna
sir.
bring on the apostle and also Tweety Bird tomorrow. You hear? But we're gonna grab some shut eye now. I'm
Thank you.
praying for the
Good night.
souls. Thank you. God
Yeah,
bless y'all.
you take care.
Good night.
Hey, Apostle, one more thing. Apostle, one love, right?
Oh yeah, Apostle, he sent one love to you, right? I'm gonna talk to him.